The system asked me to choose between the Sharingan and the school beauty as my wife, but my buddy only wants to exploit the system's bugs, the Sharingan and the school beauty. Of course, I want them all. Today is the introduction class for awakening special abilities. The school beauty, Lin Lashua, rushed into my class with a marriage contract. Mang Hang, you must marry me. This is our marriage contract. Before I could react, Lin Lashua had already slammed the marriage contract on the desk. Is it so exciting to play as soon as you arrive in a new world? I was forced into a daze by the school beauty as soon as I arrived. All the classmates in the class were dumbfounded. Oh my goodness, I thought I still had a chance. I didn't expect the goddess to already be taken. What kind of luck did Mang Hang have? But my eyes kept twitching, feeling a bit awkward. The school beauty is right in front of me. It's false to say I'm not moved. But just now, the system in my mind released a task. Accept Lin Lashua's forced marriage. Reward, 5 points of strength attribute. Refusal will reward the double-hook desire to write the wheel I. Looking at the charming school beauty in front of me, I started a psychological struggle. I'm very sorry. Let's not verify, in case I just had an auditory hallucination. Lin Lashua's little fan brother is a bit stunned. Is he blind? But that's the goddess Lin Lashua. Prominent family background and outstanding performance. This is like a pie falling from the sky. He actually refused directly. I, on the other hand, looked disdainfully at the crowd making a fuss, cursing in my heart. Do you guys understand anything? Writing wheel eyes is not as good as the school flower. Lin Lashua also had a confused look in her eyes, a face of disbelief. He originally thought that as long as he spoke, this inconspicuous young man in front of him would definitely agree without hesitation. You, sure. He, who couldn't believe it, confirmed it again. Yes, I'm sure. I nodded. Clear gaze. Lin Lashua took a long breath. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted off my heart. He came to fulfill this marriage agreement. It was originally my grandfather's wish. Now the person who was supposed to fulfill the marriage agreement has refused. The burden in his heart has also been greatly reduced. But then he felt a little embarrassed. As the beloved daughter of the supernatural family, she is always the center of attention wherever she goes. To be rejected by this ordinary boy in front of her like this inevitably made her feel a sense of defeat. Mang Hang, I hope you don't regret today's decision. Having said that, she then turned and walked out of the classroom directly. What the heck? I have no idea what Lin Lashua is thinking. I just find it inexplicable. Clearly, Lin Lashua herself is not very willing for this marriage. But what's the reason for the resentment he just showed? A woman's mind in love is too hard to fathom. The classmates in the class are still discussing. The look in their eyes towards me is envious. There are also disdain and ridicule in their hearts. Refusing Lin Lashua seems to be an extremely foolish thing to do. And the task is completed. Rewarding the host with the double Goyu blood wheel I. I didn't care about the looks others gave me. I am now completely immersed in the joy of receiving the reward. Actually rewarded the blood wheel I. I faintly feel a warm flow passing through my eyes. As long as a thought moves, you can release the blood wheel I. Unfortunately, there are people around now, so I can't experiment. I'll have to wait until after school to try it at home. Spent an afternoon. Lin Lashua proposed to me and was rejected. This matter has already spread in the school. Various versions of gossip are spreading in the campus. Look quickly. So that's Mang Hang. I heard Lin Lashua is already pregnant with her child. That's why he proposed in public. I didn't expect to be rejected by that scumbag. Wait, that's not right. I heard they were childhood sweethearts. But Mang Hang didn't reject her because he's not into girls. Was I too intense? Why is my news different from yours? I was speechless. I don't understand why it's only been one afternoon. This matter will spread more and more out of control. I can only turn a blind eye. I quickened my pace towards home. The original owner's parents died in an accident 2 years ago, leaving behind only a broken house. Quickly finished a bowl of instant noodles. I began researching the Sharingan. 2 flashes of crimson in his eyes. He really is just like the blood wheel eye in the anime, although it's just a pair of jade dough beads. But I clearly feel that my vision has greatly improved. Even the trajectory of a fly flying past in front of my eyes can be clearly captured. I easily caught a family of chopsticks, using the blood will I plus a fly. Only I can be so extravagant. Before I could recover from the surprise, suddenly felt a splitting headache 5 minutes later. The blood will I also dissipated. Sigh. It seems that the blood will I in this world doesn't consume chakra, but it consumes mental energy. My mental strength is still too low. The blood will I can only be maintained for about 5 minutes. The school will hold the Ability Awakening Conference tomorrow. I don't even know if my psychic power will increase after awakening. Will my mental power increase? Can't bear the exhaustion caused by mental power overdraft. I fell asleep shortly after. The annual Ability Awakening Conference is the coming-of-age event in this world. In this world where monsters roam, psychics are the high-end combat force to resist them. The higher the talent at awakening, the higher the body's attributes and future potential. I just don't know what kind of surprises these eyes will bring me in the future. The next morning there was already a huge crowd at the entrance of Sanjong. Most of the parents inside are concerned about their children's awakening. I made a great effort to squeeze into the school. My appearance caused a small commotion, but fortunately, today is not too special. Now, no one has much thought to pay attention to the rumors about myself and Lin Lashua. F-level superhuman ability, enhanced visual perception. A student who just awakened learns that it's only a F-level ability. His face immediately turned pale, almost collapsed to the ground. The so-called visual enhancement means seeing further, better vision than ordinary people. Definitely an auxiliary ability. It's still the lowest talent level. Just as he was about to fall, Principal Lin Lashua just gently waved his hand in the air. The student only felt an invisible force stabilizing his body. "I'm sorry, Principal, I lost control just now." After saying that, he staggered off the stage. I never thought this middle-aged, greasy-looking principal would have this kind of ability. I was momentarily shocked by the principal's effortless strength. There's no such thing as a useless ability, only useless ability holders. It seems to be encouraging those students with low-level abilities. The principal spoke to reassure them. You will work hard to cultivate your abilities in the future. Even if it's a F-level ability, it can still unleash unexpected power. Although that's what he said, but all the students present no. It's just the principal's comforting words. The awakening ceremony continues to move forward. It wasn't until half an hour later that a B-level talent appeared. I just have this feeling that the kid with the awakened B-level ability is looking at me with the eyes of a predator. It's as if his mouth is saying to me, "You're finished. Don't understand." I want to understand. The next name brought my attention back. The next one is Lin Lashua, a tall, beautiful figure with long hair, walked calmly to the podium. Hearing the name Lin Lashua, the spirits of the boys present all stirred. Lin Lashua is undoubtedly the dazzling schoolflower of Sanjong. Everyone is curious about what level of ability she will awaken. The light soared into the sky. Even in broad daylight, it couldn't conceal his dazzling light. Oh, Lin Lashua, who was originally calm, stuttered for a long time. Finally, that plant name made him hold back. SSS level ability summoning. He stared at Lin Lashua in shock. My eyes are filled with ecstasy and disbelief. The scene below instantly erupted. Did I hear it wrong? Lin Lashua awakened the SSS skill. It's been many years since we've seen a top-level power user in Yunshui. This can completely secure the 4 major mansions of Longhua. Not only is it an SSS extreme ability, it's also a rare awakening. I also looked in amazement at the dazzling girl on the stage. I never thought this pretty girl, who doesn't seem very bright, could have such talent. But what a coincidence. The name behind Lin Lashua is mine. This inevitably makes people think of the gossip about Lin Lashua's rejected marriage proposal yesterday, and our relationship. For a moment, I was pushed to the forefront again. Ha ha ha. I guess Mang Hang is regretting this now. As expected, laughter started to emerge from the crowd. Now that Lin Lashua has awakened this top-tier ability, she's definitely become someone we can't reach. He actually just refused outright. Haha, yeah, it's just that there are a lot of people now. Otherwise, he'd definitely be finding a place with no one around to slap himself silly. As he brushed past Lin Lashua, he turned to me with some remorse. He regained his composure after leaving yesterday. It was impulsive of me earlier when I was upset about my grandfather's passing. That's why yesterday happened. Otherwise, Mang Hang wouldn't have become the target of everyone's ridicule. I wanted to say something, but I just walked past him calmly. This leaves Lin Lashua at a loss for words, and she forcibly swallows them back. I quietly walk onto the stage, placing my hand on the awakening crystal ball. This child has such strong mental resilience. Lin Lashua notices my actions and furrows her brow slightly. Can't help but have a bit of expectation for my abilities. Maybe there will even be a genius with abilities above A level. But he really misunderstood me. It's not that my mental resilience is so good, but that I've long known about my own talent. Naturally, I won't be as nervous as other students. The next moment, the crystal ball only emits a faint light. Upon seeing the light emitted by the crystal ball along with the tree's abilities, Lin Lashua is somewhat disappointed. It seems I was too greedy and bit off more than I could chew. Yulin, it's snowing, and SSS level should be content. The principal is a bit self-deprecating, shaking my head. The same type of ability is relatively rare. It's a pity that this student's talent is only at level 1. Hearing that it's only a level 1 ability, the people below started whispering again, drinking with a level 1 loser. Fortunately, she's not with my goddess. Otherwise, this cabbage would have been stolen by the pig. I didn't pay attention to these discussions. I went straight back to my place. It's a pity that this gorilla is only a level 1 talent. The principal can't help but feel sorry. After all the students in this batch have awakened, the level avoiding ability user who had ill intentions towards me before is walking towards me. at the same time, shouting loudly, "I want to challenge Mang Hang." For a moment, all the students present turned to look. Wow, it's Li Xingliang, the one with extraordinary talent. Looks like there's a good show to watch later. Hearing that someone is going to challenge themselves, I couldn't help but smirk. I was originally just a bystander. Didn't expect to be the first one involved. May I ask for the reason? As soon as Li Xingliang heard this, his eyes became even more fierce. "You're just a first-rate loser. What right do you have to reject Lin Lashua's proposal? Most importantly, and how could Lin Lashua be interested in you?" Li Xingliang almost gritted his teeth as he said. From this, it's clear. He's very concerned about Lin Lashua's proposal from yesterday. I was speechless, looking up at the sky. Heavenly Father, such a cliché thing actually happened to me. However, a breeze of fragrance drifted by. The graceful figure of Lin Lashua appeared. Standing in front of me, Li Xingliang is already in his 3rd year of high school, still doing such childish things. Is it interesting? At this moment, he stared coldly at the opposite Li Xingliang. "Lu Lashua, I was just trying to help you vent. You know." The originally furious Li Xingliang saw Lin Lashua approaching, immediately softened up. Lin Lashua frowned. "Don't make it sound so noble, and our affairs don't need your intervention." As soon as this was said, the originally listless Li Xingliang suddenly became furious, but he didn't dare to vent his anger on Lin Lashua. Then he turned the spearhead towards me behind him. "Mang Hang, you only know how to hide behind a woman. What kind of man are you? If you were a real man, you would fight me fair and square." I looked up at the sky in speechless disbelief once again. Do all the supporting actors just know these cliched lines to provoke? The anger I had been holding in for nearly a day suddenly surged up. Just when the rumors have been flying around for the past 2 days and I had no place to vent my anger. "I'll use the Sharingan you gave me as a break." I was just about to say a few words before the fight started, but then I heard the sound of the system in my mind. Nail system activated. Accept Li Xingliang's challenge. Rewarding 1 point of strength attribute. Voluntarily admitting cowardice rewards 3 points of agility attribute. Wait, something doesn't seem right. I shook my head hard, a bit puzzled, doubting if I misheard. That system, brother, are you saying it wrong? Shouldn't it be accepting Li Xingliang's challenge and rewarding 3 points of attribute? This system cannot make mistakes. Rejecting any objections. Please host, make a choice immediately. Listening to this emotionless synthetic sound, I was instantly furious. Whose system are you, exactly? I seriously suspect you are a spy sent from the other side. Please host, make a choice. Science push system. You old scoundrel. Last time, I lost my wife for the Sharingan. This time I won't spoil you. An instant flash of inspiration. Immediately came up with a way to deal with it. Mang Hang, don't agree to him. Lin Lashua saw the anger on my face. Worried I couldn't control myself. Agreed to Li Xingliang's challenge. But the next thing I said almost made him back off. "Mr. Li, are you avoiding your talent or changing your mind? I definitely won't be your match. I admit defeat." "Ah, what's this?" The other students who were just ready to watch the show looked at me with disdain. This guy is so cowardly and unconventional. It's the first time I've seen someone fight first and talk later. You're admitting defeat before the fight even starts. What kind of man is that? Even Li Xingliang didn't expect me to admit defeat so easily. Suddenly, he became furious and wanted to argue back. All right, Lu Lashua, now you see what kind of person he really is, right?" Having said that, he was about to leave. Li Lashua glanced in my direction, but he didn't say much. Although he felt relieved that I didn't accept the challenge, there was still a hint of disappointment in his heart. Staring at the completed task reward, 3 points of agility attribute, I clearly felt a warm flow inside my body. I'm sure I've received the reward. Don't leave yet. The crowd who had originally thought today would be the end and were preparing to head back home, were drawn back by my shout. "What's the matter? Do you have anything else to say?" Li Xingliang's disdainful look mixed with a hint of contempt. "Did I just let you go? I could tell you're not happy. Fei Yang. Why not be a good person? Why do you have to be a bootlicker?" The system in my mind is also a bit restless at the moment. This system objects. "Host, you are trying to hinder the system." Even my rapid-fire scolding doesn't include dirty words. The people present were stunned. 1 second, you were bowing and scraping. The next second, you did a big U-turn like Thomas. Do you think Mang Hang is suffering from schizophrenia? Why do I find it hard to understand his actions? Li Xingliang's face turned pale as I spoke. "Mang Hang, do you think you're skilled just because you can argue? If you have the guts, accept my challenge." "Okay, I accept." This time, I accepted without any hesitation. An agreement was reached for the challenge between both sides. The onlookers silently moved back to form a circle, surrounding the two in the middle. During this time, not a single teacher came to stop them. Everyone watched this farce with great interest. In this perilous world, the school does not prohibit private fights, as long as it doesn't lead to fatalities, or result in broken limbs. A little blood is within an acceptable range. After all, these young people will be fighting on the front lines in the future. The earlier they develop a tough spirit, the better. Lin Lashua on the podium was calm and composed. It's almost time to bring out a chair. Enjoying the show while sipping tea, Mang Hang and Lin Lashua still wanted to stop it. I interrupted as soon as he started speaking. I gave him a glance. Very impatient. It's a matter between men. Why do you always meddle? No wonder they say beauty brings disaster. Can't even keep a low profile. Lin Lashua's face instantly turned red. Don't know if it's from embarrassment or anger towards me. No good deed goes unpunished. Stomped my foot, walked back to the crowd in frustration. Meanwhile, Sharingan on the other side couldn't believe I would treat Lin Lashua like this. His face had already turned dark and he didn't waste any more words. The shadow of the 4 billion demon wolves flashed behind me. Sharingan's figure suddenly rushed forward, even though his body had just awakened and couldn't move like a beast. But after all, it's the 4-winged demon wolf known for its speed. At this moment, Sharingan, who activated his ability, has doubled his speed and more. No wonder it's a B-level ability. To have such amazing speed right after awakening, Mang Hang probably won't last a few moves before he's knocked down. The onlookers around couldn't help but sigh. I didn't hesitate either. I directly activated the Sharingan. The twin hooks were about to appear in my eyes immediately. At the moment of contact with the Sharingan, Sharingan only felt a chill piercing through his heart. It's as if the whole world turned red, but this feeling only flashed in his eyes and disappeared, and didn't cause any impact. Sharingan's speed skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to my front. Seeing me standing still in the same place, the ability just now had no effect on myself. Couldn't help but mock. I see your useless ability is not even as good as F level. What do you have to fight me with? A punch blasted out, directly smashing towards my face. He had already imagined the scene of me being knocked down by a punch, but he saw me just slightly tilting my head and avoiding the blow from Sharingan under the influence of his ability, as if I had already predicted his attack trajectory. Sharingan's blow missed, feet floating, the whole body losing balance, staggered a few steps forward. Seeing him, this made a hint of confusion appear on my lips. Sharingan still lacks practical experience. This punch left him with no room for second thoughts. Don't wait for him to react. Lift your foot and kick towards Sharingan's abdomen. And the wailing, like the public pressure of 4 eunuchs, echoed around the entire playground. The students also suddenly took a deep breath. The boys instinctively brought their legs together, feeling a slight pain. If I said I really didn't mean to kick him there, do you believe it or not? Sharingan endured the severe pain and rose again. This time, his sharp and illusory wolf claws pierced towards my throat. My bloodline limit I activates again. The effect is activated, followed by a flying kick. Sharingan was instantly kicked and turned into a shrimp on the ground. How is this possible? Sharingan is a B-level transformation attractor. How could this rookie Mang Hang at level 1 possibly win? The onlookers were all discussing at once, but there were also a few people who started to analyze rationally. Perhaps everyone is just awakening their abilities. The gap isn't that big yet, but as time goes on, the gap in training will widen. By then, even 10 Mang Hangs wouldn't be a match for B-level Sharingan. He can only show off for now. The whispers around me made me smirk. Right now, I'm just at the level of double hook jade, but when I unlock the kaleidoscope, everyone present will be no match for me. Seeing this farce come to an end, the principal, who had been watching from the platform, finally spoke up. Alright, hurry back to the classroom. There are still important matters to address next. After 2 medical staff members took Sharingan to the medical room, I also returned to the classroom. My deskmate is a pretty girl with short hair. At this moment, her big eyes blinked, looking all gossipy. I felt extremely uncomfortable under her gaze. Mang Hang, the rumors about you and Lin Lashua are spreading like wildfire. There are so many versions being spread. Which version is the truth? Tell me about it. My heart feels like a stampede of 10,000 camels. Don't listen to their nonsense. It's all just rumors. Just when she was about to ask persistently, the homeroom teacher Yi Qian walked into the classroom with her long legs. The class finally quieted down. Don't think you can relax just because you've awakened your abilities. Awakening your abilities is just the beginning. The real life-changing moment for you will be the college entrance exam in 2 months. If you haven't cultivated your abilities to a higher level within 2 months, even with SSS level abilities, it's impossible to enter a top-tier university. Next, I will teach you the basic breathing techniques. At the mention of breathing techniques, all the students show excitement on their faces. This is the secret that only those who have awakened their abilities can practice. It's also an essential method for advanced training for those with abilities. Yi Qian placed a crystal-like device on the podium. A wave of energy began to spread throughout the entire classroom. The moment the wave is touched, I felt a few hundred words of breathing techniques appearing in my mind. This is the product of the combination of technology and abilities. Don't be too handsome. It's like a scene straight out of a novel. I tried adjusting my breathing according to the instructions above. Before long, I entered a state of practice. Yeqian made a light sound. She suddenly felt a psychic wave in the classroom. This greatly shocked him. You should know, normally, it takes a whole night for most people to get the hang of the breathing technique. And now, someone can practice the breathing technique right after obtaining it. How could it not surprise him? Such terrifying talent. As long as the psychic level isn't too rubbish, there will definitely be some achievements in the future. Looking around, and finally, her gaze fell on me. It's Mang Hang, huh? Yeqian shook her head with regret. Earth level is just too poor after all. Even if it's just a prefecture level, combined with this terrifying talent, it will all become different, one by one. The students who tried the breathing valve woke up one after another, but no one can operate as smoothly as me. Check the spirit through the system. Sighed slightly. The efficiency of the breathing technique is too low. Only added a little spiritual power. When will this be able to break through the ground level? If this were heard by others who didn't understand, it would probably be beaten by the whole class. Yeqian saw everyone waking up, cleared her throat and said, the intention to cultivate is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you retreat. After all, you are not geniuses like Lin Lashua, so you must work harder to cultivate in order to establish yourselves in this world. After speaking, he glanced meaningfully in the direction of the afternoon. By this time, the students had already scattered and gone home, trying out their own abilities in breathing techniques. After leaving the school gate, I walked on the street lost in thought. It was during the battle with Li Xinglian when I activated the Sharingan. I was surprised to find that I could see the flow of energy in the opponent's body. It seems that after the Sharingan came to this world, it also adapted to the rules of this world. I suddenly had an idea. Since I can see a person's spiritual power, can I also see the aura that can increase combat power? After the change in the world, many dimensional spaces appeared in the blue star. These auras are all products of that place. People discovered. In most dimensional spaces, it's like ancient battlefields. Ruins and broken walls are everywhere. It can be said that danger and opportunity coexist, but I have just awakened. It's unrealistic to plan adventures into dimensional space. Consideration again 3. I went to the most famous ghost market in Yunsui City. It's called the Ghost Market. In fact, it's just a place where stalls sell aura wrapped in crystals. Every aura that comes out of dimensional space is wrapped in these crystals. No one can know what kind of aura will come out from inside. All transactions depend on luck. It's also because of this. In the ghost market, more often, artificially crafted crystals wrap ordinary weapons to deceive those who are not knowledgeable. Even so, there are still people constantly going there to seek fortune. I hope to escape to a real spiritual place. Overnight wealth. I don't want to expose my special abilities. I specially bought a pair of sunglasses to wear. Just glanced with the Sharingan. Somewhat disappointed. Didn't find any anomalies. Walked around the ghost market for 10 minutes. Still haven't found any signs. Just when I doubted if my guess was correct. A stall not far away caught my attention. Found a weapon emitting a faint light at that stall under the Sharingan. I remained calm on the surface. Pretended to casually walk up to that stall and take a look. The glowing object was an ancient dagger wrapped in a transparent crystal. Without the Sharingan, no one can tell that this is a rare spiritual weapon. The stall owner sees a naive student, clearly an outsider at first glance. Eyes light up involuntarily. I wonder which spiritual object the young benefactor has set eyes on. Even though I told the poor monk, no secrets from the young benefactor. These weapons are all treasures brought back by the poor monk's elders from exploring ancient ruins. Absolutely genuine. It's a rare find. Hearing him say that, I disdainfully curled my lips. With my Sharingan, I naturally knew after scanning it. Except for that dimly glowing dagger, the rest are just a pile of junk. I pretended to casually browse through them. Finally, I picked up that dagger. Master, how much for this dagger? The stall owner quickly waved his hand. Young friend, your words are astonishing. How can we, as monks, talk about money? Saying around 18,000 means how much? My mouth twitched. No more big talk. Getting up and pretending to leave. The stall owner saw the duck about to fly away. Hastily got up to intercept. Young friend, why be in such a hurry? Meeting is fate. Is the price negotiable? Then you name the price. Seeing him say this, I won't be polite anymore. Then let's make a deal. The stall owner quickly calculated in his mind. Then he agreed without hesitation. Deal at 1800, it's 1800. I gave him a weird glance. I thought to myself, did his math teacher teach him martial arts? I was talking about the eraser. Erase all three. The stall owner was stunned. After some bargaining, I finally bought this dagger for a whopping 20 yuan. Young man, I also have the relics left by Buddha. Interested in taking a look? Absolutely no deception. Forget it. You should keep it for yourself. I'll leave a word. Without the slightest attachment, I turned and left. I tucked the dagger into my pocket, but my heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. With this ability, next time we'll have the chance to take a stroll in the ancient battlefield. That's still not an overnight fortune. Spent nearly 20 minutes wandering in the ghost market again. Unfortunately, I left the ghost market without finding a spiritual device. I didn't go straight home. Instead, I found a secluded alley. Smashed the crystal open. A dagger emitting energy was held in my hand. swung it towards the wall. The dagger effortlessly pierced into the wall as if cutting tofu. I was overjoyed for a moment. This time, I really hit the jackpot. It was a fruitful day. Not only did I learn the breathing technique, but also obtained a spiritual device. Although I don't know what quality the spiritual device is, but even if it's the lowest grade spiritual device, it's not something an ordinary family can afford. Rushed back home and carefully placed the dagger. Then began the practice. I know that whether it's supernatural powers or spiritual energy, they both require mental strength to support. That's what I'm currently lacking the most. Opened my eyes again, and it was already the next morning. Didn't sleep all night. I didn't feel mentally fatigued. Instead, I felt refreshed. I also felt a slight increase in mental strength. In the school classroom, Yechian smiled as she looked at the students below. I'm sure after last night's practice, you've all learned the breathing technique and felt the benefits of the practice. As soon as these words were spoken, a chorus of approval came from below. Yeah, when I practice according to the breathing method, I unexpectedly saw a bowl in my mind, and inside, it was filled with the essence of my spiritual power. I also saw that bowl, and after practicing all night, I surprisingly didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue. While my classmates were chattering away, I was completely puzzled. The bowl? What bowl? Wasn't it just an empty space? Is my spiritual world different from theirs? They didn't notice my abnormality. Yechian nodded with relief. That's right. When every practitioner practices the breathing method, they will visualize a similar bowl-like container. And the practice is about striving to fill this container. No, it's not. Then what is my goal? To fill the entire void? Then it wouldn't be the Milky Way. For a moment, I was a bit confused in the wind. I feel like my cultivation has gone off track. Before I could recover from my shock, the teacher took out some small crystals again. Oh my goodness, it's actually Jing River. There was a sudden exclamation in the class. What is Jing Box? However, despite not long after crossing, I am extremely unfamiliar with these names. My deskmate, Noyun, looked at me with disdain, as if looking at a fool. You've learned nothing in these 3 years. I smiled gently. I didn't dare to say the reason. Jinha is a special mineral produced after the revival of vitality. The special energy contained in it can be absorbed by the human body, and then transformed into spiritual power. A gold box can be equivalent to several days of ascetic practice. It's amazing how powerful the excavation is. I was surprised and delighted at the same time. As long as you have enough gold boxes, there is still hope to fill your own void with enough gold boxes. The homeroom teacher is still introducing on the platform. The school has prepared some crystal nucleus fragments to distribute to awakened students. You can use them at your own discretion. I held a small piece of fragment in my hand. I couldn't wait to absorb it. In just a moment, I was surprised to open my eyes. My spiritual power actually increased directly by a drop. This is as good as a whole night of practice for me. Just a fragment has such an effect. I dare not imagine how much progress I would make with a whole gold nucleus, but I know the school won't distribute it for free. After all, the market price of a complete gold nucleus is as high as 100,000. Make money. I must make money. My eyes turn red. My mind is full of how to make money. My deskmate suddenly became nervous when he saw my expression. Mang Hang, this is the classroom. Don't mess with me. Big sister, do you have to be so narcissistic? I shout in my heart. The bell for the end of school just rang. I can't wait to stop practicing. Run outside of school. Teacher Yiqian looked down at the students who are still practicing. Then she turned to look at my back. She snorted angrily without arguing. The skill level was not high to begin with. I didn't know that the harder I tried, the farther away I would be. Actually, I also want to practice more, but I found that the regular way of practice is really ineffective for me. It's far better to directly absorb the gold box. Now my mind is full of the experience of the past. In the end, I decided to sell the spirit weapon dagger I had obtained in exchange for the gold box. After all, relying on the power of the blood eye, there will be plenty of time to obtain spiritual energy in the future. But the urgent task is to increase strength. Tianfu Trading Company is one of the top trading companies in the country. It has branches in almost every city. Not only are unopened spirit tools sold here, even genuine spiritual energy is for sale here. But the prices of the two are vastly different. After all, whether the former can open a complete spirit tool is still uncertain. But one thing is certain. Selling unopened spirit tools here is from the ancient battlefield. This is not like a ghost market. There, 80% are artificially replicated junk. At first, the receptionist thought a student came to sell weapons. Some hesitation. The dagger emits a spiritual light. Suddenly dumbfounded. Immediately took me to the second floor private room. Although spiritual tools are not rare to the point of being rare once in 100 years, but it's not something an ordinary family can take out. And most people who obtain spiritual energy keep it for themselves. They won't sell it. In the private room sits an old man drinking tea. After checking with the receptionist, he stood up and nodded at me. Shoubai is the manager of the Yunshui City branch of Tianfu Trading Company. Guo Chang, you can call me Tang Lao. My mind went blank when he mentioned excavator technology. I blurted out a slogan from my past life. Even Tang Lao, who has seen a lot of the world, was puzzled by this inexplicable statement. Ah, it's okay. Let's talk about the real issue. As I spoke, I placed the spiritual energy dagger on the table. Tang Lao waved his hand, and the spiritual energy dagger slowly floated in front of him. I squinted my eyes. It seems that being in charge of a summit is not to be underestimated. His strength is not to be underestimated. Tang Lao looks at the dagger, nods in satisfaction. Not bad. It's considered good quality even in low-level spiritual energy. So Tang Lao, how much can I sell this dagger for? Tang Lao hesitates for a moment before continuing. If young friend sincerely wants to sell, our Tianfu Trading Company offers 1 million. I believe this price is unmatched in Yunsui. I just sprayed all the tea I had just drunk in surprise. Sorry, Tang Lao didn't hear clearly what you said earlier. Tang Lao has a black line on his face, expression of exasperation, wipes his face with his sleeve. Young people nowadays have no patience at all. Just 1 million and you're this surprised. Listening to Tang Lao's Versailles remarks, I almost wanted to spray him in the face again. I've been alive for 18 years. I haven't even seen 100,000 yuan, let alone 1 million. Deal. I didn't hesitate at all. I agreed directly. Ha ha. The young man is straightforward. Mr. Tang smiled openly. The items we sell in Tianfu Commercial House are abundant and diverse. Everything you could want. I wonder if the young friend is interested. I wonder what we have. My eyes lit up. I came this time just for the amazing combination, but I'm still very interested in what else is for sale here. Immediately after that, Mr. Tang introduced various types of breathing techniques, and the revitalizing elixir for temporary recovery of mental strength. Although my eyes were greedy, but I haven't forgotten the purpose of my journey. Excuse me, how much for 1 gold nucleus? The lowest grade gold nucleus, 101,000 pieces. For someone with your newly awakened abilities, it's already more than enough for someone with Tang's strength. Naturally, it's obvious that I'm still a rookie with newly awakened abilities. Can't it be cheaper? I'll sell it here when I have more spiritual energy in the future. Tang laughed lightly on the surface, but cursed in his heart. Do you think spiritual energy is cabbage? If I say it's for sale, it's for sale. Just a slight opening. Young friend, you're joking. This is already the lowest price. I shook my head helplessly. Alright then, I'll buy 10 of the lowest grade. When Jinha walked out of Tianfu Trading Company, I just feel my heart bleeding. A whole 1 million. I didn't even see a shadow and it's gone. Suddenly thought of a phrase circulating online. Tianfu makes money. Tianfu spends 1. Thinking of taking home separately. Then touched the 10 golden cores in the pocket. Then turned around to take a good look at Tianfu Trading Company. Gritted teeth fiercely. Wait until I have the strength in the future. I must buy all the unsealed ore I hear from you, and then sell it back to you. The premise of all this is that I have to become strong first. Otherwise, this way of making money is too eye-catching. It's easy to be found out by others. When turning into an alley, I was still immersed in the joy of buying Jinha. My steps suddenly halted. I felt a malicious gaze behind me. Turning around, I saw a suspender-wearing man staring at me coldly. Thump 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 thump. The suspender-wearing man struggled for half a day but couldn't say the next word. I looked at the suspender-wearing man, his face turning red from the effort, and felt speechless. He couldn't even speak properly. He even dared to mock me after attempting to rob me. Then came a series of stuttered words. He meant for me to hand over what I took from Tianfu Trading House. It took him almost 2 minutes to say that. I felt anxious for him. Brother, let's not compare if we can just fight. You have time to talk. I'm home now. Shameless. That's all. A blazing flame suddenly ignited in the hands of the man with the backpack. I'm not weak either. He's within my perception. The man with the backpack's mental strength isn't actually high. With my current strength, I can completely handle it. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Activate option 1 of the nail system. Fight the backpacker to the end. Reward of 10 points in strength attribute. Option 2. Hand over Jinha. Beg for mercy from the backpacker. Reward of 3 Go Jade Blood Will I saw the reward for the second one. I was shocked and cursed directly. I didn't expect the system to be so generous. I just awakened the Schwengo Jade, and in a few days, I'm going to upgrade myself to the Sandwa prison. It's just the choice given by the system. It makes me feel like he has ulterior motives, always trying to cultivate myself into a coward. Seeing me being startled, he immediately cursed at me. The suspender guy thought his trick scared me. He immediately became smug. How could I be afraid? I'm already awakened and activated. I quickly interrupted the suspender guy. If he wanted to continue speaking, I was afraid that by the time he finished speaking, it would be dawn. Then rubbing my hands together, looking like a lackey. Big brother is right. Once you make a move, I immediately realized your extraordinary abilities. My admiration for you, big brother, is like the endless flow of a river. This flattery has made the sycophant blush with pride. Suddenly, it feels like SSS and superpowers are nothing special. After all, just one glance at myself can cause an explosion. Come, big brother. These are the 10 gold boxes I exchanged for at the Tianfu Mall. As a token of my respect, The teary-eyed sycophant was left dumbfounded as he held the gold boxes. He originally thought this kid in front of him would at most bring out some ordinary treasures. He never expected to see $1 million gold river right off the bat. This is all I have. I hope you're satisfied, big brother. He looked around cautiously. After making sure no one was around, he hurriedly tucked the gold river into his bosom. From now on, you'll be under my protection, Chao Kunso. As soon as I finish speaking, I'm going to leave. His thoughts now are the same as mine before. Hurry home and practice. When Chao Kun turns around, the system rewards will also be credited immediately. The reward for completing the mission will enhance the host's abilities at the same time. A warm flow is circulating in the body. I feel that my physical fitness has also improved. Many ability holders awaken different levels of abilities, resulting in different enhancements to physical fitness. If I participate in another ability awakening test, I'm sure my ability rating is definitely above B level. Stretching lazily, a sound like sizzling beans came from my body. Towards Chao Kun, who is impatient to leave, suddenly shouts loudly, "Wait a moment, listen to my call." Chao Kun turned back impatiently and asked, "Is there something else?" I smirked. My eyes also turned into Sharingan. I said in his tone, "Robber." Looked at me with a sinister look. Without a word, a fire punch came at me. I felt the heat wave coming at me. Standing still in place, Chao Kun in front of me with a smirk on his face, wanting to burn this ignorant kid in front of him to ashes. Perfect to destroy all evidence. Just at that moment, a feeling of suffocation went from his throat to his mouth. A black crow unexpectedly flew out from the middle. "It's you! You're lost! What does this mean?" The overall-clad man knelt on the ground like a bereaved dog. I stood in front of him like an emperor. A pair of strange eyes coldly looked down on him. Impossible. How could I be scared by a high school student? Chao Kun's face was ferocious, shouting angrily in my heart. The flame that had already been extinguished on my right hand reignited. A punch unexpectedly struck my abdomen. The flame-wrapped right hand passed through the body, becoming Chao Kun, instantly feeling relieved. There was a hint of fierceness in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, I told you so. How could a little ghost scare me in just the next moment?" But his pupils contracted. The calm expression that just appeared suddenly turned extremely fearful. The body that should have been pierced by his fist and burned to ashes instantly exploded, turning into countless crows and flying away, leaving behind only black feathers on the ground, and a pair of blood-red eyes that grew countless times larger, still floating in mid-air, staring at him intently. Ah! Chao Kun's face turned pale. He knelt down again in a frenzy, shouting frantically, "You're not human! What kind of monster are you?" Chao Kun, who was scared, suddenly spoke fluently. Back to reality. I stood still in the same place. Can't believe Chao Kun still maintains the scene where I called him and he turned around, because when he turned to look at me, he was already under the genjutsu of the Sharingan. Actually, I'm not feeling well at this moment. With my current mental strength, it's still a bit difficult to forcibly activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. In just a few seconds, my mental strength has been depleted by half. I searched Chao Kun and took everything from his pockets. Took the money from his pockets, including my own. All the money was taken. Then kicked Chao Kun. Without making a sound, he fell straight to the ground, until the next day when it was bright. The gloomy alley became bustling again. Chao Kun, who was in a coma on the ground, was only discovered by passers-by and taken to the city guard, and sent into the hospital guard. "Sir, I encountered a ghost last night." Chao Kun saw that the person who came was from the city guard. He immediately shouted. The city guard member in charge of questioning is a middle-aged man of about 40. He was also accompanied by a young girl of about 20. Although this matter is not a big deal, as guards of the city, we cannot overlook any clues. If a monster sneaks in, the consequences would be unthinkable. Moreover, a silent sect follower has appeared in the city recently. Their strength has already reached level 3. Although the guard dispatched people to pursue, that person still escaped at the cost of serious injuries. Now, as long as there's a little movement in the city, the guards won't let it go. Chao Kun, who woke up, recalled last night's scene, still in a state of shock. The originally serious girl heard his ghostly remarks, tugged at the corner of her mouth, wanting to laugh, but in the end she still endured. "Are you sure it's a ghost, not a monster or a middle-aged person?" the middle-aged guard asked helplessly. "I'm sure. I'm 100% sure that ghost still has a pair of blood-red eyes, can still turn into a crow and fly away." Chao Kun's fluent reply. The middle-aged guard shook his head, said to the girl behind, "Let's go first. I think I've hurt my brain. My mind is a bit foggy. Let's come back in a few days and ask again." Chao Kun saw the two of them and was about to leave. He hurriedly shouted loudly, "Guard, sir, I'm telling the truth. Hey, why am I not stuttering anymore?" Not until now. Did he just realize? He speaks fluently. Then the whole ward was filled with his crazy laughter. "I'm not stuttering anymore. Let's see who still dares to call me a little stutterer." Listening to the insane laughter in the ward, the girl behind the middle-aged man nodded in agreement. "It seems I really did hurt my brain. After I deal with Chao Kun, can't wait to rush back home." Holding the gold core, practicing the breathing technique all night. When I opened my eyes again, the daylight was already bright. There were also 3 piles of gold core residue nearby. Sigh, I can't go on. I only absorbed 3 crystal cores tonight. The efficiency is really too low. It looks like I need to quickly earn money to buy a better breathing technique. But what I didn't know, even with a better breathing technique, no one dares to continuously absorb the spiritual power in the crystal core like I do. If it were someone else, their head would explode. And if it were calculated according to the mental power of a normal ability user, I could already become a second-tier ability user. But at this moment, I don't have the slightest sign of advancement. It's already 8 o'clock. Checked the time. I was scared and quickly washed up. Then I rushed to school. When I pushed open the classroom door, I found that my classmates were already in a state of cultivation. The head teacher, Yi Qian, looked at me with some anger, obviously thinking that I was late because I overslept. But in order not to disturb the students' cultivation, she didn't say much. At this point in time, there is nothing more the school can teach. It's all up to oneself. In the next 3 days, I gradually absorbed the 7 gold cores in my hand. My mental power increased significantly. I directly broke through to the second stage. All my physical attributes doubled. That day, I walked back home in the dilapidated corridor as usual, since the money in my wallet had run out. My pace back home wasn't as hurried as the previous days. Suddenly, a man wearing a hood rushed out from behind me. A few steps quickly passed by my side. I unconsciously furrowed my brow. The building I lived in had been there for decades. Most of the residents here were elderly. I had no impression of this man at all. Moreover, when the man walked past me, I felt a chill as he passed by. My home was on the 3rd floor. As I took out my keys to open the door, I heard the sound of the upstairs door being opened. Now I was even more puzzled. Upstairs lived Mrs. Lu, a childless and widowed elderly lady, and his wife passed away a few years ago because she saw me as helpless and alone. Nana Lu used to call me over for dinner when she had nothing else to do. I've been immersed in practice these past few days. Only today did I realize that I haven't seen Nana Lu for several days. Could it be Nana Lu's distant relative? But I haven't heard of any other relatives. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited so many years to visit. I furrow my brow. I feel like something's not right. Focus system activated. Head to the 4th floor and knock on the door, and enter Nana Lu's house, agreeing to the reward of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Give up the reward for the 5 elements system. To hear that the reward is actually the 8 gates of Duanjia by Kai Huang. This time, I'm not ecstatic. Instead, it squeezes out a character from the forehead. With the system's nature, absolutely won't reward oneself with such a generous thing for no reason. There must be something wrong upstairs. Nanny Lu takes good care of herself. Know that something happened upstairs. Even if there's no reward, we'll still go up to check. And at this time upstairs, the black-robed man is holding a golden crane and meditating with crossed legs. Originally, he received the command from the Helm Master to come to the city of Yunshui to handle an important matter, but didn't expect the Yunshui city guards to be so alert. Halfway through the matter, they discovered that he was seriously injured. Only then did he escape from the heavy encirclement. Glanced at the old man's body on the ground, frozen in ice. There's not a hint of mercy in his eyes. It's your honor to give your life for the cult. Your soul will return to the kingdom of the gods. The organization called the Silent Sect appeared in public under the banner of bringing about the kingdom of the gods and the evolution of the world, and quickly attracted a large group of followers. Among them are many powerful individuals. In order to achieve their goals, the followers of the Silent Sect spare no effort to cooperate with the monsters, causing a lot of harm. Soon they were wanted by the government, becoming a full-fledged cult. Good job, Zhao Sanpeng, truly a 5th-tier powerhouse. Even a casual sword has such power. The man in black felt the surging energy in his body. He could only forcibly suppress it with his mental power. Otherwise, with just this suggestion, you could have several holes in your body. Fortunately, I have a one-time escape plan given to me by the helmsman. Otherwise, I would really be done for here. Thud, thud, thud. Just at this moment, there was unexpectedly a knocking sound from outside the door. His brow furrowed, and did not make a sound. Now focusing on recuperating. Don't want to expose myself due to any accident. But the owner of the sound outside the door is not planning to give up. Still continuing to knock. Grandma Lu, are you at home? I cautiously knocked on the door, but my nerves were unusually tense. Grandma Lu, I bought some fruits to see you. After looking, I left. Then I'll come back later. The black-robed man inside the door also breathed a sigh of relief. Thought I would leave like this. Who knew this breath hasn't been exhaled yet? My knocking on the door rang out again. Wait, this isn't right. I remember Mrs. Lu didn't go out today, did she? Could something have happened? No one knows what he might have done at home by himself. Better call the police. Hearing someone outside calling the police, the black-robed man finally couldn't sit still. No problem if the police come. But in the end, it stirred up the patrol team. With his current strength, it's really hard to escape. Yeah, when I raised my hand again to knock on the door, the old door was finally cracked open. A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression peered out and looked me up and down. down. My heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, it was the man from before. I remained calm on the surface. I glanced at the door number. Then I had a sudden realization on my face. I see. You're the son that Grandma Lou often mentions, right? The man in the black robe raised the corner of his mouth. He nodded with a sly smile. That's right. I am his son. My mom is not feeling well and is resting in the house today. I'll tell you when her health improves in a couple of days. Hearing the man in front of me admitting that he is Grandma Lou's son, a hint of indifference appeared in my eyes. I became even more certain that something had happened to Grandma Lou. Pretend to be anxious and worried. Grandma Lou is actually sick. Then I have to go in and take a look. I have been an orphan since I was young. Grandma Lou takes care of me like her own grandson. To hear that the young man in front of me is actually an orphan. The corner of the black-robed man's mouth revealed a hint of a cold smile. Originally, he didn't want to cause trouble, worried that dealing with this young man will attract the search of her family. But since he's an orphan, who would care about his life and death? The corner of his mouth twitched again. Since my mom treats you as her grandson, then I also count as your elder. Hurry in. I'll go wake her up. Okay, uncle. I smile innocently on the surface. Walked in without a hint of doubt. Came to the bedroom as if it was nothing. My smile instantly froze. On the floor of the bedroom, Grandma Lou was frozen inside a huge block of ice, and it looks like she's long gone. The sound of the door closing. The room fell into an eerie silence. Only the footsteps of the lady outside walking towards me. Listen. Reward for completing the mission, 8 gates of escape. Your Grandma Lou has returned to the silent embrace of the mother. Next, I will also take you on a journey, so you two can meet in the divine realm. The man in black robe with the same gloomy look as before, filled with sickly fanaticism. I turned around. Angry eyes emit a faint red light in the darkroom, like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. The man in black robe was initially stunned. After recovering, he smiled coldly. The same kind of supernatural ability is still very intimidating. Too bad you ran into me. The temperature in the room suddenly drops. A spike of ice suddenly appears at the feet of the man in black robe, quickly extending towards me. Although this move is not very powerful, it can instantly freeze opponents weaker than oneself, until they freeze to death or suffocate. He is confident in his third-level strength. He can easily crush the high school boy in front of him. However, the next moment, his expression suddenly changes. The boy who was originally frozen cautiously moves slightly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant python with a web-like thickness. In an instant, it broke free from the restraints, directly biting towards his neck. This scene happened so fast that the man in the black robe couldn't react in time. He could only instinctively raise his right arm to block. No, that's not right. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed man with extremely rich combat experience instantly reacted. This is being caught in an illusion. Immediately mobilize mental strength. Start struggling to break free. Although I have been vigilant from the beginning, but unfortunately, the two are in completely different realms. The first gate of the 8 gates formation opens. Hey! Mental strength instantly fills the entire body, causing the entire body's blood to boil, exerting force underfoot to dodge the incoming ice pillar. In the blink of an eye, I arrived by his side. I kicked out. It's just at this moment, the man in black robes broke free from the illusion. Feeling the whistling sound, his face changed drastically. An ice wall formed in an instant, fell beside him. The next second, the ice was shattered by my immense strength, but also barely blocked my powerful blow. The man in the black robe, who almost messed up, had a dark face. The fine beads of sweat on his forehead showed that his heart was not calm at the moment. Good boy, play games with me. In the tiger's hand, an ice knife formed, and came straight at me. After my physical outbreak, I barely dodged. Kid, I admit you're strong among your peers, but it's a pity. I am a third-tier powerhouse. The cold air emitted by the ice blade forms sharp blades in the air. He's coming straight at me. I pierce through. I watch the flying ice chips. His face is extremely cold. Third tier is quite impressive. The second gate, the gate of danger. Look, the third gate, the gate of life. He roars twice in a row. My blood boils once again. It's really fearless to draw out the sword. The man in black robe sneers, thinking that the young man in front of him has no idea how powerful the third tier is. Just as the ice chips are about to envelop me, with a loud bang, I instantly unleash tremendous power. I crush the entire floor. The man in black only feels a sudden slip before him. My figure unexpectedly disappears from the spot. At the same time, at the third level, from behind him, I emit a mocking voice. He activates his abilities again, attempting to form an ice staff behind me to block my attack. Too slow. I kick out once again, accompanied by a huge explosion. The man in black only feels a surge of tremendous power coming, as if being hit by a speeding truck, lying on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I never expected that in the small Yunchue city. Apart from the SSS level Lin Lashua, it actually hides such a monster. To actually defeat a third level ability user across levels, Brat, wait till I escape from Yunchue City. Once I've healed, I'll play with you properly. He looked out the window. He's already started to think how to escape after falling to the ground. Thankfully, it's only the 4th floor. Relying on the physical qualities of a 3rd-level ability user, I shouldn't be injured. With a bang, the wall shattered with a sound. I kicked the entire body of the man in black robes into free fall. If it really comes to it, threaten with the lives of everyone on the street. A 3rd-level desperate blow. I don't believe they would dare to bury so many people with me. Just a few seconds passed. Countless thoughts flashed through the mind of the man in black robes. Just as my body was about to land, his originally cold eyes shifted. He noticed a faint green figure appearing beside him. I immediately landed a few kicks on him in midair after the black-robed man was hit. My body once again uncontrollably smashed into the building opposite. I continued as usual, kicking him back and forth between several floors, while stabilizing my own body with the force. Finally, after a fierce attack, the black-robed man heavily fell to the ground. How could his speed be so fast? This thought had just flashed through his mind. Then he heard the young man in front of him say lightly, 3rd level. With a splash, a large amount of blood spurted out. The whole person wilted under my fatal kick. I approached the black-robed man who I had been torturing, and who had no power to fight back, step by step, a face full of mockery. Kid, the silent teach won't let you off. Wait for the silent teach's judgment on you. Sound effect. Gritting teeth. The black-robed man laughed maniacally. Then silence again. Only endless fanaticism remained in his eyes. I didn't care about his dying moments. Seeing this man finally stopped breathing, I finally relaxed and put away the 8 gates formation. A feeling of weakness spread throughout my body, followed by an unbearable agony. Is this the side effect of the 8 gates formation? Then I lost consciousness, only vaguely heard the sound of the system prompt. The host killed a 3rd-level ability user across levels. Reward, double Sharingan, Kamui, Blood Will I, Slaughter Shop open. Time goes back a few minutes. A popular internet broadcaster is live streaming and interacting with fans on the street. I'll show you my girlfriends in a moment. Although they are a bit inferior to me, but they are all beautiful women. The fans are also responding enthusiastically on the screen. Suddenly, a loud noise came, scaring the pedestrians below. They stopped and looked up one after another. Su Xiao, who was live streaming, was also frightened by the loud noise. After recovering, his eyes lit up. As an internet broadcaster, she has a natural intuition for popularity. She has a hunch that she will encounter something big today. She simply turns the camera around, aim in the direction of the sound. Only one person broke the light. Bodies emitting light one after another. The figure with an unclear face seems to appear out of thin air. It's the scene of me beating the black-clothed person. The whole process was live-streamed by Su Xiao through the phone camera. The entire live streaming room immediately became noisy. So fast. How did the figure emitting green light appear? Goodness, must be someone with speed abilities. Otherwise, how could they have such fast speed? The person who got kicked is also in a miserable state. The wall was smashed with a big hole. What kind of grudge is this? Supernatural beings fighting in the city is an explosive topic. Thousands of people immediately flooded into Su Xiao's live streaming room. Where is everyone? The camera work of this anchor is not good. Can't even capture their figure. At this moment, Su Xiao's mouth dropped open. A face of shock. It's not that I can't capture it. It's that their speed is too fast. The phone can't capture it. With Su Xiao's vision, can only see a flash of green light. Can't keep up with my figure at all. Hearing his explanation, the live broadcast room exploded again. Oh my goodness, the speed is too fast. The phone camera can't even capture it. What level of ability must this be? At least it must be tier 3. And it must be speed-related ability to achieve this. Wow, tier 3. This is a rare sight of immortals fighting. At this moment, Su Xiao is the most excited. This surge in popularity has also caused his fans to increase rapidly. After I fainted for more than 10 minutes, the guard team rushed over mightily. The leader is the middle-aged man from the hospital that day. Onlookers also crowded the place. Okay, you can all disperse now. After the middle-aged man dispersed the crowd around, he set up a cordon around. When he saw the body on the ground, he was first stunned. Then his face changed drastically. It's a remnant of that demonic sect. After seeing me, who looks like a student, on the ground, he looked incredulous again. It couldn't have been this young man who killed, right? Although this person was injured by the lord of the city, but at least he's also a third-tier expert. A team member who quickly came to confirm the situation with the people around. The captain asked and clarified. It's really the remnants of the demonic cult that this young man killed. Oh my goodness. How old is he? It would be great if we could recruit this young man into our team. Don't think about it. Judging by the way he's dressed, he's still a high school student. He definitely has a bright future ahead. How could he be willing to stay in our small city? After the shock, the city guard members quickly handled the battlefield, and they carried me onto the ambulance to the hospital, even though the crowd dispersed. But this battle was recorded by the viewers of Su Xiao's live broadcast room and uploaded online, and quickly became a hot topic. But at such a fast speed, an ordinary high school student can have such speed. He must be cheating. After the end of a day's training with Lin Lashua, taking out his phone in his spare time to check out the latest news online. Coming from a wealthy family, having family support, plus his SSS level talent, his strength has now reached the first level. He's only half a step away from entering the second level, which makes his gorilla quite excited. Just opened the top trending video on his phone, catching his attention when he saw the unparalleled speed and power of the green figure. Although he was a little surprised, but not enough to truly surprise him. After all, there are countless strong people in Longwa. Although the third level is strong, but it's not that rare. It's just when I saw the final scene, but I couldn't help but widen my eyes. Why does this figure feel so familiar? It seems like this person is Mang Hang. Lin Lashua suddenly jumped up from the sofa, a face of incredulity. How is that possible? I just awakened a few days ago. How could his strength reach this level? Compare the strength Mang Hang showed in the video with my current strength. He helplessly found that he had no chance of winning. After a day's work, class teacher Yi Qian lay in bed and brushed to the video, equally incredulous. Is this really my student Mang Hang? It's impossible. He's only a first-level talent. It must be just a resemblance. Make sure to ask him at school tomorrow. The same scene happens to everyone who knows me. Li Xingliang, who I beat up before. I was planning to challenge me again these days and regain my reputation. After watching this video, I couldn't muster up any challenge at all. On the hospital bed, Xiao Cohen, who robbed me before, sat up, stretched comfortably. His injuries have basically healed. He can probably leave the hospital today. But the next moment he froze all over while sitting, as if he thought of something terrifying. Xiao Cohen mechanically turned his head slowly, opened his eyes wide. Some couldn't believe they were staring at the boy on the bed. Oh my! A heart-wrenching scream suddenly echoed throughout the ward. He stepped, he chased. The doctor came running. Doctor, I want to leave the hospital. Having said that, without even having time to put on shoes, he ran out of the ward. I was awakened by this piercing scream, slowly opened my eyes, just felt weak all over. Headache as if it's exploding. Indeed, it's the 8 gates and divination of Kaiwa. The strength after activation has indeed increased a lot, but the after effects are also very obvious. Then couldn't help but look forward to it. If only there were cells to stay, then this problem can be perfectly solved. I've also thought about what the effect of continuing the dead door is, but after careful consideration, I always feel something is odd. Not long after waking up, a chubby figure hurriedly walked in, followed by a large group of people. Hello, Xiaoming. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Sanpeng, the Lord of Yunswitching. The chubby figure looked at me appreciatively. You've made a great contribution this time. You actually killed a remnant of the Silence sect on your own. That was a third-tier ability user. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. I stared strangely at Zhao San, suddenly feel like laughing. I didn't expect the Lord of Yunsui City to be so humorous. Zhao San looked at the bewildered young man in front of him. I thought he hadn't recovered from the big battle. Considering you don't care about life and death, and successfully killed a third-level ability user, the Yunsui City Conference has decided to reward you with 10 gold boxes and 10 revival leaves. Hope you can practice well in the days to come. Strive to bring glory to Yunsui in your college entrance exam. Saying this, he then took out a simple and elegant ring and handed it to me. Everything is inside, and this spatial ring is also considered as a reward for you. Hearing about the reward, I couldn't help but widen my eyes. 10 gold boxes are worth 1 million. The value of each revival leaf is also 100,000. Altogether, this adds up to 2 million. Although the grade of this spatial ring is unknown, but even the lowest grade is worth 500,000. Instantly felt my own value skyrocket. Reached the peak of life. Just need to marry a beautiful woman to complete it. The people behind Zhao San also started whispering. I didn't expect the usually stingy Lord to be so generous this time. This is over 2 million gone in an instant. Lord, you're too kind. Defeating the enemy quietly is the responsibility of every citizen. I straightened my back, put on a righteous look, then suddenly covered my forehead, and showed a painful expression again. It's just the Lord. I've exhausted my mental energy in this battle. Can you give me a recovery potion first? To restore my mental strength. Everyone present looked fierce. Even Zhao San next to him twitched his mouth. I couldn't help but feel frustrated in my heart. I just gave you 10 recovery potions. You don't need to turn around and ask me for more. Are young people nowadays so shameless? I forcibly held back the urge to curse. I took out another recovery potion from the spatial ring and handed it to me. Ha ha ha. Xiao Meng, take good care of your injury. You've been given all the rewards you deserve. Rest well. We won't disturb you anymore. A few polite words. Zhao San turned and left, afraid that I might mention another pain. Is there anything else he's okay with? Lord of the city. And to all the adults, take care. I'm not feeling well. I won't be able to see you off. After obtaining the revival elixir, I immediately transformed. There's no sign of the mental exhaustion from earlier, causing everyone to be speechless for a moment. After there was no one in the ward, I quickly drank the revival elixir. I instantly became clear-headed. After opening the personal attribute panel, I was completely stunned. Host's unique ability, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, double Kamui, SS level. Alright, I'm going to advance the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. In the original work, the double Kamui Sharingan can be said to be stronger than usual. Now, on my own, as long as the mental power is sufficient, you can fully exert the full power of the dual divine power. Joy comes in an instant. In the midst of joy, I also took a look at the just unlocked slaughter shop. Every time the host kills a monster or an ability user, you will receive the corresponding points. The higher the points, the rarer the item or ability that can be exchanged. I saw a dazzling array of items displayed in the slaughter shop. It almost made my jaw drop to the ground. Current points 50 exchangeable items. Magic Sword 1000 Blades 5-point system. Because the host opened the slaughter shop for the first time, this is a beginner's benefit. The next time you open the shop, the exchange points for the Magic Sword 1000 Blades will be restored. Then I took a look at other exchange items. The big word is in the breathing method. Shadow clone, cell activation, 1000 years of death, etc. But the required points are not something I can exchange for now. Completely numb. I feel like my blood is boiling all over my body. As long as the points are enough, it's divine. I also have the confidence to cut it down. XINE directly exchanged the Demon Blade 1000 Blades. Only attack, no defense. Unrivaled in the world. With the double divine power, defense is impossible to defend. It's impossible to defend in this lifetime. Check the time, still early. I directly took out a gold box, absorbed it on the spot. In front of a mysterious cave outside Yunshui City, a silent disciple in a black robe spoke towards the cave. Shame needs to be washed away with blood. I will make the people of Yunshui City pay with their lives. With that, he waved his hand. He threw more than a dozen lifeless human bodies into the cave. The next moment, a chilling sound of swallowing food came from the cave. Several minutes later, a giant blood-red python crawled out of the cave. How long has a 4th level monster like the blood python not tasted this flavor? Human flesh and blood are still the most delicious. Looking at the high and mighty blood python, a trace of displeasure appeared in Xiaoguang's eyes. He is the silent sect leader of Yunshui City. He had previously sent a subordinate on an assassination mission, but that waste not only failed to assassinate. The SSS level Lin Lashua was killed on the street by a high school student. Now he's being looked down upon by a monster from above. Just a monster, daring to corrode himself. If it weren't for fulfilling the great taboo of the Holy Church, he would never deign to cooperate with these blood-drinking beasts who insult pythons. I don't like your high and mighty attitude, Xiaoguang said coldly. The red blood python is not angry either. A hint of anthropomorphic playfulness appeared in the giant eyes. For the sake of the bloodstone you brought me, I'll reluctantly accommodate you. As he spoke, his body rapidly shrank, finally transforming into a monster with a human upper body and a snake lower body of about 2 meters. Come on, tell me about your plan for Yunshui City. Xu Guang, who was originally calm, had a drastic change in expression when he saw this scene. You've reached the 5th level of spiritual cultivation. Inside the Yunshui City residential area, I completed the formalities not long after, discharged from the hospital and returned home. Upon returning, I was surprised to find that the room, which was in a mess after the fight, had been tidied up. I couldn't help but feel a hint of gratitude towards Jiao San. It's just a pity. I won't be able to see Grandma Lu again in the future. Thinking of this, a surge of anger rose in my heart once again. The remaining time was all spent in cultivation. The next day, I hurried to school as usual. The difference from usual is that, no matter where I walked, people around seemed to stare at me as if they had seen some rare species. This makes me feel so uncomfortable. I feel like I've turned into a monkey being watched in the zoo. Oh my goodness. Mang Hang is at school now. A shout of surprise suddenly turned the originally orderly playground into chaos. Where is he? Where's my idol? Don't anyone try to steal him from me. From now on, Mang Hang is my man. You can just stop it. Even the school flower Lin Lashua rejected you, and you think someone would like you? No wonder you rejected Lin Lashua at first. Now it seems you do have the pride. Originally, because of Lin Lashua's matter, everyone in the school knew me. There's not a single person who doesn't know me. Now that viral video has once again put me in the spotlight, some familiar faces came over to ask about the specifics of that day. Mang Hang, tell us how you encountered the people from the silent teachings, and how did you suddenly become so powerful? Kid, did you cheat? Looking at the classmates surrounding themselves, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Can't even have some peace and quiet early in the morning. Before I could even answer, a well-built guy squeezed in from the back of the crowd. The student who was pushed stumbled and was about to lose it, but backed off immediately upon seeing the newcomer. The newcomer was none other than the most talented student in the senior class of Sunzhong, second only to Lin Lashua, Tai Hu Leiji. Reggie's superpower has actually already been considered one of the top among the former third-year students, but this year, a freak like Lin Lashua has appeared, and now, Mang Hang has come to cause trouble, causing people outside the school to subconsciously ignore him. Tai Hu was staring at me intently. His fiery gaze seems like it could melt me. Excuse me, I'm straight. I'm not good. My words made Taihu react. I lost my composure a bit. I quickly composed myself. Hello, I'm Taihu. I saw the video of you killing the third-tier power user. You're very strong. People at home all say that you must have used some secret method to unleash such terrifying power, but that's not important. Whether you're a secretary or not, it's all part of your strength. Today, I also want to experience the power of killing a third-level ability user, so I want to challenge you. After Taihu briefly introduced himself, he directly stated his purpose. I helplessly touched my forehead. As expected, it's this matter. System starts accepting Taihu's challenge with no reward. Rejecting Taihu's challenge rewards 10 points of system attributes. Hearing the options given by the system, I was so happy. To be honest, I really don't value the power in the school right now. I immediately refused. I'm really sorry. Just had a big battle the day before yesterday. I'm still very weak now. I really can't accept your challenge. Do the rewards for completing the task add 10 points to the attributes? What you say doesn't count. I have to try it before I know. Taihu finished speaking. The muscles all over the body instantly expanded. The whole person looks like a little giant. You have to answer even if you don't answer today. Shout loudly. Swinging a huge fist towards me. My face darkened. The body turned into an afterimage. Start to deal with Taihu. The scene instantly turned into a mess. Outside school playground. The flowers I waited for have all withered. Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'll leave. Yeah, they've been standing there for almost 5 minutes. Is it a fight or a secret exchange of feelings? In the eyes of other classmates, Taihu and I are just staring at each other. Those who have awakened the Sharingan probably already guessed. From the moment he wanted to make a move, I had already activated the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Let him fight fiercely in the space. The outside still maintains the posture at the moment of being hit. Endure a bit longer. This might be the battle between experts. They are all observing each other, looking for an opportunity. The unknowing onlookers have started gossiping again. Oh my goodness, is it for real? I believe it. Just at this moment, Tiger, who was originally standing still, suddenly looked terrified, let out a scream, sat down on the ground. Everyone present shuddered, subconsciously took a few steps back. What's going on? How did Taihu lie down at this moment? What did Mang Hang do in the end? How did he suddenly knock down the A-level superpowered Taihu? I looked at Taihu sitting on the ground. Slight smile. Does this count as my win? Taihu's face looks bad, although there is some unwillingness in his heart, but still nodded. You win. Taihu's answer caused a stir among the people around him, all showing an incredulous look. What did they just do? How did Taihu lose? This is too bizarre. At the beginning, the people watching from the west were still thinking that Taihu had a better chance of winning. After all, everyone generally believed that Mang Hang had used some kind of secret technique that day, but the side effects of the secretary are also very significant. They all don't think Mang Hang would use this kind of usual contempt, but this result is really beyond everyone's expectations. After I heard Taihu admit defeat, I also nodded in satisfaction. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, I was called back. Although I admit defeat, but I don't accept it. It's none of my business whether you accept it or not. I rolled my eyes. I didn't give Taihu any face either. I was just about to retort when I heard an alarm. What's going on? Could it be that Yunsui City has been invaded by external enemies? Gank him. This was not said by Mang Hang, but rather a voice from his mind. I can't stand it anymore. System activated. Defeat Taihu with physical skills. Gain 5 attribute points for all attributes. Failure deducts 5 attribute points for all attributes. Damn it! This time it wasn't the system speaking, but Mang Hang shouting excitedly after hearing the system's reward. This is a reward of 5 attribute points for each attribute. Mang Hang looked at Taihu with slightly reddened eyes, as if he was looking at a delicious meal. Come on, you want to fight? Today I'll let you know why the peach blossom is so red. First gate, open. Second gate, open. Suddenly, his whole body was enveloped in a faint green energy. Opening the third gate against a strong opponent at the Sky Realm could instantly kill them, so opening the second gate against a person at the human realm in the later stage was already giving him face. Mang Hang raised his arm and beckoned to Taihu. The provocation was obvious. He was just one step away from shouting, "Come on! Used it! Used it!" Mang Hang really used the secret technique from that day. It seems that this secret technique doesn't cause much harm to the body, otherwise how could it be used so easily? That's not necessarily true. Look at Taihu's shameless appearance. If it were you, wouldn't you be angry? That's true. With his despicable appearance just now, if it were me, I would have gone up and slapped him already. The people around saw that Mang Hang had actually used the 8 gates technique and couldn't help but show excitement in their eyes, knowing that there would finally be a good show to watch. Who do you think will win if they fight each other? Can you ask a more meaningful question? Mang Hang's secret technique can instantly kill someone at the Sky Realm. Although Taihu is an A-level ability user, don't forget that his realm is still at the human realm. You should ask how many moves Taihu can withstand under Mang Hang's hands. Then how many moves do you think Taihu can withstand against Mang Hang? I think 5 minutes. After all, his ability is A-level, he should be given some face. 3 minutes, no more. Taihu did not get angry because of Mang Hang's provocation. Instead, his eyes showed endless fighting spirit. Although he was extremely excited in his heart, he dared not be careless. Ah! With a roar, Taihu's veins bulged, and his muscles all over his body increased by a circle, completely turning into a muscle monster. Is Mang Hang ready? I'm coming! Ha! After going berserk, Taihu did not rush towards Mang Hang as everyone imagined, but instead shouted at him. Damn, how much power can these muscles explode with? Anyway, a punch can easily kill several of us. Just the pressure alone makes my legs tremble. I wonder if Mang Hang can withstand Taihu's attack. Why did Taihu roar instead of attacking immediately? Is he trying to intimidate Mang Hang with his aura? Who knows, maybe his muscles have grown into his brain and he has lost his intelligence. Unaware of their whispered conversation, when Taihu shouted at himself, Mang Hang's eyebrows twisted and his body instantly flashed to the side. Just as he dodged, a wave of energy passed by him, instantly shattering a small tree behind Mang Hang that was as thick as a person's embrace. Fuck! The onlookers exclaimed in shock, shocked by Taihu's sudden move. Can he do that? He must have erupted with a tremendous amount of power from within his body to produce such a powerful shockwave. He truly deserves to be an A-level ability user. With just a simple roar, he can unleash such a strange yet powerful attack. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to withstand this roar. While Mang Hang was dodging, Taihu's eyes lit up, and he shouted in his heart, "This is a great opportunity." He exerted force under his feet and leaped towards Mang Hang in the blink of an eye. Don't look at Tiger's muscular body at this moment, but it doesn't seem heavy at all. In an instant, he leaped to Mang Hang's head, raised his right leg high, and smashed it down towards his head. Battle axe! Feeling the fierce wind pressure coming from above his head, Mang Hang didn't dodge this time, but raised his right arm to block it. Bang! The thick and strong thigh collided with a normal arm, unexpectedly creating a shockwave that spread outwards. Crack! Mang Hang stood still in place, still as straight as a pine tree. However, due to the tremendous power of Tiger's kick, the floor tiles under Mang Hang's feet shattered inch by inch. Hiss! The aftermath of their clash made the people around them gasp. What kind of freaks are these two? They have only awakened for a few days, and their strength has already reached such a terrifying level. This is impossible. Seeing that his kick had no effect on Mang Hang, Tiger was filled with shock and disbelief. He naturally knew the power of Mang Hang's secret technique, so he didn't hold back at all and directly used his strongest attack. He didn't expect to defeat Mang Hang with just this move, but he estimated that it would at least cause some damage to Mang Hang. He never expected that Mang Hang would easily withstand his attack. Facing the shameless Tiger, Mang Hang didn't give him any face and directly mocked him. With this level of strength, what makes you think you can challenge me? You're not good enough either. You're so big, but you look like you haven't eaten. Use the strength you had when you were breastfeeding. Even with Tiger's thick skin, he was infuriated by Mang Hang's words and his face turned red. As an A-level ability user, when has he ever been mocked like this? You can say I have no shame, you can say I'm bullying others, but you can't say I'm not good enough. A man can't say he's not good enough. Mang Hang, don't be so arrogant. Just because someone is not good enough doesn't mean they won't be. After saying that, he wanted to continue rushing towards Mang Hang, but before he could make a move, his vision blurred and Mang Hang's figure disappeared into thin air. Behind you! Someone shouted, and Tiger finally felt the sound of breaking wind behind him. He thought to himself that it was not good, didn't have time to think too much, and dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding Mang Hang's punch. "Oh, you react pretty quickly," Mang Hang exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Tiger to react so swiftly. But he didn't pay much attention to it either. Taking advantage of Tiger's lack of strength, he changed his punch to a grab and grabbed Tiger's right arm. Dare to compare strength with me? Tiger, who had his arm grabbed by Mang Hang, was not alarmed but delighted. Compare strength with him? You seem to have forgotten what my ability is. A-level ability, power enhancement. He was least afraid of comparing strength with others. But in the next moment, he felt a despairing force coming from the slender hands on his arm. Then, Mang Hang's action shocked everyone, leaving them dumbfounded and unable to breathe. They saw Mang Hang, who was holding Tiger's right arm, lifting the humanoid beast, who was over 3 meters tall, as if he was lifting a small chicken and then slamming it hard onto the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Tiger was tossed around like a rag by Mang Hang, and then brutally slammed onto the ground. He was slammed dozens of times, smashing the surrounding asphalt road into pieces. Mang Hang finally vented his anger and no longer paid any attention to Tiger, who was lying motionless on the ground. At this moment, Tiger lay on the ground, his eyes lifeless. With his physique, he didn't suffer much damage, but he couldn't accept this result. He was actually killed in an instant, and it was in the aspect of strength that he was most proud of. The playground was silent, and everyone looked at Mang Hang as if he was a monster. Which one of you is the power-based ability user? You can have the title of humanoid Tyrannosaurus from now on. It was quiet for nearly 2 minutes, and the crowd finally erupted into a commotion. Damn, so strong. Is this the strength to kill a vacant-level ability user? Freak, too much of a freak. With this secret technique, what other supernatural powers do we need? We can just use physical techniques to kill ability users. I don't know what kind of luck Mang Hang had to come across this kind of secret technique. Let's not think about it. Awesome. Just after the battle, Mang Hang heard the unrestrained and heroic voice of the system in his head, daring to challenge me, the host. If I don't teach him a lesson, he really doesn't know who his daddy is. Mang Hang was sweating. What is all this? Why does he feel like his system is becoming more and more unreliable? Brother system, can we be a bit more low-key? Low-key? That doesn't exist. As a famous person once said, only people without strength need to be low-key. How come I've never heard of any famous person saying this? Lu Sun. Mang Hang had a black line on his forehead. You're talking nonsense, Lu Sun never said that. Ding! Mission complete. Host's attributes increased by 5 points. The battle was over, and Mang Hang put away the 8 gates escape technique. Everyone saw that Mang Hang, who had put away the secret technique, suddenly turned pale, staggered, and was about to fall to the ground. A graceful figure flashed by and came to Mang Hang's side, steadying him. Everyone looked closely and it turned out to be Lin Lashua. In fact, Lin Lashua had been watching Mang Hang's battle in the crowd and was amazed by the strength he displayed. When she saw Mang Hang stumbling just now, she didn't think much and instinctively went forward to support him. Although she hadn't fulfilled her grandfather's wish, Mang Hang's ancestors had been kind to her grandfather, so she could lend a hand to help. Are you okay, Mang Hang? Let me take you to the infirmary. Mang Hang pretended to be weak and waved his hand, saying, it's nothing serious, it's just the aftermath of using the secret technique. Although the secret technique is powerful, it does come at the cost of lifespan. The longer the technique is used, the more powerful it becomes, and the more it consumes my life force. In just a few minutes of the battle just now, it consumed almost a month of my lifespan. But other than that, it doesn't cause much harm to my body. I'm just mentally exhausted and a bit weak. When everyone heard this, they shook their heads with regret. A secret technique that comes at the cost of life force, it made people hesitate. If this secret technique is used too much, one day it might just suddenly disappear. Who can accept that? The envy in the eyes of the people towards Mang Hang had turned into pity, mockery, and regret. When Lin Lashua heard this, she also felt worried for him and quickly advised, Mang Hang, the short-term power brought by the secret technique is indeed fascinating, but it's not a long-term solution. After all, you are still young and have unlimited potential in the future. There's no need to rely on secret techniques. His words just now were naturally nonsense. With his current physical condition, even if he were to use the third gate of the 8 gates escape technique again, it wouldn't be as painful and dizzying as before. The reason he said that was because he was afraid of arousing suspicion. Such a heaven-defying secret technique, if there were no side effects, would definitely attract the attention of various forces. Even if he said it now, he couldn't be sure that certain people had no thoughts about the 8 gates escape technique. Listening to Lin Lashua's earnest advice like an elder, Mang Hang felt a headache and didn't understand why she cared so much about him. Could it be because of my unparalleled charm? Mang Hang thought somewhat narcissistically. Well, Lin, what you said is right, I will keep it in mind. You care so much about me, and I actually rejected your proposal back then, otherwise the two of us. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Lashua's face was already red, and she pinched his arm hard, calling him a rogue, and then ignored him, turning and leaving. Mang Hang looked at her back with confusion. It was you who forced me into a corner back then. Why are you calling me a rogue now? The onlookers watched the flirting between the two, especially the boys, who showed envy on their faces. It's impressive that someone who rejected the goddess's pressure/harassment is so awesome, and they even flirted with her in front of so many people. He is truly a role model. I am far from being as good as him. In a luxuriously decorated office, two people stood by the window, overlooking the scene below. The principal stood respectfully to the side, while the leader of the group, Zhao Sanpang, was a bulky figure. Zhao Sanpang's mouth curled up in satisfaction as he watched the battle below, his eyes filled with approval. I must say, Lao Lin, you've struck gold this year. Not only do you have Lin Lashua, an SSS-level genius, but these two students are also exceptional talents. Upon hearing the praise from the city lord, Lin Xiaowen couldn't help but show a proud expression, but he humbly replied, City lord, you overestimate me. Mang Hang's display of power was indeed formidable, but as he mentioned earlier, it comes at the cost of life force and should not be used excessively unless in a crisis. Zhao Sanpang also looked regretful. Yes, it's a pity about this secret technique. I was actually thinking of discussing with that kid later if he would sell it to me, but what I'm most interested in are his eyes. When mentioning Mang Hang's eyes, Lin Xiaowen's expression turned serious as he nodded. Zhao Sanpang continued, I remember he awakened an E-level eye-related ability during the awakening ceremony, right? That's correct, my lord. But based on what happened just now, being able to cast an illusion on Taihu without him noticing and making him unable to struggle, it's clear that Mang Hang's ability is not as simple as E-level. Lin Xiaowen looked puzzled. I personally presided over the awakening ceremony and witnessed his ability awakening. There shouldn't be any mistakes, unless, at this point, Lin Xiaowen seemed to have thought of something, and his words abruptly stopped. He looked at Zhao Sanpang with an expression of disbelief, as if waiting for his confirmation. Squinting his eyes, Lin Xiaowen nodded. You're thinking the same as me. If I'm not mistaken, this kid's awakening might be an extremely rare and potential growth ability. Upon hearing the city lord's affirmation, Lin Xiaowen's face turned red with excitement, and his eyes were filled with joy. So, you're saying that our third middle school might produce two SSS-level geniuses at the same time? Well, Lao Lin, don't get too excited just yet. Although there's a high possibility that Mang Hang's ability is a potential growth one, no one knows where his growth will end. It could be SSS level, or it could be A level. And the growth of abilities takes time, so we all need to remain calm. You're right, my lord. The group sent Taihu, who was lying on the ground, to the infirmary. For the students here, getting injured during a competition was nothing out of the ordinary. The only difference this time was that it was Taihu who was being sent to the infirmary. In the past, it was always him sending others there. Alright, time is almost up. Senior students, hurry up and gather at the gym. A teacher's voice came through the loudspeaker. As if they had already known, everyone rushed towards the gym. Only Mang Hang looked confused as he quickly grabbed his deskmate, Nguyen, and asked, "What are we going to the gym for? Aren't we skipping practice today? You don't know?" Nguyen looked at him with a puzzled expression, then remembered that he didn't come to school yesterday due to his injury. He quickly explained, "Today is the farewell ceremony for the senior students. Actually, practicing at school and practicing at home are no different now. In fact, practicing together might disrupt some students' training plans. So the school decided that we don't have to come to school until the college entrance exam." Mang Hang nodded in realization, feeling extremely happy. He had been thinking of an excuse to ask for leave from school, as he couldn't directly say that he was going out of the city to hunt monsters. The school would definitely not agree to that. The schools in this world place great emphasis on physical exercise, so the high school gymnasium is extremely large, with enough space to accommodate hundreds of people. As soon as the students enter, they are stunned by the scene before them. The originally empty and simple gymnasium, which was solely for the students' training, now resembles a five-star banquet hall. The huge diamond chandeliers on the ceiling casted gentle light, and the tables are filled with food, drinks, and wine for the students to choose from. The most eye-catching feature is a massive stage at the front of the venue, with neon lights emitting colorful rays, creating a dazzling atmosphere. Wow! It's like New Year's. Upon entering, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Xiaowen calmly walked to the front of the stage, picked up the microphone, and began his speech. "I still vividly remember the scene when you first entered school. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. In the blink of an eye, graduation is approaching, and you will step onto a broader stage. Eagles will eventually soar in the sky, and the future belongs to you. Our era is not peaceful, and the cruelty of the frontline battlefield needs to be experienced by you personally. Therefore, this era does not allow us to let down the heroes on the battlefield. May you constantly broaden your horizons and strive forward with outstanding wisdom, strong will, and fearless spirit. But training should have its balance. Life is not just about training, it also has the passion of youth. That's why the school organized this event, hoping that you can let go of all burdens and enjoy yourselves today. The future of the Dragon Kingdom belongs to you. I hope that each of you can shine in the future." After finishing his speech, Lin Xiaowen bowed deeply to the audience. In an instant, the entire venue erupted with thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. The students' eyes were filled with tears as they looked at the principal on the stage. After Lin Xiaowen finished his speech, all the teachers left the venue, leaving it truly for the students. At first, everyone was a bit restrained, and the atmosphere in the venue was awkward. But after all, they were all young people. After a few drinks, the atmosphere became lively. Some people even had flushed faces and talked confidently under the influence of alcohol. Some took the opportunity to confess their long-standing crush on someone from their 3 years of high school. Some embraced each other warmly, while others left the venue feeling lonely. Youth is beautiful, with its youthful love and pure friendship. When the atmosphere reached its peak, some people even ran onto the stage and used their singing voices to express their inner emotions. Through their songs, they expressed their reluctance, admiration, and sadness, various emotions. Just as everyone was immersed in this farewell sentiment, a loud voice suddenly came from the venue. "Mang Hang, as a celebrity of our school, why don't you go up and sing a song?" Actually, he was right. From the confession to being able to defeat powerful opponents, Mang Hang could be considered a legendary figure in the school. Mang Hang was also influenced by the atmosphere in the venue and didn't refuse. He confidently walked onto the stage. "Mang Hang, what song do you want to sing?" "I'll play the accompaniment for you," a classmate who volunteered to be behind the scenes asked. "No need, I'll play the guitar myself." Mang Hang smiled and picked up a guitar on the stage. In their previous lives, students faced fierce competition, and parents were afraid that their children would fall behind from the starting line, so they had them learn various talents from a young age. Mang Hang was no exception. He came here with various talents but never had the chance to showcase them. Today, he finally had the opportunity. "I'll bring you a song called You, My Deskmate. I hope that in the days to come everyone will remember the friendship of our 3 years in high school." After saying that, he lightly plucked the guitar strings, and a simple melody filled the air, instantly touching the hearts of everyone present. "Will you remember tomorrow, the diary you wrote yesterday? Will you still miss the you who used to cry?" Who went to the sentimental you? Who read your diary? Who tied up your long hair? Who made your wedding dress? The simple guitar melody and the plain lyrics concealed the surging emotions hidden deep within people's hearts. Unlike most of the commercialized popular music nowadays, Mang Hang's deep and slightly melancholic poetic performance made the entire banquet hall quiet. Everyone was immersed in this melodious singing and couldn't help but be moved. Some even had tears in their eyes. Sitting at the same table, Nguyen stared blankly at Mang Hang on the stage, a few drops of glistening liquid unconsciously streaming down. Is this song sung for me? Is this his true feelings? Was it because of me that he rejected Lin Lashua? I didn't realize at all, fool, why didn't you tell me? Lin Lashua in the audience was staring blankly at Mang Hang on the stage, her eyes somewhat distant. Mang Hang's deep voice slowly sang out the youthful and green memories like a narrative, singing into her heart. She didn't expect that Mang Hang not only had remarkable talent in terms of strength, but also in singing. As the song ended, Mang Hang bowed slightly and walked off the stage. Even after the song ended, the audience remained silent. People's eyes were confused, their eyes moist, reminiscing about the bits and pieces of their high school years. Clap, clap, clap. I don't know who was the first to come back to their senses, and sporadic applause broke out. The sound suddenly brought everyone back from their nostalgic thoughts and they began to applaud vigorously. In an instant, the entire venue was filled with thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. Some people secretly wiped away their tears and said, "This song is so beautiful, even though it doesn't have any fancy words or dazzling music, it touches my heart in every line. Whoa, I don't want to leave you all. Please don't forget me in the future. Don't worry, we are friends for life. Wuya, I want to tell you, we were deskmates for 3 years, and I've always liked you." Originally, there were some people who felt embarrassed to confess their feelings to someone they liked, but they were deeply moved by this song and finally couldn't suppress their inner emotions, loudly confessing to the person they liked. They didn't want to have regrets for a lifetime, watching the person they liked wearing a wedding dress in the years to come with someone else. The girl named Wuya had tears streaming down her face and excitedly said, "You jerk, you finally spoke up. Do you know how long I've been waiting?" Then the two of them didn't care about the presence of others and embraced tightly. Lin Lashua, I like you, be with me. A handsome-looking boy saw that confessing really worked and gathered the courage to confess to Lin Lashua. Lin Lashua, I also like you, I will do my best to make you happy. Another person saw that someone had confessed to his goddess, how could he bear it, so he shouted loudly as well. With the start of these two people, those who had secretly admired Lin Lashua also began to stir, joining the confession brigade. In an instant, the entire venue echoed with shouts of Lin Lashua, I like you. Mang Hang, the culprit, looked bewildered at the scene in front of him. He didn't expect that his song would cause such a huge reaction. At this moment, a timid little girl came to Mang Hang's side and hesitantly said, Mang Hang, I recorded the video of you singing just now. Can I post it online for you? I believe that with this song, you will definitely become popular. Mang Hang thought for a moment and felt that this matter wouldn't have any impact on him, so he agreed. Upon hearing Mang Hang's agreement, she happily ran off and posted the video of Mang Hang's performance on the internet. She had a feeling that this song would definitely go viral. The farewell party continued until the afternoon, and everyone finally vented their reluctance in their hearts before bidding farewell to each other. Mang Hang also bid farewell to his class teacher along with his classmates, and during this time, needless to say, it was another touching and difficult separation. After all the commotion, when Mang Hang walked out of the school, it was already around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. What he didn't know was that his song Deskmate had already caused a huge sensation on various online platforms. What kind of divine song is this? Just a few simple sentences made me tear up. I didn't understand the meaning of the song at first listen, but now I feel like I'm in the song. I miss the innocence of the past. After listening to this song, all the buried emotions in my heart suddenly rush up. Blurry faces become clear, unfamiliar voices gradually become familiar. I feel like my youthful memories are being awakened by this song. Is the singer of this song a trainee from a certain company? Suddenly, I don't dislike young idols as much. Why haven't I heard this song before? Could it be that the singer wrote it himself? Talented and good-looking, the entertainment industry is lacking this kind of fresh air. Xia Yi had a busy day and finally returned to her own house. As one of the hottest female stars of the modern era, she excelled in film, television, and music, and had a large group of loyal fans. She was a regular on the hot search rankings. Whenever she had any activity, she would become the focus of attention. Today was the day her third album was released, and she knew she would definitely top the hot search rankings. Xia Yi excitedly opened her phone, but her expression froze when she saw the hot search results. An unnamed anger surged from her heart. Her album news was only ranked second, and the first was a song she had never heard of called You, My Deskmate. Xia Yi couldn't understand why a song could be more popular than her, given her current popularity. Suppressing her anger, she clicked on it to see who had spent a lot of money to buy the top spot and push her down. She opened the video and saw a handsome boy wearing a high school uniform. When the boy gently strummed the strings, for some reason, Xia Yi's heart inexplicably trembled. Will you remember tomorrow, the diary you wrote yesterday? Simple lyrics, melodious melody, gradually opened the long sealed door in her heart. Who married the sentimental you? Who read your diary? Who tied up your long hair? Who made your wedding dress? When she heard this, Xiaoyi touched her cheek and realized that tears were streaming down her face. After struggling in the entertainment industry for so many years, she had seen the darkness of society and was no longer the naive girl she used to be. But this song made her remember the beautiful time in school and the wonderful him. Are you doing well? Xiaoyi's eyes were confused as she muttered to herself. She opened the comments and left a message. Does anyone know this young man? I want the author of this song to write a song for me. Xiaoyi's comment was like a huge stone thrown into a lake, causing a huge splash. Damn, Xiaoyi actually commented. Verified, it's real. I didn't expect this song to attract Xiaoyi. Due to Xiaoyi's comment, the popularity of Mang Hang soared again. At this moment, Mang Hang had no idea that he had become popular all over the internet because of a sudden impulse. When he returned home, he didn't rush to cultivate, but instead prepared for his trip out of town tomorrow. He went to the supermarket to buy essential items like mineral water and food, and threw his clothes and shoes into his space. After all, he didn't know how many days he would be outside the city, so he had to be fully prepared. By the time he finished packing his luggage and hastily ate a meal, it was almost 8 o'clock and the sky had already darkened. The principal's speech had a great impact on him. Since he awakened, he had been either cultivating or fighting with others every day, without a day of proper rest. Cultivation emphasizes a balance between work and rest. It's not always good to just focus on cultivation. So today, he didn't plan to cultivate. He wanted to rest and prepare for tomorrow in the best state possible. Mang Hang sat on the bed feeling bored, suddenly realizing that he didn't know what to do when he wasn't cultivating. After thinking for a moment, since he didn't know what to do, he decided to go out for a walk. He took off his school uniform and changed into a casual outfit before heading downstairs. He didn't take a taxi or a bus, just aimlessly walking, looking at the scenery around him. Although Yunsui City is only a third-tier city, its prosperity cannot match that of the big cities. However, the greenery here is very well done, with lush parks intertwined with high-rise buildings, giving it a unique flavor. Mang Hang admired the surrounding scenery as he walked forward, not having a specific destination in mind, just wanting to walk forward purely and return when he got tired. After an unknown amount of time, Mang Hang was attracted by a moving song and unconsciously stopped. It was a girl singing, her voice clean, refreshing, and ethereal. In contrast, her voice was not weak at all, but rather powerful, which surprised Mang Hang. Looking up, it turned out to be a music bar, and it seemed that the source of the singing was the resident singer here. After hesitating for a moment, Mang Hang couldn't suppress his curiosity about this singer and walked in. This sake bar was not the kind of place that focused on disco, so the environment was not noisy but rather elegant. The people who came here were just looking to relax after work, so they would invite a few friends to come and have a drink and chat about life. As soon as Mang Hang walked in, he found that the bar was already full. All the customers were staring at the singer on stage, as if their souls had been captivated by the enchanting figure on stage. Damn, is she really that charming? Mang Hang secretly sighed, also casting his gaze on the person singing on stage. He saw a girl on stage with fair skin, eyes like clear water, and a graceful and elegant temperament that made people feel self-conscious and unworthy, not daring to profane her. Especially with her tight jeans and a simple white shirt, she showcased her exquisite curves. Mang Hang was also attracted by the appearance of the girl on stage for a few seconds. However, the more he looked, the more furrowed his brow became, and in the end, he looked extremely strange. How could it be her? Since listening to Mang Hang's song during the day, Lin Lashua's mood couldn't calm down for a long time. It wasn't because she was hopelessly in love with Mang Hang because of one song, but because singing was her biggest hobby. Before awakening, during the holidays, she secretly found a part-time job as a resident singer in a bar without her family's knowledge. Lin Lashua's family background was also one of the best in Yunsui City, so she didn't work for money, she just wanted to find a stage to sing for others. However, after awakening her SSS-level ability, both the school and her family had high hopes for her. It was a hopeful but also heavy pressure. Lin Lashua didn't want to disappoint the people around her, so after awakening, she practiced day and night, even giving up her greatest hobby. But after listening to Mang Hang's song, she couldn't suppress her love for singing anymore, so she came here tonight to sing again. Just as Lin Lashua was immersed in the joy brought by singing, she caught a glimpse of the person walking in at the door and her voice paused. How did he come here? Fortunately, her professionalism was still high. She just paused for a moment and then resumed singing as usual. Mang Hang didn't expect the prestigious school beauty, the SSS-level genius, to be a resident singer in a bar, so he first looked strange, then smirked. He didn't despise Lin Lashua because of this job, he just found it interesting. He didn't rush to leave, just found a corner to sit down, ordered 2 bottles of beer, and slowly enjoyed her singing. Listening to her melodious voice, Mang Hang unknowingly drank 4 bottles of beer, and his head was slightly dizzy. He didn't know if it was because of the strong alcohol or because Lin Lashua's voice was too intoxicating. This bastard actually didn't leave. Seeing that Mang Hang didn't leave but instead started drinking, Lin Lashua couldn't help but want to give him a punch. But there's no way, I've already told the bar owner that I'll sing 5 songs tonight. And Lin Lashua also knows that many people here are regulars at the bar. They heard that she's back and specially came tonight. If she just quits like this, it would ruin the bar owner's business. So, with a brave face, she finally finished singing all 5 songs, then hurriedly walked off the stage and headed towards Mang Hang. Mang Hang saw Lin Lashua walking towards him, smiled slightly, and raised his hand to greet her. But Lin Lashua didn't give him a chance to speak. She grabbed his arm and pulled him towards the back door of the hotel. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you touching me as soon as you come up? Wait, I haven't paid yet. Li Ge, put his expenses on my tab tonight. After Lin Lashua shouted, she continued to pull Mang Hang towards the back door. Mang Hang felt the strength coming from his arm and couldn't help but be amazed. He truly deserved to be an SSS-level ability user. His strength was unexpectedly high even without using his ability. While Mang Hang was secretly surprised, he didn't know that Lin Lashua was even more surprised. What's going on? My cultivation has reached the earth rank, plus the attribute bonus from my ability. He can actually resist me. This bastard definitely has something he's hiding from us. Lin Lashua didn't care about Mang Hang's resistance and continued to drag him into a small alley behind the bar before letting go. Mang Hang pretended to be a pitiful little girl, covering his chest with both hands, and looked at Lin Lashua in fear. What did you bring me here for? Let me tell you, if you dare to do anything inappropriate, I'll scream harassment. Lin Lashua couldn't help but laugh at his appearance, and cooperated with him by pretending to be fierce, saying harshly, "Go ahead, scream all you want, no one will come to save you." After saying this, Lin Lashua waved her small fist and warned Mang Hang, "You have to keep the fact that I'm a resident singer at the bar a secret. If I find out that you've blabbed to someone else, don't blame me, oomph." Although being a resident singer at a bar wasn't anything shameful, it still wasn't good for a high school student like herself to be in such a place. When Mang Hang heard that Lin Lashua brought him out because of this, he quickly nodded. He wasn't someone who liked to gossip, so naturally he wouldn't go around talking about it. Seeing his sincere attitude, Lin Lashua nodded in satisfaction. "You're smart, let's go. I'll treat you to a meal sometime, consider it a thank you for keeping my secret. Just let me go like this?" Mang Hang was a little unwilling and said, "We've already come this far in our conversation, it's a bit disrespectful for you to not do anything more to me." Lin Lashua blushed at Mang Hang's shameless words and spat lightly. "Pa, pervert." Seeing Lin Lashua's shy appearance, Mang Hang couldn't help but want to tease her, so he pretended to be mysterious and said, "Let me tell you, I have a cat at home that can do backflips. Do you want to go see it?" Lin Lashua widened her eyes, looking incredulous. "A cat that can do backflips? Is that true or false? Is your cat some kind of monster?" Mang Hang was rendered speechless by her innocent appearance. He didn't expect this little girl to have such a contrasting cute side. After a while, Lin Lashua finally realized that Mang Hang was trying to trick her into going to his house, and she pinched his arm with her delicate hand, threatening him fiercely, "Bastard, if you continue to tease me like this, I won't be polite to you. Don't forget, I'm an SSS level ability user. Even if you use that secret technique, you might not be my match." Ouch! Mang Hang quickly begged for mercy. "Lin Goddess is right, I definitely won't dare next time." "You dare to have a next time." Unconsciously, their relationship became much friendlier through this playful banter. Hee, the little couple here is flirting and teasing each other, making others envious. Tonight happens to be the perfect time to send you both on your way to the Yellow Springs Road. Killing with a companion. A cold voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, a man in a black robe appeared from the shadows at the end of the alley, his face unclear. Mang Hang and Lin Lashua both felt that this person was not good. Their faces turned serious, and they asked loudly, "Who are you?" "The mother of the unborn, the true empty hometown. Killing the people of my Bai Lian sect. This name is always blocked by the system, so let's change it to the unborn sect from now on. You don't think things will just end like this, do you?" Hearing that it was someone from the unborn sect, Lin Lashua took a step forward and protected Mang Hang behind her. "Mang Hang, don't make a move. The side effects of your secret technique are too great. I'll handle it." "Kid, you're quite lucky. Even such a beauty has come out to protect you. I don't know what kind of dog shit luck you've had, but you don't need to fight over it. Neither of you can escape tonight." With that, he waved his right hand, the sound of breaking wind erupted, and a wind blade came towards the two. Feeling the power of the wind blade, Lin Lashua's face turned serious again. An empty stage ability user. Not daring to be careless, she distorted the space behind her, and a phoenix engulfed in flames flew out from it. "Phoenix!" The man in the black robe exclaimed. Even Mang Hang behind Lin Lashua was amazed. "Indeed, an SSS level summoning ability user. You've summoned the legendary divine beast right away." Screech! The fiery phoenix that flew out of the void let out a sharp cry, and a ball of hot flames instantly condensed in its mouth, rushing towards the wind blade. Boom! The collision of the two powerful energies in midair created a huge force that directly overturned the surrounding buildings, leaving only an empty space. Not even the nearby tavern was spared. Seeing this scene, although Lin Lashua felt guilty, she didn't say anything. It was a matter of life and death now, and she didn't have time to think about anything else. Indeed a talented SSS-level awakened genius, to be able to withstand my attack. However, killing such a top genius is the most fulfilling. With that, he slashed forward with his right hand, condensing a wind blade several times larger than before, containing a violent energy that made Lin Lashua feel alarmed. Late empty stage. Mang Hang, run quickly, I can't handle it. As an Earth Stage initial stage ability user, Lin Lashua was confident that she could fight against him and even defeat him with her SSS level ability. But the man in the black robe turned out to be a late empty stage ability user, which couldn't be compensated for by just relying on her ability. Although Lin Lashua wanted to dodge at this moment, the speed of the huge wind blade was too fast, and it instantly arrived in front of her. Is this the end? Seeing that she couldn't dodge anymore, Lin Lashua's face showed despair. Just at this moment, Lin Lashua suddenly heard a sigh from behind her, and then she found herself inexplicably in a strange space. Then her vision blurred again, and she found herself standing behind Mang Hang, and that huge wind blade was actually behind them, its immense power directly cutting a trench of more than 10 meters in the ground behind them. At this moment, Mang Hang's eyes turned red, and a tear of blood slowly fell. It was because he used his divine power to teleport Lin Lashua to the different space that he saved her life. Originally, he didn't want to reveal himself too early, but he couldn't just stand by and watch her die. Pale-faced Mang Hang took out a bottle of revitalizing elixir and drank it. His complexion improved. He didn't expect that teleporting this person to a different space would consume so much of his mental power, directly consuming 2/3 of it. As for the damage caused by the Manjiki Sharingan, because it was only the first time he used it, the side effects were not yet obvious. Lin Lashua stared blankly at Mang Hang in front of her, her eyes filled with gratitude and shock. She never expected that the person she had just needed to protect had now saved her life. Mang Hang, was it you who saved me just now? Mang Hang didn't turn around, he just said calmly, I'll explain it to you after dealing with the remnants of the Wuxing sect. The black-robed figure standing there was shocked, his eyes filled with astonishment. You little beast, what exactly are you, and how can you still use spatial abilities? Lin Lashua, who was the one being teleported away, didn't understand what had happened, but the black-robed figure clearly saw the whole process. Mang Hang, with a recovered expression, looked at the black-robed figure and said, come and catch me if you can. If you can catch me, Lin Lashua, standing behind him, had a vein popping on her forehead. It was already such a critical moment, couldn't he be more serious? The black-robed figure, who had been casually strolling around, finally lost his composure. He shouted, Lao Lu, take action. This little beast is strange. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air next to Lin Lashua, holding a short blade and stabbing directly at her neck. It turned out to be a shapeshifter, a natural-born killer. He had been lurking around the two of them for a long time, just for this moment of killing. Be careful. Mang Hang's expression changed drastically. He immediately activated the third gate of the 8 gates escape, increasing his speed, and instantly appeared next to Lin Lashua. With a strong push, he directly pushed her away. Lin Lashua, who was sent flying, saw that the spot where she had been standing was now occupied by Mang Hang, and the dagger that should have slit her throat was directly stabbed into Mang Hang's neck. Mang Hang! Lin Lashua screamed in agony in midair, tears streaming down her eyes. He actually took that blow to save me willingly. These words lingered in Lin Lashua's mind at this moment, and a tremor arose in her heart. With a thud, Lin Lashua fell heavily onto the ruins, raising a cloud of dust. It was the full-force attack of a void stage expert, and it was aimed at Mang Hang's vital spot, leaving him with no chance of survival. Without caring about her already tattered white shirt, she quickly got up and was about to go forward and avenge Mang Hang against the two from the Wuxing sect. Even if it meant dying together, she was willing to do so. However, when she looked towards the spot where Mang Hang had been standing, she couldn't help but pause, not understanding what had happened. She saw Mang Hang standing unharmed in the same spot, holding a purple long knife. On the other hand, the person who had just attacked was already cut in half, lying in a pool of blood at Mang Hang's feet. The black-robed figure stood not far away, his eyes filled with fear. What's going on again? Lin Lashua felt like her brain wasn't enough. Mang Hang had brought her too many unbelievable things tonight, to the point where she was starting to feel numb. The scene returned to the moment when Lin Lashua fell to the ground. The assassin from the Wuxing sect had the ability to camouflage himself like a chameleon, blending in with the surrounding environment, making it impossible to detect him. This assassin didn't expect Mang Hang's reaction to be so quick, pushing Lin Lashua away at such a close distance, causing him to miss his target. Fortunately, both of them were killers. Assassins valued the concept of a single strike kill. Looking at Mang Hang, who was within arm's reach, the assassin grinned wickedly. With a twist of his dagger, he directly stabbed Mang Hang's carotid artery. Just as the dagger pierced Mang Hang's neck, the assassin smiled sadistically, deeply savoring the anticipation of the blood splattering on his face. But the next moment, the dagger passed through Mang Hang's body without any resistance, which made the assassin's mind momentarily freeze. You fucking Lao Lu, you really live up to your name. Mang Hang was filled with anger. He hadn't even noticed that there had been someone lurking around him all this time, which made him feel a sense of fear. The demon blade Shinran instantly appeared in his hand. Taking advantage of Lao Lu's momentary daze, he swung the blade down. Lao Lu was only stunned for less than a second, but the incoming blade made his scalp tingle, and a sense of death threatened him. However, Lao Lu, being a high-level void stage expert and an experienced assassin, instantly reacted and raised his dagger to block. Splurt! Blood splattered everywhere. In Mang Hang's hand, the purple long knife unexpectedly broke a gap when it touched the dagger, but the entire blade strangely remained intact, still maintaining its original appearance. With one slash, it cut old Lu's body in half. Damn, it's so powerful. Mang Hang didn't expect the knife to be so sharp, easily defeating a high-level expert in the late stage of the Empty Realm. He wasn't proud, knowing that his ability to surprise the assassin was the reason for his victory. The battle between the two lasted only a few seconds, so fast that even the black-robed man couldn't react in time, and his companion had already met his demise. You little beast, what kind of monster are you? What kind of ghost is that knife of yours? You can't handle it, you're cheating. The black-robed man shouted hysterically, trying to mask his inner fear. Originally, the sect leader sent two high-level experts in the late stage of the Empty Realm to deal with two high school students, one of whom was an assassin by profession. At first, they were a bit resentful, feeling that their talents were being wasted. But who could have imagined that this little monster had such strange abilities, which caused a sense of panic to rise within him? Dance of the Wind Blades. The black-robed man gathered his spiritual power and unleashed his ultimate move, countless wind blades whistling past, obliterating everything in their path and continuing to charge towards Mang Hang. Boom! 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 The densely packed wind blades struck Mang Hang's position as if they were free. In an instant, sand and stones flew, smoke and dust filled the air, enveloping Mang Hang's figure, making it impossible to see. Seeing that Mang Hang was standing still without dodging, the black-robed man couldn't help but show a look of ecstatic joy, laughing madly. Ha! You arrogant little beast, even ordinary experts in the universe realm would avoid the sharpness of this move, yet you dare to take it head-on, not knowing your own limits. What did you say? It was too noisy just now, I didn't hear clearly. A faint voice came from the smoke, followed by the gradual dissipation of the smoke, revealing the figure inside. It could be seen that within a 10-meter radius centered on Mang Hang, the ground had sunk nearly 5 meters, and standing in the center of the pit, Mang Hang was completely unharmed, not even a single tear in his clothes. The black-robed man's laughter abruptly stopped, replaced by fear of the unknown. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and without saying a word, he turned and ran. He wanted to inform the sect leader that Lin Lashua, an SSS-level threat, was not the greatest threat to the unborn sect, but rather the current Mang Hang. The black-robed man's speed was extremely fast. With a few flashes, he had already rushed out dozens of meters. Although Mang Hang's abilities were strange, he didn't believe that the little monster could catch up to him, a high-level expert in the late stage of the Empty Realm, in terms of speed. You wait, your death is not far away. By then, you and the entire Yunshui city will be sacrificed to the unborn mother. You're running away and still making so much noise. Mang Hang jumped out of the deep pit, tapped his ear, and had a calm expression on his face, not showing any intention to chase. Run, can you escape? I've taken off my pants, and you're showing me this? Divine Might. Manjikyu Sharingan activated. The focal point of Mang Hang's left eye concentrated on the black-robed man's head in the distance. Space distorted for a moment. Bang! Suddenly, the black-robed man's head, which was still moving at high speed in the distance, disappeared, and blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed neck. Due to inertia, the black-robed man's body took a few more steps forward before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Even in death, he didn't understand how he died. After dealing with the two members of the unborn sect, Mang Hang's face turned pale, his feet stumbled, and he quickly retracted his abilities. He took out a bottle of revitalizing elixir from the space, drank it with a pained expression, and gradually regained his complexion. The activation of Divine Might was extremely exhausting. Each time opening the space and sending someone into another dimension would directly deplete his spiritual power. It seems that I'll have to prepare more revitalizing elixirs in the future. Then his eyes lit up, and he thought of something. Mang Hang first came to the side of the person called Lao Lu, unceremoniously took off the spatial ring on his right hand. Then he picked up the dagger that had fallen to the side and put it in the spatial ring as well. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that this dagger was a spiritual weapon, and Mang Hang naturally wouldn't let it go. Then he ran a few dozen meters away, put away the black-robed spatial ring, and came to Lin Lashua. Lin Lashua, who was still in a state of shock, stared straight at Mang Hang. Mang Hang waved his hand in front of her eyes and said, "Although I am handsome, you don't have to look at me like that. If you really can't get enough of looking at me, I can reluctantly go home with you and let you have a good look all at once." Lin Lashua didn't pay attention to Mang Hang's teasing. Mechanically, she reached out and pinched Mang Hang's arm hard. Ouch! Mang Hang screamed in pain and jumped back several meters. Lin Lashua, have you gone crazy? I just saved you, and now you're pinching me. You're ungrateful. No, I'm just calling myself a donkey. Lin Lashua, you're burning bridges. Mang Hang scolded loudly. Lin Lashua's eyes gradually regained their luster, and she nodded, muttering to herself, he knows pain, so it's not a dream. Hiss, if it's not a dream, Why does it feel even more unbelievable? Then Lin Lashua stared at Mang Hang with a pair of watery eyes, extremely shocked. Mang Hang, tell me the truth. What kind of ability did you awaken? This is a long story, let me give you the short version. This is how it happened. Boom! Boom! Just as Mang Hang was thinking about how to evade the question, several loud explosions came from a distance, capturing the attention of both of them. It was then that they realized that not only the area around them had turned into ruins. Looking around, there were flames rising from various places in Yunshui City. Lin Lashua's face changed drastically, exclaiming, "Is the Wuxing sect launching a full-scale attack on the city? Are they crazy?" Mang Hang noticed that the loudest explosions were coming from the sky, so he couldn't help but look up. Boom! Boom! The explosions were incessant, but all Mang Hang could see were flashes of light produced by the collision of powers in the pitch-black sky. But he couldn't see what was really happening. Sharingan! Out of curiosity, Mang Hang activated his Sharingan and stared at the sky again. With the powerful dynamic vision of the Sharingan, he finally saw two people attacking each other at speeds invisible to the naked eye. And the energy flashes that occasionally appeared were the aftermath of their collisions. Hiss! Feeling the strength of the two, Mang Hang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Without a doubt, these two must be experts above the celestial rank. Celestial rank experts were so terrifying. After the two collided once again and separated, standing in mid-air, facing each other. One of them was fat, but held a long and slender sword. Mang Hang immediately recognized him as Zhao Sanpang, the lord of Yunshui City. The other person was a young man with no white beard and a gloomy and feminine face. Although the young man was thin, he held a huge long knife, almost making Mang Hang think that they had mistakenly taken each other's weapons in the battle. Zhao Sanpang looked at the flames rising below and couldn't help but sneer. "You bastards from the Wuxing sect, I didn't expect you to dare to attack Yunshui City. Today, I will make sure you never return." However, Qiu Guang's face looked somewhat unsightly. Although it seemed that the two were evenly matched in strength, only he knew that his strength was slightly weaker than Zhao Sanpang's. Hee, Zhao Fatty, don't just talk big. Let's settle our grudges with our actions. Good, good, good. Qiu Guang, let's put an end to our enmity today. Open the heavens. Zhao Sanpang shouted loudly, and the long sword in his hand burst out with an extremely dazzling light. With a swing of the sword energy carried a destructive force, as if it could split open the gates of heaven and strike at Qiu Guang. Feeling the dominance of this powerful sword, Qiu Guang became extremely serious, not daring to be careless. His spiritual power flowed throughout his body, causing his muscles to swell, transforming him from a thin young man into a 3-meter-tall giant. Qiu Guang tightly gripped his giant sword and swung it. Soul break! The blade also carried an immense force, meeting the incoming sword energy. The clash of the blade and the sword created a huge burst of light in the air, illuminating the entire sky for a short moment. The shockwaves spread in all directions, even causing Mang Hang's clothes to rustle despite being far away from the two. In the next second, the blade light dissipated, but the remaining sword energy continued to strike at Qiu Guang. Qiu Guang's expression changed drastically, and he quickly raised his sword to block. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed out as he plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ruins on the ground. Cough! 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 Qiu Guang lay in the ruins, uncontrollably coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He looked up at Zhao Sanpang, who was overlooking him from the sky, with a strange cunning in his eyes. He mobilized the last of his spiritual power in his chest and shouted loudly, "The time has come, activate the formation." Qiu Guang's voice was deafening, echoing throughout the city of Yunshui like a Buddhist chant. Woo woo woo! Just as his voice fell, a ghostly howl suddenly resounded out of thin air. Countless black mists appeared around Yunshui City, enveloping the entire city. Zhao Sanpang's face changed drastically when he saw this scene, and the veins on his forehead bulged. The blood-refining formation. Qiu Guang, do you really want to refine the millions of people in Yunshui City? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Qiu Guang was completely indifferent to his questioning. My Wuxing sect only recognizes the Eternal Mother. I have never believed in divine punishment. I have killed countless people in my life, and I'm still alive and well today. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven. With that, Zhao Sanpang swung his sword towards Qiu Guang. Seeing Zhao Sanpang's attack, Qiu Guang's expression finally changed drastically, and he shouted loudly, "Red Blood Demon King, if you don't appear now, what are you waiting for? Do you want to wait until I'm dead before you make a move? Hee, how could I bear to let you die? I'm still waiting for you to offer up the red blood pill." With these words, including Zhao Sanpang, all the people in Yunshui City felt an indescribable pressure, making it difficult for them to breathe. Just as the words fell, the already pitch-black sky suddenly became filled with dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. In the midst of these dark clouds, 2 blood-red rays of light appeared, resembling a pair of blood moons. Whether it was the people of the Wuxing sect or the people of Yunshui City, they all stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the sky. What is that in the sky? Why are there a pair of blood moons? An anomaly has occurred. It must be an omen of great calamity. Someone exclaimed. But just as people were trying to figure out what was happening above their heads, a huge snakehead emerged from the clouds, coldly overlooking the ground. and those two blood moons turned out to be the eyes of a giant python. A monster invasion. The faces of the crowd changed drastically, and they shouted in fear, running in all directions. The entire city was filled with an atmosphere of panic. Over the years, Yunshui City had experienced monster attacks before, even a few waves of beasts. But no matter which time it was, it had never brought such a tremendous sense of oppression to Yunshui City. The giant python, tens of zhang in size, seemed to be weaving clouds and bringing rain in the sky. Unfortunately, it was not a sign of auspicious rain, but a demon that harvested the lives of the people of Yunshui City. The giant python, with its head exposed, opened its blood-filled mouth, creating a tremendous suction force from the sky. The ground began to be filled with flying sand and rocks, as if a typhoon was uprooting trees and sending them flying towards the sky. Countless people were also attracted by this tremendous force and floated towards the sky. Some people desperately held onto the buildings around them, trying to resist this force. Unfortunately, it was useless, and I could only watch helplessly as myself and the buildings were sucked into the air. The giant mouth of the bloodthirsty Demon King was like a bottomless black hole, devouring everything that came its way. With just one gulp, it swallowed nearly hundreds of people. This scene showed the threat of high-level demonic beasts to humans. In just one breath, so many lives were lost. Zhao Sanpan's eyes turned red, his teeth grinding as he shouted to the sky, "You are the Crimson Blood Python from back then, and you dare to come out. Aren't you afraid of being killed by the Martial King's sword, you beast?" The bloodthirsty Demon King, satisfied after swallowing hundreds of lives, burped and revealed its entire body, slowly descending to the ground. At this moment, people could clearly see that this python was tens of meters long and as tall as a dozen-story building. As the Crimson Blood Python landed on the ground, it merely flicked its tail, causing the nearby tall buildings to collapse instantly, turning into ruins. People near the buildings desperately fled in all directions, but countless people were still crushed to death by giant rocks. Strangely, the blood of all the deceased did not seep into the ground but was drawn into the air by a force, forming a crimson blood bead. The sky was filled with black mist, and the cries of countless ghosts echoed. The ground was in ruins, with corpses scattered everywhere. At this moment, the entire city of Yunshui seemed to have turned into a purgatory. Zhao Sanpan's eyes were filled with rage as he watched the city he protected turn into such a scene, his heart bleeding. "You evil creature, die!" Although Zhao Sanpang had already realized that the Crimson Blood Python in front of him was a fifth-level demonic beast, he still had no fear. At this moment, the cowardly aura on Zhao Fatty disappeared, replaced by the aura of a hero who would never return. Zhao Sanpang swiftly arrived beside the bloodthirsty Demon King, infused his spiritual power into his long sword, and stabbed directly at the python's body. The bloodthirsty Demon King looked at the human who was as insignificant as an ant, its triangular eyes filled with mockery. How dare a firefly compete with the bright moon? It, a fifth-level great demon, was not comparable to a cosmic-level ability user. Ding! In the next second, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Zhao Sanpang was horrified to find that his always invincible spiritual weapon only produced a few sparks when it struck the python's scales, leaving only a shallow white mark. Ants will always be ants. The bloodthirsty Demon King sneered, its huge tail carrying an overwhelming momentum as it slapped towards him. Sensing this earth-shattering attack, Zhao Sanpang dared not confront it head-on. He swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the strike. Boom! As the tail struck the ground, the entire ground began to shake. Zhao Sanpang dared not imagine what would happen if that strike had hit him. He took out several bottles of revival elixir from his storage space. Normally, he would never use them unless absolutely necessary, given his stingy nature. But now, it was as if they were free, and he drank them directly. Open the heavens! Zhao Sanpang, who had evaded the bloodthirsty Demon King's attack, knew that he couldn't harm it with ordinary means, so he unleashed his strongest move. A sword light slashed out, sword energy raging, tearing through space and striking the giant body of the bloodthirsty Demon King. Put! Blood splattered, and the sturdy scales of the bloodthirsty Demon King were instantly cut open, blood gushing out uncontrollably. "Ant, you're seeking death." It never expected that it, a fifth-level great demon, would be injured by a cosmic-level human. It was filled with anger. Roar! An angry roar, the sound waves directly transformed into waves that spread out in all directions. Ah! Bang! Bang! Upon hearing this roar, countless people tightly covered their ears, kneeling in pain on the ground. But this still couldn't withstand the immense power of the sound waves, and heads exploded one by one. The blood of the deceased gathered in the air, making the blood-red bead even more vibrant. The bloodthirsty Demon King looked coldly at Zhao Sanpang, and suddenly a black light flashed in its mouth, instantly appearing in front of Zhao Sanpang, charging towards his heart. This black light came too fast. When he noticed it, it was already by his side, and he didn't have time to think. Am I going to die? I'm sorry to the people of Yunshui City. In the face of life and death, a tear rolled down his cheek, not out of fear of losing his life, but out of guilt for not protecting the millions of people in Yunshui City. Divine power. Just then, a faint voice came from his ear. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing next to a young man. The place where he had been standing was now a deep pit corroded by venom, with a faint purple smoke emanating from it. Zhao Sanpang couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of fear. At the same time, he was secretly shocked by the strength of the young man in front of him. To be able to easily rescue him from the hands of a fifth-order monster, it seemed that this person possessed an extremely rare spatial ability. He couldn't help but recall when such an extraordinary person appeared in Yunsui City, but due to the dim light, he couldn't see the exact appearance of the person in front of him, so he could only bow and say, "I will forever remember the life-saving grace of today, my friend. It's nothing, just remember to compensate me with 100 or 200,000 essence cores in the future." Hearing this lazy voice, Zhao Sanpan's mouth dropped open and his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Mang Hang?" Chapter 32. The power of the six paths is on sale. Mang Hang was extremely helpless at this moment. When he saw such a terrifying monster, his first thought was to run as far away as possible. This level of monster was no longer something he, a low-level earth rank, could contend with. What? Use divine power? The only thing he could do now was to use his twisted spatial range to attack the Crimson Blood Demon King, which was no different from using a spoon to hit his own body. Mang Hang estimated that even if he continuously used divine power, it would only make the other party feel pain if his eyes were blinded. As for Susanoo, he felt that if he really used this move, it would be no problem dealing with the Crimson Blood Demon Python. But with his current pitiful spiritual power, as long as he dared to use it, he would be performing a big show for the Crimson Blood Demon Python. As for how to perform, of course, it was by blowing up his head and causing a magnetic explosion. Ding! System activated. Help Zhao Sanpang hunt down the Crimson Blood Demon King. Success, reward the host with the 13 deadly strikes. Failure, retrieve the host's Manjikyu Sharingan double Susanoo. Mang Hang, who was about to escape, froze, his face so gloomy that it could almost drip water. System, you. Mang Hang immediately launched into a tirade, cursing the system's ancestors 18 generations over. Although we didn't know if this system had any ancestors. Overlord Claws. Blatantly Overlord Claws. A low-level Earth rank ability user participating in a battle against a high-level ability user? Mang Hang seriously doubted whether the 2 ounces of flesh on his body were enough to get stuck in the Crimson Blood Demon Python's teeth. Bro, don't worry, I haven't finished yet. Ignoring Mang Hang's cursing, the system calmly continued, since the gap between you and the Python is too big, the system is now having a promotion sale. Don't want 9,998. Don't want 998. Now only 98. Only 98. Experience the power of the 6 paths and take it home. 98 points of kill points can't buy a loss, can't be fooled, let you experience the feeling of invincibility. Fuck, is this even possible? Are you a clown hired by monkeys? Listening to the system's passionate sales pitch, Mang Hang's eyes glazed over, once again conquered by this bizarre system. He checked his kill points and found that he had exactly 100 points, which he had just obtained by killing 2 empty rank ability users earlier. Brother, I'm really speechless. You actually left me with 2 kill points, Mang Hang said with a tears of joy expression. Don't be fooled by his apparent distress over the killing value. In fact, his heart is already blooming with joy. That's the 6 paths. As long as he obtains the power of the 6 paths, he is confident in unleashing Susanoo. What is it like to have a treasure but not be able to use it? Mang Hang has been itching for this opportunity for a long time, and now he can finally experience it in advance. He no longer hesitates and immediately accepts the temptation of the system. Luoshue, you go home first, I'll go help Lord Zhao. What? You want to help the Lord? Lin Lashua's face paled when she heard Mang Hang's words, and she quickly advised, Are you crazy? I admit that you are strong now, being able to defeat 2 intermediate level ability users by yourself. But the battle there is no longer something we can participate in. Those are 5th level monsters. Seeing Lin Lashua's anxious look, Mang Hang smiled bitterly in his heart. Do you think I don't know? It's all because I got stuck with such an unreliable system. Although he thought so in his heart, he still showed a righteous appearance on the surface. Looking around at the mostly ruined Yunsui City, his eyes were filled with sadness. Yunsui City nurtured me for 18 years, and now it has been destroyed by monsters. I am powerless, and my heart is filled with guilt. A great man is born in the world, with things to do and things not to do. Since I encountered such a thing today, I will contribute my meager abilities and fight the monsters to the end, even if it means sacrificing my life. Mang Hang's righteous words moved Lin Lashua to tears. Mang Hang, I never expected you to be such a selfless and noble person. Compared to you, I am far behind. Mang Hang, whose face is as thick as a city wall, felt somewhat pleased by Lin Lashua's praise, but his face remained extremely serious. My goal is to be a noble person, a selfless person, and to transcend low-level interests. The voice of the system echoed in Mang Hang's mind. Mang Hang, you're really shameless. Can't you be a little more shameless? Dog, damn, I didn't expect you to be one of our outstanding members. I am far inferior to you. After listening to his words, Lin Lashua bit her silver teeth and made up her mind, saying, I'll go with you. Mang Hang quickly waved his hand to interrupt Lin Lashua. No, sister, if you go, it's really going to be a death sentence. You saw it just now, I awakened my spatial ability. Even if I can't beat them, I can still escape. If you go, I will have to worry about you. Lin Lashua pouted, feeling extremely wronged. After all, she was also an SSS-level genius. How could Mang Hang make her feel so useless? But upon careful consideration, what he said was indeed reasonable. If she went, it would only bring him trouble. Well, then, you must be careful. After a pause, Lin Lashua seemed to have a great awakening before continuing. As long as you come back alive, I promise to give you a little surprise. What surprise? You'll find out when the time comes. Mang Hang didn't dwell on it any longer and directly activated the 8 gates escape, rushing towards the place where Zhao Sanpang and the Crimson Blood Demon King were fighting. Watching Mang Hang's figure, Lin Lashua's eyes were filled with reluctance. You must come back. The scenes of tonight replayed in her mind. Mang Hang pushed her away without regard for his own danger, standing in front of her with a tall and straight figure, giving her a sense of security. Unconsciously, Lin Lashua's heart opened up to Mang Hang. Along the way, Mang Hang's face became extremely gloomy. The sides of the road were filled with buildings that had fallen and killed people, as well as bodies with their heads shattered by the Crimson Blood Demon King's roar. There were men kneeling on the ground, grieving and calling out their wives' names, and children searching for their parents in the ruins. These scenes of extreme tragedy felt like an invisible hand squeezing Mang Hang's heart. You deserve to die. Endless killing intent burst forth from Mang Hang's eyes. His speed increased dramatically as he continued on his way. When he arrived at the place where one person and one monster were fighting, he happened to see the scene of darkness attacking Zhao Sanpang. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is open. Kamui. Without much thought, Mang Hang's gaze directly focused on Zhao Sanpang, and at the critical moment, he teleported him to his side. Zhao Sanpang was first slightly startled when he saw the person coming, and then his face changed drastically. You brat! What are you doing here? I'll hold it off. You go quickly. Although Mang Hang's spatial ability surprised him, precisely because of this, he couldn't let Mang Hang take risks. It was even more unbearable for him to see such a genius fall here. Without paying attention to Zhao Sanpang, Mang Hang looked at the huge creature in the distance and coldly said, Little mudfish, you're looking for death. Little mudfish? Zhao Sanpang, standing beside him, looked at Mang Hang as if he was looking at a monster. He never expected that this young man would dare to call the Fifth Order Demon King a little mudfish. Are young people nowadays so arrogant? Zhao Sanpang thought inappropriately. He couldn't figure out who gave Mang Hang the confidence to say such things. If the system knew what Zhao Sanpang was thinking at the moment, it would definitely proudly say, I did. Zhao Sanpang quickly covered Mang Hang's mouth, afraid that he would say something to provoke the Crimson Blood Demon King. He wasn't afraid that Mang Hang would anger the Crimson Blood Demon King and bring trouble to himself, but he was afraid that if it became angry, he wouldn't be able to withstand its furious attack, and Mang Hang would end up staying here. The blood of Mang Hang's generation should be spilled on the front lines of the battlefield, not here. The Crimson Blood Demon King was also confused by Mang Hang's casual remark. Me, a Fifth Order demon? Several tens of meters tall? You, a 1.8-meter-tall ant, dare to call me a little mudfish? Who gave you the confidence? It was a bit unsure due to Mang Hang's calm aura, suspecting that there was a transcendent-level expert hidden in Yunsui City. Otherwise, why would he dare to say such things? It was already prepared. If there really was a transcendent-level expert, it would turn around and run. It had escaped from that person's hands back then, so it was confident in its ability to escape. However, when it covered Mang Hang with its powerful spiritual force as a Fifth Order demon beast, its expression became extremely vivid. What? Earth? Earth level? The Crimson Blood Demon King seriously doubted whether it had made a mistake and checked again with its spiritual force. Still Earth level? This time, it was absolutely certain that it hadn't made a mistake. The Crimson Blood Demon King laughed, laughing out of anger. Little mudfish? It had been many years since someone dared to call it that. The last time someone called it that was that madman. Back then, when it was chased by that madman with no way to escape, that person also called it a little mudfish. But at that time, it didn't dare to retort. It just ran away like a defeated dog. No, like a defeated snake. I couldn't argue with that madman calling me a little mudfish. What right does a trashy earth level like you have? Years of suppressed humiliation and anger were all brought out by Mang Hang's words. You're the ant. Your whole family is ants. Die for me. The Crimson Blood Demon King's eyes glowed red, opening its huge mouth and pouncing towards Mang Hang. It wanted to crush this bastard who dared to call it a mudfish in the most primitive way. The smell of blood filled the air, and Zhao Sanpang's face changed drastically as he reached out to grab Mang Hang and escape. Tonzi, exchange for the power of the 6 paths. Alright, bro. In an instant, a majestic power filled his entire body. An unparalleled momentum emanated from Mang Hang, causing a gust of wind to blow around him. Zhao Sanpang, who had originally wanted to grab Mang Hang, was directly knocked back several meters by a tremendous force and fell heavily to the ground. Feeling the pressure emanating from Mang Hang's body, Zhao Sanpang was extremely shocked. This isn't the pressure that an Earth level should have. What's going on? Was this kid pretending to be weak before? And it wasn't over yet. Before he could recover from his shock, the next scene was like a thunderbolt striking above his head, making his scalp tingle. With the support of the power of the six paths, Mang Hang's spiritual power instantly multiplied countless times, and his spiritual world directly appeared as a vast ocean. Mang Hang's body emitted a faint blue flame, which quickly outlined a huge skeletal form. And it didn't stop there. The skeletal figure continued to expand, and a deep blue flesh and blood began to grow on its body. In the end, it transformed into a nearly 100-meter-tall, armored, and winged Great Tengu. Compared to the fully formed Susanoo, which was hundreds of meters tall, the Red Blood Demon King, who was only tens of meters tall, seemed like a small eel. Fuck me. This is bad. Completely bad. Zhao San's fat face turned red, his eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and even his hair stood on end due to shock. What kind of ability is this? What kind of operation is this? The world of Dharma? What kind of ability user in what realm can display such a huge world of Dharma? The appearance of Susanoo shocked the entire Yunchue city. The people who were still running away and crying all looked up at the huge figure in a daze, not understanding how another giant creature appeared. Lin Lashua, who was rushing home, also noticed this anomaly and couldn't help but show a look of horror. For some reason, she had a feeling that this giant had something to do with Mang Hang. She shook her head and forcibly suppressed this unrealistic idea. How is that possible? How could Mang Hang display such an extraordinary existence? Mang Hang looked at the faint blue flames around him, feeling the continuous burst of energy from within his body, and was extremely shocked. Indeed, it is the fully formed Susanoo, the style is high. Then Mang Hang looked at the trembling Red Blood Demon King below, his eyes filled with mockery. What's wrong? Don't you like being called a little eel? At this moment, the Red Blood Demon King was also shocked, not understanding why things had changed so quickly. Clearly, it was just a ground-level ant. How did it become an existence it looked up to in the blink of an eye? Hearing Mang Hang's question, its ferocious face unexpectedly showed a human-like flattery. A great man, no, a great demon king can bend and stretch. It's better to save your life first before anything else. Alright, you're right, I'm just a little eel. If you're not satisfied, I can become even smaller. After speaking, the body of the Red Blood Demon King really shrank a bit. Zhao San below listened to the conversation between the man and the beast with a confused look in his eyes, and countless grasses and curses surged in his heart. Hey, you're a 5th-level demon, okay? What about your dignity as a demon king? Do you dare to have some face? Mang Hang was also rendered speechless by its shameless appearance. He thought he was shameless enough, but he didn't expect this snake to be even more shameless than him. Just then, a cold light flashed in the triangular eyes of the Red Blood Demon Snake. It didn't believe that Mang Hang would spare it just because it surrendered. Today's actions could be easily forgiven. It struck first. Countless pale purple energy gathered in its mouth, forming a huge purple sphere. You have no face. Mang Hang snorted coldly, and a shuriken appeared in the hand of Susanoo, which he threw towards the Red Blood Demon King. Divine power, shuriken. Just as the purple energy sphere was about to condense, the shuriken had already arrived in front of the demon snake. At the moment the shuriken hit the demon snake, the surrounding space distorted, and the energy sphere, along with the head of the Red Blood Demon King, disappeared without a trace. Put! A thick column of blood gushed out, shooting up into the sky and turning into a rain of blood that fell to the ground. Thud! The body of the demon snake, which had lost its power support, fell heavily to the ground, raising a smoke and dust several zhang high. A 5th-level demon king, equivalent to a powerful expert at the profound realm, was actually killed by Mang Hang just like that. At this moment, Mang Hang, who was controlling the Great Tengu form of Susanoo, floated in the air. It was as if a demon-slaying seed had descended from the sky, a god among men. This Susanoo, awesome. Xiao Guang, hiding in a corner not far away, felt like he was dreaming. The 5th-order monster died so easily? Dreaming, it must be dreaming. He muttered, his eyes full of fear. Run, we must run. At this moment, Xiao Guang no longer had the previous confidence, wanting to sneak away like a stray dog. Unfortunately, his actions were still discovered by Zhao Sanpang, and he was instantly furious. Beast, you still want to run? The Wuxing sect colludes with monsters to slaughter the people. Today, you will all die without a doubt. None of you can escape. After speaking, the long sword pointed directly at Xiao Guang's throat. Xiao Guang had long been frightened by the 100-meter-high Susanoo, and he had no intention of resisting anymore. He just wanted to escape and didn't dare to take Zhao Sanpang's attack head-on. Mang Hang stood at the head of Huzuananghu, still feeling the power of the 6 paths that it brought him. He was somewhat regretful that this was only an experience. If he really had the power of the 6 paths, he could truly defy gods and kill Buddhas. Zhao Sanpang's movement caught his attention. Seeing Zhao Sanpang's sword about to stab Xiao Guang, he had a thought. From the beginning, it could be seen that this person from the Wuxing sect was at least on the same level as Zhao Sanpang, a high-level expert at the U rank. What did this mean? Points. This was a large amount of killing points. How could Mang Hang just watch the points slip away from his hands when they were so close? He was the best at snatching heads. Divine might. In the next moment, Xiao Guang's headless body fell to the ground, lifeless. Hiss. Zhao Sanpang took a cold breath. Although it wasn't his head that was twisted off, he couldn't suppress the chill that rose from the bottom of his heart. Of course, he could guess that it was Mang Hang who twisted off Zhou Guang's head, but Mang Hang's ability was truly too strange. Zhao Sanpang put himself in Mang Hang's shoes and thought for a moment. If he encountered this move, he wasn't confident that he could dodge it. Who is this kid anyway? He, points in hand. Just as Mang Hang was still secretly delighted, he suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his body. The experience time of the Six Paths power unexpectedly disappeared at this moment. At the same time, without the support of the immense spiritual power of the Six Paths, the form of Susanoo also instantly dissipated. Is it over? Mang Hang was greatly shocked. From activating the power of the Six Paths to dealing with the Crimson Blood Demon King, it only took a few minutes. Could his 100 points be used up in such a short time? Then he suddenly felt a void under his feet, and his body instantly fell. It was only then that he remembered that he was in the air hundreds of meters high, and now without Susanoo, he would fall and be smashed into a pulp. Divine Might! Mang Hang quickly activated Divine Might, wanting to teleport himself to a different space. But he helplessly discovered that although he had used the power of the Six Paths, the battle had still depleted all his spiritual power, and he was not able to open a different space and teleport himself there. System, you bastard! Why didn't you tell me earlier that the time to exchange for the power of the Six Paths was so short, so I could be prepared? Are you deliberately trying to trick me? 80,000 bang! The calm voice of the system sounded in Mang Hang's head. Playing mahjong? Who the hell are you playing mahjong with? Countless grass mud horses galloped through Mang Hang's mind as he rapidly descended. I said, buddy, how long do you want to experience with 98 points of killing points? I'm already being very considerate. Cheap things are never good. Mang Hang cursed angrily in his heart. Bro, hurry up and earn points. Your points aren't even enough for me to lose in one game of mahjong. What? You're using my killing points to play mahjong? This time, Mang Hang was truly shocked, feeling that he had learned something incredible. The system also realized that it had let something slip, but no matter how Mang Hang asked, it remained silent. Mang Hang's body was still falling rapidly, but his realm was not yet at the U rank, so he couldn't fly in mid-air. U rank? Flying in mid-air? Mang Hang's eyes lit up, and he shouted loudly at Zhao Sanpang, Lord of the City, help me! I can't fly! Zhao Sanpang stared at Mang Hang, who was falling, with a confused expression on his face, his mouth twitching. You just killed a 5th-order demon in an instant, and a moment ago you even defeated a celestial-level powerhouse. Now you're telling me you can't fly? If you can't fly, then how can I? I feel even less deserving of being able to fly. That's what I think, but Zhao Sanpang didn't dare to delay. If this great expert really fell to his death, he would become a criminal for eternity. Taking a step forward, his body soared into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived next to Mang Hang, grabbing his arm and gently landing on the ground. When Zhao Sanpang put him down, Mang Hang collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. City Lord, my mental power is severely depleted. Quickly give me 2 bottles of revitalizing elixir. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sanpan's small eyes immediately lit up. Didn't I just give you 10 bottles a few days ago? Use those first. I've already used them up in the battle just now. What the hell? Mang Hang suddenly became furious, raising his voice. I don't believe you. You're the City Lord, and you're still short on revitalizing elixir? Why wouldn't I be? Even if I'm the City Lord, I still have to buy revitalizing elixir with my own money from the Tianfu Commercial Bank. Zhao Sanpang replied pitifully. Hearing this, Mang Hang became even angrier. It turns out that Zhao Sanpang didn't lack revitalizing elixir, he just cared about his own money. Old Zhao, you really have no taste. I just saved your life and helped Yunshui City kill a 5th-order demon, and this is how you treat me? Zhao Sanpang was speechless and could only reluctantly take out 2 bottles of revitalizing elixir from his storage space and hand them to Mang Hang. Damn, I asked for 2 bottles and you actually gave me 2 bottles. Mang Hang cursed in his heart, thinking that Zhao Sanpang was stingy. He put 1 bottle into his spatial ring without hesitation and drank the other bottle in one gulp. Seeing his actions, Zhao Sanpan's forehead was full of black lines, secretly thinking that he had encountered a tough opponent today. Several hours later, with the death of the bloodthirsty Demon King, the leader of the Wuxing sect also disappeared. The remaining remnants of the Wuxing sect were quickly wiped out by Zhao Sanpang and his city defense team. Without the control of the Wuxing sect, the 10,000 Ghosts blood refining formation outside Yunshui City lost its effect, and the black mist covering the city dissipated, along with the howling of the fierce ghosts. Although the situation had settled, Mang Hang stood on the ruins, looking at the displaced refugees, unable to avoid feeling a sense of sadness. Before this, he had heard countless people talk about the dangers of demonic beasts and the crimes of the Wuxing sect, but as someone who had crossed over from a peaceful world, he had never truly witnessed those things and couldn't empathize. It wasn't until today, looking at the city devastated by a natural disaster, that he truly understood why humans and demonic beasts were in an endless struggle. The Wuxing sect and the 5th-order Demon King joined forces to attack Yunshui City, causing thousands of people to lose their lives and countless others to lose their homes and wander. The entire country was shocked. It had been many years since the Dragon Kingdom had experienced such a devastating disaster. The high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom were furious and issued orders to eliminate the remnants of the Wuxing sect and sweep away the demonic beasts. Countless experts came out in full force, sweeping away the demonic beasts in the mountains outside major cities, leaving no celestial level or higher demonic beast alive. The whole country was in an uproar, and everyone condemned the Wuxing sect like a rat crossing the street. In just over a month, many subsects were uprooted and suffered heavy losses. But that's a story for another time. The next day, Mang Hang, who had slept through the night, woke up early. However, when he opened his eyes, he was shocked to find that his originally 5.2 vision had become a bit nearsighted. This result scared Mang Hang, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The side effects of the Sharingan were indeed terrifying. Fortunately, he hadn't used it much, otherwise he might have gone blind one day. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, I should try not to use the Sharingan. Mang Hang was scared and thought, right, I haven't checked the reward for killing the Crimson Blood Demon King yesterday. Brother Tub, quickly give me the reward. Ding! The reward has been issued, please check it, host. Mang Hang heard the voice of the system in his mind. Deadly 13 blades, supreme sword technique. 1 blade shocks the heavens and earth, 2 blades make ghosts and gods weep, 3 blades successfully cut PDD, 13 blades together, daring to let the gods descend to the mortal realm. Deadly 13 blades? What the hell? What era is this, still using such a cheesy name? But it is indeed impressive that PDD can be defeated with just 3 blades. When Mang Hang released the mission last night, he only focused on how to kill the Crimson Blood Demon King, and he didn't have the mind to care about the reward. Now that he saw this reward, Mang Hang felt a great sense of disappointment. He originally thought that at least he would be rewarded with something like the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan or the Hashirama's cells. Cheesy? Your whole family is cheesy. Hearing Mang Hang's disdainful tone, the system angrily retorted, what do you know? This is inspired by a certain melody, and I put in a lot of effort to create this technique. How dare you call it cheesy? What the hell, you created a sword technique? Last night, I fought hard against a 5th Order Demon King, and in the end, the reward I received was a technique created by you? When Mang Hang learned that this reward was actually created by the system itself, he immediately became unhappy. Don't worry, products from the system are always top-notch. Mang Hang didn't want to dwell on this matter, so he happily opened the slaughter store. Yesterday, I killed a 5th Order Demon King and a universe-level ability user. This is a big score. Self-reliance, having enough to eat and wear, it has to be done by oneself. Looking at the 2 points in the slaughter store, Mang Hang nodded in satisfaction. Wait, why is it still 2 points? Mang Hang suddenly realized, anger filling his eyes. System, come out, where are my points? Points? What points? The system innocently asked. Don't play dumb with me, where are the points I earned from killing the Crimson Blood Demon King and the Unborn Sect ability user yesterday? I say, buddy, what are you thinking? You killed them with the power of the 6 paths, not with your own strength. Why should you get points? What nonsense? What fallacy is this? What's wrong with using the power of the 6 paths? In the end, didn't I kill them all? You didn't say I couldn't rely on external forces. Hearing the system say this, Mang Hang immediately became unhappy and started to complain. Did I not say that before? Playing mahjong really distracts me. The system felt a little guilty and muttered to itself in a voice that Mang Hang couldn't hear, then said seriously, I didn't say it before, but now I'm adding it. What? You can do that? The right to explain everything belongs to this system. Mang Hang was directly amused by the system's words, gritted his teeth and said, alright, you're amazing, you're high and mighty. An hour later, Mang Hang stood in front of an ancient building. He won the argument with the shameless system. Who told Monopoly to be the truth? Mang Hang couldn't just drag it out and beat it up, so he changed his approach and went straight to Zhao Sanpang's mansion, ready to make a good deal and get back all the losses he suffered from the system. Knock, knock, knock. After waiting for a while, Zhao Sanpang, with sleepy eyes, opened the door. Who is it? Who's knocking on the door so early in the morning? Zhao Sanpang said impatiently. The battle last night had exhausted him, and after the battle, he had stayed up all night for a meeting to discuss arrangements for the refugees and plans for the city's reconstruction. He had just closed his eyes for a short rest when he was awakened by the knocking on the door. When he saw that it was Mang Hang, he was first stunned, then curiously asked, Mang Hang, why did you come? Come in quickly. Zhao Sanpang moved his fat body to the side and invited Mang Hang in. Mang Hang, who entered the house, didn't beat around the bush. He rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Lao Zhao, there's nothing important about coming here today. Last night, Mang Hang also saw the true colors of Zhao Sanpang. The imposing image of the city lord was instantly shattered, so there was no need to be polite with him today. When a student who was only 18 or 19 years old called him Lao Zhao, black lines appeared on Zhao Sanpang's forehead. But having witnessed Mang Hang's strength last night, he didn't dare to say anything. The main reason I came today is actually just one thing. Can you give me the tens of thousands of Jing cores that you promised me yesterday? Upon hearing this, Zhao Sanpang's sleepy eyes instantly widened. You brat, don't talk nonsense. When did I promise to give you Jing cores? Besides, even if I sold the entire Yunshui city, I wouldn't be able to gather that many Jing cores. Seeing that Zhao Sanpang denied it, Mang Hang covered his heart and pretended to be sorrowful. I fought for Yunchuei City. I saved your life last night, and this is how you treat the hero who saved Yunchuei City. Zhao Sanpang was rendered speechless by his words. How shameless, boasting about being a hero right off the bat. Although he thought so, in the end, Mang Hang did save the entire Yunchuei City, so Zhao Sanpang gritted his teeth as if he had made a big decision. Then I'll reward you with 5 Jing cores. How many? Mang Hang suddenly stood up, angrily staring at this stingy person. I fought for Yunchuei City. I saved your life, and now you're trying to dismiss me with 5 Jing cores? Then 10. No, 50. What the hell? Why don't you go rob someone? 15. 45. After some bargaining between the two, Zhao Sanpang finally agreed to give Mang Hang 20 Jing cores, plus 10 bottles of revitalizing elixir and 2 pieces of crystal clear pill. The crystal clear pill was also a good thing, containing a large amount of wood elemental energy that could quickly repair bodily injuries in a short period of time. Mang Hang waved his hand satisfiedly at Zhao Sanpang, who looked utterly dejected, and said, City Lord, you should go back quickly. Don't catch a cold early in the morning. Zhao Sanpang stood at the entrance, gnashing his teeth and glaring at Mang Hang's back, his hands clenched tightly. I've suffered a big loss this time. You brat, if you don't save face for our Yunchuei City in the college entrance examination, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. After leaving Zhao Sanpang's mansion, Mang Hang didn't go home. He had already prepared everything he needed, so he headed straight for the outskirts of the city. Just as he was leaving the city, a video appeared online and quickly spread. The video began with a scene of a giant python with crimson eyes poking its head out of the clouds. Those 2 eyes, like red moons, and the enormous body faintly visible in the dark clouds, even through the screen, gave people an endless sense of oppression. Damn, is this the monster that attacked Yunchuei City last night? It's so huge. A 5th-rank monster, equivalent to a transcendent-level expert. It's so terrifying. I really admire the blogger. The first thing they did in this situation was not to run, but to take out their phone and record a video. Is the person in the video okay? Everything is normal at the grave. They can still go online and post videos. Some were shocked by the horror of the Crimson Blood Demon King, while others made fun of the blogger for being fearless. The video continued, and when netizens saw the giant python simply inhaling with its mouth open, and the furious roar that caused countless people to die in its jaws, everyone fell silent. On one hand, they were shocked by the terrifying power of the 5th-rank monster, and on the other hand, they were angry at the wanton slaughter of their fellow humans by the monster. How dare this monster rampage and slaughter the city like this? Does it think our human race is defenseless? Those who are not of our kind have different hearts. The government is still too kind. They should exterminate all the monsters outside the city. Isn't there anyone powerful enough to step forward and kill this monster? Are we just going to watch this monster rampage like this? You think being a master at the profound realm is a piece of cake? Just say it and it happens. Except for some big cities where there are masters at the profound realm, most high-level practitioners are fighting against the demon race on the front lines. And those masters at the profound realm in those big cities are too far away from the Yunchuei City, so they can't help us in our time of need. The destructive power of a big demon is already so terrifying. I can't even imagine how difficult it must be for the warriors to fight against the rampant demon beasts on the front lines. What the hell is this? Just as everyone was still worried about the future of humanity, a giant figure towering over 100 meters suddenly appeared in the video, coldly staring at the Crimson Blood Demon King below. He's here! He's here! A strong human has appeared. The crowd excitedly flooded the barrage with comments. What kind of ability is this? It looks so awesome. Looks awesome? Please remove the looks from that sentence. Although it's hard to estimate from the video, this giant must be nearly 100 meters tall, and with one step, it could destroy a third of the city. Then, the mysterious giant casually struck, and the Crimson Blood Demon King instantly exploded. This blatant display of overwhelming power caused the crowd to exclaim in shock. Damn, a 5th-level big demon was killed in an instant? When did our dragon country produce such a powerful expert? It's probably our dragon country's trump card, rarely making a move, specifically dealing with situations like this. Does anyone know who he is? They say he's a trump card of the dragon country, so how could anyone know? A man walking in the darkness, a man accompanied by loneliness. Mom, I'm in love. As soon as this video was released, it instantly shocked the entire internet, and everyone was amazed by the terrifying power of the giant that appeared at the end. Unfortunately, the distance from which the blogger filmed was too far, so they couldn't capture who exactly was using such extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the video was standing in front of a deep mountain forest. Mang Hang looked out and saw ancient trees towering in the forest, blocking out the sky. Occasionally, there would be the roar of some unknown wild beasts, making the already dark forest even more eerie and terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Mang Hang gripped the magic blade Thousand Blades in his hand and took a step into this paradise of demon beasts. Just as his figure disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, 2 men and a woman arrived at the spot where Mang Hang had been standing. The 2 men were dressed in black suits, looking extremely capable. As for the woman, she was actually wearing a cheongsam, her long and slender legs clearly visible. One of the bald men glanced at the peculiar woman and furrowed his brow, saying, "You Mayao, how you dress and how you seduce that pretty boy in the city is none of my concern. But when we're outside the city, your clothes seriously hinder your movements. If you fail to fulfill the family's orders because of this, you know the consequences. Don't blame me for not reminding you." The cheongsam woman glanced lightly at the bald man, and with just that glance, she revealed countless charms. "Lilada, don't worry, I know the importance of the matter. Besides, the three of us, who are mid-level practitioners at the Void Realm, surrounding a high school student, even if we fail, then we don't deserve to live. Don't be careless, don't forget that the kid used secret techniques to instantly kill that Void Realm practitioner from the Wuxing sect." The one speaking was another man dressed in a black suit. Upon hearing his words, the cheongsam woman disdainfully pursed her lips. "I'm telling you, Wu Er, you need to change your timid and cautious personality. The incident that day has already been investigated. That waste from the Wuxing sect was only an early-stage Void Realm practitioner, and he was heavily injured by Zhao Sanpang, unable to exert more than 20% of his abilities, which is why he was taken advantage of by that kid. To prevent any accidents, the family sent the three of us, mid-level practitioners. What else do you have to worry about?" The man called Wu Er wanted to retort, but was stopped by the bald man. "Alright, enough talking." With that, the bald man took out a specially made phone and dialed a series of numbers. Beep, beep, beep. 3 rings, and a deep voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end of the phone. "Speak, Master, Mang Hang has entered the mountains. No matter what means, we must pry the secret technique out of that kid's mouth. As for that kid, do it cleanly." The person on the other end of the intercom sounded indifferent, as if discussing something insignificant. "Understood." Putting away the intercom, the bald man glanced at the other two, especially the woman in cheongsam. "You all heard what the master said. The secret technique on this kid is extremely important to the master. If we fail, we might as well dig a hole here and bury ourselves." The woman in cheongsam also put away her disdain from earlier and her expression became extremely serious. The bald man nodded in satisfaction and said to Wu Lao Er, "You are an expert in tracking in the wilderness. Although you only have an E-level talent for enhanced sense of smell, it is extremely useful in the wilderness. We rely on you for tracking. We must not let this kid slip away." Wu Lao Er nodded. He was not good at fighting, but when it came to tracking, the other two couldn't compare. "Don't worry, boss. I've got this." After saying that, he sniffed his nose and led the other two towards the dense forest. Poochie. Just as Mang Hang was walking in the woods, a black shadow came at him like a sharp sword. Mang Hang didn't hesitate. He unsheathed his long knife and with a flash of purple light, directly cut the shadow into two. Sheathing his blade, Mang Hang realized it was a rodent. Mang Hang curled his lips. It was just a first-level junior monster. Along the way, he had encountered many attacks, but probably because he was on the outskirts of the forest, only first-level monsters appeared, without adding any points to his score. Mang Hang took out his phone and checked the time. He had been in the forest for nearly half an hour, and had gained nothing. This made him extremely annoyed. Just as he was about to take another step forward, a rustling sound came from the previously quiet forest. Then the trees around him seemed to come alive, branches wriggling and extending like countless slender snakes, attacking Mang Hang. What the hell? At first, he thought he had encountered an attack from a wood-type monster. He quickly retreated, avoiding the first wave of attacks. But the vines formed by the branches were like maggots on bones, sweeping towards him relentlessly. This time, Mang Hang's face truly changed. The entire forest seemed to have awakened from its slumber, harboring great malice towards this intruder. He even saw in the depths of the forest, countless vines converging into a wave rushing towards him. Mang Hang looked at this scene and felt his scalp tingling, his face filled with disbelief. What level of wood-type ability was this? He didn't believe that any monster below the 5th level could do this. Manjikya Sharingan. Without hesitation, Mang Hang prepared to activate his dual divine power, to dodge this terrifying attack first. Ha! A light exclamation. When he activated his Manjikya Sharingan, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Then Mang Hang suddenly realized, he sneered, put away his Manjikya Sharingan, and stood still. Countless vines instantly arrived in front of him and bound him tightly. A few light laughs came from the surrounding bushes, and then Mang Hang saw 3 people walking out of the bushes unhurriedly. The people were the 2 men and 1 woman who had been following him all along. The woman in cheongsam chuckled lightly and said disdainfully, I overestimated this kid. I used my strongest attack right away. I told you the master was making a big deal out of nothing, sending the 3 of us to deal with a high school student. But this little brother is quite handsome. I'll have some fun with him later. As she spoke, she even stuck out her slender tongue and licked her crimson lips. The other 2 didn't expect this trip to go so smoothly, and their faces showed a relaxed expression. Deal with the matter first, and then you can play with this kid however you want. The bald man stared at Mang Hang and said. Seeing the 3 of them looking at him, Mang Hang pretended to look terrified and at a loss, and asked, Who Who are you people, and why did you ambush me? Mang Hang's acting skills were superb, tears were already swirling in his eyes, as if they were about to flow out at any moment. Whatever demands you have, just say it. As long as you don't kill me, I will agree to whatever you want, Mang Hang said eagerly. The three men, led by the bald man, all sneered and looked down on Mang Hang even more. Originally, they thought that someone who could fight the remnants of the Wuxing sect to the death would at least be a determined young man, who knew that this young man in front of them was so pathetic, almost wetting his pants in danger. But this was also good, as someone who valued his own life more than anything else would be easier to get what they wanted from. Kid, do you want to live or die? Hearing the bald man's question, Mang Hang couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of idiotic question was this? Who would answer that they wanted to die? Although he inwardly criticized, on the surface, he still pretended to have a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Big brother, I want to live. I want to live. Wu Laosan sneered inwardly. This kid is still too young. He hasn't experienced the harshness of society. Today, whether you want to live or die, you won't be able to leave this forest. The bald man nodded in satisfaction and continued, very well, kid, I like your attitude. As long as you hand over the secret technique that can unlock human potential, I will spare your life. Mang Hang suddenly realized that this was what they were after. He had already exaggerated the side effects of the 8 gates escape technique, but he didn't expect that it would still attract the attention of certain people. You actually came for it. This is my family's secret technique. It cannot be passed on to outsiders. Seeing that Mang Hang was not cooperating, the expression on the bald man's face instantly darkened. Kid, don't push your luck. We have many ways to make you beg for life but not get it, to beg for death but not die. Mang Hang pretended to hesitate, and finally, as if making a determined decision, he said, I can tell you, but you have to tell me who sent you. Alright, as long as you tell us the secret technique, I will tell you what you want to know. The bald man thought that Mang Hang was thinking of coming back for revenge after he had cultivated in the future, so he secretly sneered and replied casually. Okay, kid, I advise you not to bargain. Ha, you agreed? The three of them widened their eyes, somewhat caught off guard. They originally thought that Mang Hang would argue and demand that they explain their origins before handing over the secret technique. Mang Hang's quick agreement made them feel a bit unusual, but now Mang Hang was like a fish on a chopping board, letting them do as they pleased, so they forcibly suppressed the doubt in their hearts. Those who know the times are wise. After you hand over the secret technique later, sister will definitely take good care of you. The cheapo woman seductively hooked her eyes, as if she wanted to lure Mang Hang's soul out. I say. Mang Hang lowered his head, his whole body tightly bound by tree vines, unable to move at all. I say screw you. Suddenly, Mang Hang raised his head. Sharingan, activate. The three people were shocked at this moment. Mang Hang, who was unable to move before, suddenly turned into countless crows, flying in all directions. The tree vines that bound him seemed to come back to life, but this time they didn't pounce on Mang Hang, but on the other three people. Countless vines came flying, and in an instant, the three of them were bound and unable to move. The bald man, who was bound, used all his strength to try to break free from the vines, but he found that these vines were as strong as iron chains, extremely sturdy. Seeing that he couldn't break free, the bald man angrily shouted at the cheapo woman next to him, You bitch! You used illusions to trap this kid, but how did we end up trapped ourselves? At this moment, the cheapo woman's face turned pale, filled with disbelief. It wasn't me. My illusions backfired. At the same time, the scattered crows gathered again in front of the three. Mang Hang's figure reappeared, staring at the three with his red eyes. Overestimating yourselves, daring to play illusions in front of the Sharingan. It turned out that the three didn't control Mang Hang with any wood-based abilities, but the cheapo woman used her illusion-based ability to make Mang Hang think he was entangled by vines. When Mang Hang activated his Sharingan, he sensed a special fluctuation in the surrounding space and realized that he was under an illusion. With confidence in his heart, he didn't resist, wanting to see what the attacker's intentions were. Looking at the three trapped by illusions in front of him, Mang Hang didn't waste any more words and directly drew out his blade to strike at one of them. After all, villains die from talking too much, so it's better to take care of one first. A purple blade flashed. A bloodline appeared on the neck of the man in black called Wu Laosan, and then blood flowed out like a trickle. Wu Laosan widened his eyes in disbelief, filled with fear, not understanding why the situation had reversed so quickly. Clearly, just a second ago, the boy was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but in the next second, he became a butcher holding a butcher knife. Save! Save! Blood gushed out of Wu Laosan's mouth, wanting to say something incoherent. However, his throat had already been cut, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. He weakly fell to the ground, struggling a few times before becoming silent. The other two also had a drastic change in their expressions when they saw this scene. They didn't expect the boy to be so ruthless, not giving them any chance to explain. Bite your tongue! The cheapo woman, shocked, immediately reacted and shouted at the bald man, then decisively bit her own tongue. A stream of crimson blood flowed from the corner of her mouth as the cheapo woman instantly broke free from the illusion with this intense pain and quickly retreated. Hearing the voice of the cheapo woman, the bald man didn't hesitate either. He also bit his tongue and broke free from the illusion. The bald man, who had broken free from the illusion, had veins popping on his forehead and stared at Mang Hang with his red eyes, loudly questioning, "We promised not to harm you, so why did you attack without saying a word?" Faced with the bald man's questioning, Mang Hang just chuckled, his eyes full of mockery. "We're all adults here, do you believe the things you said earlier? Besides, when you dared to target me, you should have been prepared to be killed by me. Such a young age, where does this murderous aura come from?" The bald man was secretly shocked, not understanding how a high school student who hadn't even graduated could be so decisive. Knowing that things couldn't be resolved peacefully anymore, the bald man didn't hold back either. Taking advantage of Mang Hang's moment of speaking, he directly activated his ability and prepared to launch a surprise attack. Earth Spike! The soil under Mang Hang's feet suddenly moved, and countless spikes shot out from the ground. If he hadn't reacted in time, these spikes would have pierced through Mang Hang's body. Unfortunately, the result disappointed the bald man. Just as he activated his ability, Mang Hang had already sensed something was wrong and retreated, easily avoiding the attack. "You look tough, but why do you always like to be the last one, always liking to ambush?" Mang Hang stared at the bald man with some anger. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, Mang Hang could clearly see the flow of spiritual power within the bald man's body. So when the bald man mobilized his spiritual power, Mang Hang already knew that this sixth person was going to launch a surprise attack. "You Mei Yao, what are you waiting for?" Three intermediate level ability users ambushing one advanced level ability user, in the end, being counter-killed by him, the bald man had no confidence left in his heart. So he no longer cared about face and urged the Cheongsam woman to join forces to prevent this guy from causing any more trouble. The Cheongsam woman also knew that it was a crisis moment, so she clasped her hands and was about to use her illusion technique again. Knowing about Mang Hang's strange methods, she no longer hoped to control him solely with illusions. When experts clash, a few seconds of distraction can determine a person's life or death. So she only hoped to trap Mang Hang for a second, providing an opportunity for the bald man. While the Cheongsam woman was preparing to use her illusion technique, Mang Hang instantly sensed something was wrong and snorted coldly. "Big chest, no brains, and still haven't learned your lesson." Sharingan, the magical technique of the cursed anchor. Instantly, the Cheongsam woman felt as if several huge iron nails were piercing through her body, pinning her in place, unable to move. At the same time, she clearly knew that she had been affected by an illusion ability, but for some reason, she could still feel the pain of the nails piercing through her body. "Ah!" She cried out in pain, the immense suffering making it impossible for her to concentrate her mental power. "What happened?" Hearing the Cheongsam woman's cry of pain, sweat beads began to form on the bald man's forehead. Psychic abilities were too strange, and he was afraid that he might fall into Mang Hang's trap if he wasn't careful. "Boss Lu, this guy's eyes are strange, don't look into his eyes," the Cheongsam woman said, enduring the intense pain. As a psychic ability user, she had already noticed that all of Mang Hang's abilities came from his strange eyes after just a few exchanges. Hearing the Cheongsam woman's reminder, the bald man, who had an unpleasant expression, had a gleam of light in his eyes. Knowing the opponent's ability weakness was the most terrifying thing, and it restored his confidence. His gaze shifted downward, no longer meeting Mang Hang's eyes, but focusing on his lower body. Time was of the essence, and the bald man didn't waste any more time. He drew a long knife from his spatial ring and exerted force with his feet, slashing towards Mang Hang. Ding! Mang Hang raised his knife to block, and the two long knives collided, producing a resounding clash of metal. Mang Hang felt a tremendous force coming from the blade, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. Seeing that he had the advantage, the bald man's eyes gleamed with confidence. After all, this kid in front of him was just a ground-level ability user. Although his abilities were strange, they were not enough against absolute strength. He was merciless, and countless flashes of the knife kept slashing towards Mang Hang. Clang! 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 Mang Hang kept retreating, and even the hand holding the knife began to numb. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly that his level was still too low without using the Sharingan. Relying solely on physical fitness was too difficult against an upper-level ability user. The day he was able to instantly kill two upper-level ability users was all thanks to the cheat ability of the dual divine power. Unfortunately, the Manjikyu Sharingan had too many side effects, and he didn't dare to use it without being in a life-or-death situation. Looking at the bald man taking advantage of the situation, a cold light flashed in Mang Hang's eyes. "You're not done yet." Seizing an opportunity, he swung his knife. However, this time, there was no resounding clash of metal, but a peculiar gap appeared in the middle of Mang Hang's thousand-blade knife. Mang Hang slightly tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the bald man's long knife that came slashing through the gap. Although the magic knife, Thousand Blades, had already broken in the middle, it still maintained its original shape and continued to slash towards the bald man. How is this possible? What kind of weapon is this? The bald man's face showed a look of horror and disbelief. He couldn't understand where this young man in front of him came from. Not only did he possess powerful secret techniques and strange abilities, but even the weapon he used was so unique. Just as the purple long knife was about to cut him in half, at the critical moment, the bald man emitted a faint yellow light all over his body. With a loud sound, the magic knife, Thousand Blades, struck his body and made a crisp sound. Mang Hang frowned when he saw that his attack was ineffective, so he retracted his long knife and stepped back. The bald man's pale yellow aura faded away, revealing a body covered in earth yellow armor. Kid, it's not just you who has special abilities. This armor made of earth elemental essence is incredibly strong. Even a late-stage empty tier ability user wouldn't be able to break through it easily, let alone you. Mang Hang pondered as he looked at the armor that resembled a turtle shell. With his current level, he had no hope of defeating the bald man with his physical skills alone. It seemed like he had to activate the 8 gates formation. 8 gates formation, first gate. Hey, wait a minute. Just as he was about to activate the 8 gates formation, the system's voice unexpectedly sounded. Mang Hang's eyes lit up. Usually, when the system activated at a time like this, it meant it was going to give him a power-up. Excitedly, he asked, "Brother system, just tell me the mission, no need to be polite." There's no mission, I just want you to use the reward you received, the deadly 13 blades. Now is the perfect time to let you experience the power of my unique knife technique. Mang Hang's forehead was filled with black lines. System, you're going too far with this. I'm in a life or death battle here, and you want me to use your unreliable knife technique? What if it doesn't work? It's not like I've ever tricked you before, and yet you still don't trust me, the system said in a frustrated tone. Heh, you've tricked me plenty of times. The system felt a bit guilty and didn't respond. Instead, it immediately issued a mission. Ding! System activated. Use the deadly 13 blades to kill the bald man, reward, plus 5 strength attribute for the host. Failure will result in a deduction of 5 strength attributes from the host. Damn it! Do you have any professional ethics? Can you really issue a mission like this? When Mang Hang saw this mission, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but curse. But no matter how he cursed, the system remained silent. At this moment, the bald man had already attacked him again. Mang Hang gritted his teeth and fought back. If he really couldn't win in the end, he could always activate his divine power again. Mang Hang held the 1,000 blades in his hand and infused it with his spiritual power. Kid, there's no need to struggle. With your current level, you can't break through my defense. Mang Hang ignored him and continued to mobilize his spiritual power. The deadly 13 blades emphasized the fusion of strength and chi, and the fusion of chi and intent, reaching the realm of unity between man and knife. The whole world seemed to freeze, the rustling sound of leaves stopped, birds froze in midair with their wings spread, and even the bald man, holding his long knife, stood still, longing for each other in appearance, longing for each other in memory. Short longing for each other, endless longing. The surroundings returned to normal, the rustling sound of leaves resounded, and the birds on the branches had already flown into the sky. The bald man had also arrived in front of him, ready to strike with his knife. First blade, longing. With a single strike, the weather changed, a wave of energy swept around Mang Hang, lifting countless fallen leaves from the ground, like a small tornado. A slash of knife energy cut through the armor as if it were thin paper, effortlessly passing through the bald man's body and continuing to strike forward. Crack! Crack! Countless large trees were cut in half by this slash of knife energy, leaving behind a space of over 10 meters. At this moment, the bald man stood dumbfounded in front of Mang Hang, motionless, and his raised long knife did not fall. It wasn't until a few seconds later that his lower body remained in place, while his upper body slid down diagonally. The bald man, whose entire body was wrapped in sturdy armor, was cut in half like this. Holy shit! Holy shit! 2 exclamations rang out simultaneously. The first holy shit was uttered by Mang Hang, who didn't expect the power of this one strike to be so great. And this was just the first strike, he couldn't imagine the power of all 13 strikes combined. Maybe it's true, as the system said, that it can really bring down the gods from the sky. And the second fuck was actually uttered by the system. Damn it, you unlucky system, I knew you were tricking me. Mang Hang cursed at the system while pouring a tube of revival elixir into his mouth. Upon hearing the system's exclamation, he suddenly realized that it also had no idea, and he was just being used as a guinea pig. Don't worry about these details. Just tell me if it's powerful or not, impressive or not. Hearing this, Mang Hang had nothing to say and nodded in agreement. After dealing with this, Mang Hang turned his gaze maliciously towards the Cheongsam woman who was still controlled by the shackling technique. At this moment, Yu Miao's face was extremely pale, her teeth clashing, trembling, far from the seductive appearance she had at the beginning. This blow was too shocking for her. She couldn't imagine how such a stunning yet terrifying blow could come from someone with only Earth-tier abilities. Seeing the Cheongsam woman like this, Mang Hang couldn't help but feel mischievous. He hooked her chin with his hand. Oh, big sister, it seems the tables have turned. Just now, I was the one trapped. How did it suddenly become you trapped, while I'm standing here? Yu Miao forced a smile on her pale face and said to Mang Hang, "Good little brother, big sister didn't recognize your abilities. Since you, my lord, don't remember the little people, just let big sister go." Mang Hang silently nodded, thinking to himself that they really didn't know his abilities. If they knew that he was the one who killed the Crimson Blood Demon King, they would have long since run away in fear. Don't mention it, big sister just said that the matter is over and wants to have some fun with little brother. You haven't told me how to play yet. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Yu Miao's eyes, thinking to herself, men in this world are all the same, as long as they're breathing, they can't resist being lecherous. Although this kid in front of me is extremely powerful, he's ultimately just a high school student who hasn't experienced the pleasures of love. With my move, I can definitely make him infatuated and worship me. Thinking of this, her face, which was originally covered in fear, became extremely charming again, and she exhaled a fragrant breath towards Mang Hang before continuing. So little brother likes this, you should have told big sister earlier. As long as you spare my life, I will be yours, and you can do whatever you want, big sister will serve you well. As she spoke, she couldn't help but push out her ample bosom. Mang Hang's cheeks turned red, and his breathing became heavy. Is that true? Yu Meiyao saw that Mang Hang was already tempted, so she blew a breath of fragrance onto his face before continuing. Look at what you're saying. I'm already in your hands now, how could I dare to deceive you? And I learned a technique in my early years that guarantees to make little brother feel like he's in heaven. With the fragrance blowing in his face, Mang Hang seemed to have lost his mind to desire, and his breathing became even heavier. Alright, I promise you, as long as you tell me who sent you, I will let you go. Upon hearing this, Yu Meiyao fell silent. At this point, she couldn't even save her own life, let alone worry about the person behind the scenes. She was just afraid that after she said it, Mang Hang would kill her with a single blow. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Meiyao still asked, if I tell you who the mastermind is, what will you do if you kill me? Mang Hang nonchalantly replied, you've already experienced my psychic ability, I can completely control you with my mental power and make you confess everything. Letting you confess on your own is also a test of your attitude. Then he smirked, gently brushing his hand across Yu Meiyao's cheek, and continued, besides, I'm looking forward to experiencing big sister's techniques in the bedroom. How could I bear to kill you? Yu Meiyao believed that she still had unparalleled charm when it came to men, especially this young man in front of her. And looking at Mang Hang's expression, it didn't seem fake. With a determination in his heart, he spoke up and said, we are from the Zhang family in Yunsui City. Mang Hang raised an eyebrow and continued to ask, the Zhang family, one of the three major families in Yunsui City? That's right. I'm still curious. I clearly mentioned the side effects of this secret technique. Why are you still interested in it? Yu Meiyao chuckled self-deprecatingly. My dear little brother, I've seen you kill without batting an eye. How could you ask such a childish question? The Zhang family can easily cultivate a group of dead soldiers to practice this secret technique. With this group of dead soldiers, the future of the Zhang family is limitless. As for the issue of lifespan consumption, the cheapest thing in this world is human life. The Zhang family can easily cultivate countless dead soldiers. Mang Hang suddenly realized inside, realizing that he was still young. Little brother, I've told you everything. Can you let me go now? Of course. Put. A purple long knife pierced through Yu Meiyao's body. Yu Meiyao widened her eyes, filled with disbelief. W.I. Mang Hang's eyes were clear at this moment, no longer clouded by lust. You said it yourself, the cheapest thing in this world is human life. You are not human. Yu Meiyao used her last bit of strength to stare at Mang Hang with resentment, then fell silent. Mang Hang looked at her lifeless body and nodded thoughtfully. They did say I was quite ruthless. Mang Hang, of course, wouldn't miss the opportunity to loot and collect the bodies. He emptied the spatial rings of the three individuals, obtaining a total of 500,000 in cash, 2 low-grade spiritual weapons, 18 spirit stones, 5 bottles of revitalizing elixir, and surprisingly, a gene potion that could increase one's physique. What was even more unbelievable was that when he checked Yu Meiyao's spatial ring, he found many revealing undergarments and certain toys, making Mang Hang's mouth dry. I didn't expect that the spatial ring could hold these things. He now regretted not experiencing the techniques in the room that Yu Meiyao mentioned. He put the things that were useful to him into his own ring and didn't bother keeping the rest, simply discarding them like trash. Just as Mang Hang was happily collecting his spoils, a beautiful girl stood in front of his dilapidated house. It was Lin Lashua. Lin Lashua was wearing a floral dress and canvas shoes, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, clearly carefully dressed up. Lin Lashua pouted, obviously angry about something. She had already heard from others that Mang Hang was safe and sound, which relieved her. She had been waiting for Mang Hang to contact her early in the morning, but no matter how long she waited, she didn't receive any messages from him, so she took the initiative to call him. Unexpectedly, she couldn't get through even after 3 attempts, which made Lin Lashua curse Mang Hang countless times in her heart. Bastard, when nothing's wrong, he doesn't even bother to tell me. Do I have no presence at all? Unable to contact him and unable to reach him by phone, Lin Lashua decided to go to Mang Hang's house. It wasn't that Lin Lashua couldn't bear a day without seeing Mang Hang, but because if they didn't meet today, she would have to leave Yunsui City and go to Kyoto University, and who knows when they would meet again. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. After 3 consecutive knocks and waiting at the door for 5 minutes to make sure that no one was home, Lin Lashua regretfully walked downstairs. At Mang Hang's house, a middle-aged beauty in her 30s was waiting for Lin Lashua. When Lin Lashua saw the forced smile on the middle-aged beauty's face, she said, "Teacher, sorry for the wait. My classmate isn't home, let's go ahead." Although Lin Lashua was smiling, how could the middle-aged beauty, who had been through it all, not see the desolation in her eyes? She couldn't help but shake her head helplessly. "Lashua, you are a 1 in a million genius. Being recruited by Kyoto University will surely make you soar to new heights. As for this feeling, you don't have to worry too much. After all, your identities will be too far apart in the future, and there will be no future for you too. The teacher pointed out her inner thoughts, and a blush immediately appeared on Lin Lashua's pretty face. Teacher, you've misunderstood. Mang Hang and I are just ordinary classmates. And he is really strong, much stronger than me. Lin Lashua stared into the eyes of the middle-aged beauty and said seriously. The middle-aged beauty smiled and didn't take her words seriously, considering it as a young girl defending her crush. Alright, he's even stronger than you, an SSS-level genius. I'll be waiting for him at Kyoto University this year, to see what kind of young man can steal the heart of my Lashua. This time, Lin Lashua didn't refute, she just lowered her head and worriedly said, but what if he wants to go to the Magic City University? The middle-aged beauty shook her head helplessly and didn't argue anymore, but in her heart, she thought, do they really think that the top university in the Dragon Kingdom is a piece of cake, that they can just get in? Zhang family mansion in Yunsui City. Zhang Shuyuan was sitting in the luxurious hall, his eyes closed, lightly tapping the armrest with his right hand. Is there still no news from the three of them? Master, we have contacted them several times, but there has been no response. It seems that the situation is not looking good. A respectful old man in his 60s stood beside Zhang Shuyuan and answered. Hearing this, Zhang Shuyuan frowned and couldn't help but snort. Humph, three useless people. They couldn't even intercept a high school student without sacrificing themselves. It seems that the kid is indeed suspicious. Spread the word, starting today, the Zhang family will be on high alert to prevent any retaliation from that kid. Yes, master. After hesitating for a moment, the old man still said, actually, it may not necessarily be the kid's doing. There are many terrifying monsters in the Yunsui Mountains, and it's also possible that they were unlucky and encountered an unbeatable monster. Zhang Shuyuan nodded in agreement. Regardless, we still need to be cautious. The next day, after a night of rest, Mang Hang continued to walk through the forest. Just then, his footsteps suddenly paused as a pungent smell of blood filled the air. Following the direction from which the smell came, Mang Hang crouched down and cautiously approached. Gently pushing aside the bushes, he was shocked to find a 2-meter-long third-rank ironback lizard feasting on a beast carcass that was no longer recognizable. Quietly drawing his 1,000 blades, Mang Hang exerted force with his feet and instantly shot forward, arriving behind the ironback lizard in the blink of an eye. As Mang Hang was positioned downwind, the monster did not notice his sneak attack. Mang Hang swiftly swung his long knife, viciously striking the ironback lizard's back. Ding! The scene of blood splattering everywhere that he had imagined did not happen. The 1,000 blades struck the monster's back as if it were hitting a steel plate, producing a crisp sound. Ayo! Although the blade did not penetrate the ironback lizard's scales, the tremendous impact still caused it pain, and it let out an angry roar. The sound of breaking wind came whistling, and before the ironback lizard could turn around, its thick tail had already whipped towards Mang Hang. Mang Hang's pupils contracted as he raised his knife to block. A tremendous force came crashing in, directly sending him and his knife several meters away. Damn! What kind of monstrous strength is this? Mang Hang, who was sent flying, struggled to stand up from the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The ironback lizard turned its body around, revealing a hint of human-like mockery on its face. How could a mere Earth-rank human think of ambushing it? It curled its lips backward, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Mang Hang could even see droplets of pale green saliva falling from the teeth, and without thinking, he knew that this saliva was highly toxic. The iron-armored back lizard kicked the ground with its hind legs, then exerted force with all 4 limbs, opening its huge mouth and biting towards Mang Hang. Mang Hang squinted his eyes and coldly watched the iron-armored back lizard charging towards him. The third gate of the 8 gates escape technique, the life gate, open. His spiritual power instantly converged to a certain part of his body, and his body was enveloped in a green light. With the enhancement of Mang Hang's abilities and his greatly improved physical fitness, coupled with the attribute points rewarded by the system, he could now easily activate the third gate of the 8 gates escape technique. Bang! Mang Hang's figure disappeared directly from its original position, directly confronting the iron-armored back lizard that was coming towards him. In just an instant, Mang Hang once again appeared in front of it and slashed with his knife. The iron-armored back lizard was first stunned, not expecting the human in front of it to be so fast. Then a hint of mockery appeared in its eyes. No matter how fast he was, it was useless if he couldn't break through its defense. A purple light flashed, and Mang Hang's mouth also revealed a cold smile. With the activation of the 8 gates escape technique, Mang Hang's strength surged several times more than before, far surpassing what it was just now. Poochie! The sharp blades easily broke through the reinforced scales of the iron-armored back lizard and deeply penetrated its body. Ayo! The intense pain directly aroused its beastly nature. Its eyes instantly turned bloodshot and blood red. Ignoring the intense pain in its body, the iron-armored back lizard opened its huge mouth and bit towards Mang Hang beside it. However, when it fiercely bit onto Mang Hang's body, it realized that it was only a phantom. The real Mang Hang had long since appeared behind it and directly slashed towards its neck. The blade flashed, and the huge head of the iron-armored back lizard fell to the ground. Its massive body also collapsed and convulsed a few times before becoming lifeless. Mang Hang took a deep breath and released the 8 gates escape technique. He sighed inwardly, realizing that besides the divine power, he had too few means to use besides the 8 gates escape technique. He needed to quickly accumulate points in exchange for more powerful abilities. Just then, Mang Hang suddenly narrowed his pupils, feeling a great sense of danger that made his scalp tingle. If he hesitated for another second, he would have to pay the price today. Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel I, Kamui. At the same time, a huge wind blade carrying unparalleled power sliced diagonally through Mang Hang's body. The next moment, Mang Hang saw that all the trees within dozens of meters in front of him were neatly cut off. He turned his head fiercely, wanting to see which 6th-ranked person had ambushed him again. Not far away, a whirlwind rose out of thin air, and the hurricane disappeared in an instant. Then, a monster about 1 meter long, resembling a yellow weasel, appeared in front of Mang Hang. Although this monster in front of him was much smaller than the previous iron-armored back lizard, the aura it emitted made Mang Hang's whole body goosebumps. Seeing this monster, Mang Hang couldn't help but change his face and exclaimed, "Damn it, a 4th-rank monster, Scythe Weasel." While Mang Hang was shocked, the Scythe Weasel's face also showed a look of uncertainty. Its wind blade had clearly passed through this kid's body, but it seemed to have struck nothing and caused no harm to him. "Kid, what kind of ability do you have? It's so strange." The Scythe Weasel actually spoke human language. Compared to the shock of encountering a 4th-rank monster, Mang Hang didn't pay too much attention to its ability to speak human language. Starting from the 4th rank, their intelligence was already comparable to that of humans, and they could refine the bones in their throats to speak human language. Mang Hang's face looked ugly. He didn't expect to encounter a 4th-rank monster in this place. If he hadn't reacted quickly, coupled with the abnormal spatial ability of the divine power, that blow just now would have instantly killed him. Mang Hang looked disdainfully at this 4th-rank Scythe Weasel, his face showing a look of contempt. "You damn yellow weasel, a 4th-rank monster, actually ambushed me, a ground-rank ability user." A 4th-rank monster was comparable to a celestial rank ability user, which brought great pressure to Mang Hang. "But now I have been forced to use the Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel I, in an invincible position, so what if I'm afraid?" Hearing Mang Hang's words, Itachi was immediately furious. "You're the yellow weasel, your whole family is the yellow weasel. I am a 4th-order demon, Itachi. Yellow weasel? It actually referred to my noble lineage as that kind of lowly creature, making me feel unclean." Itachi was no longer curious about Mang Hang's strange ability, and directly unleashed a series of wind blades. Truly a 4th-order beast, each wind blade was comparable to the full force attack of the wind ability user from the previous ancestorless sect. Whoosh! The wind blades seemed to cut through the void and slash towards Mang Hang. At this moment, Mang Hang, faced with these terrifying wind blades, remained calm and had no intention of dodging. The next second, the wind blades passed through his body, but left no trace on Mang Hang. "What kind of monster are you?" Itachi was shocked, with an incredulous expression on his face. "Hee, go guess in hell." The more times the divine power was used, the greater the damage to the eyes. Mang Hang didn't have time to waste with Itachi anymore. Divine power. The visual power of the writing while I directly focused on Itachi's upper body, and then the space began to distort. Bang! Itachi, who was still lively and jumping, instantly disappeared, leaving only his body behind. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Mang Hang put away the writing wheel and wiped away the tears of blood from his eyes, enduring the intense pain in his body and quickly leaving the area. The smell of blood here was too strong, and he was worried that it would attract some terrifying beasts. The consecutive battles had exhausted him physically and mentally, especially the battle with Itachi, which forced him to use the Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel I. Now he just wanted to find a place to rest and restore his body and mind to their best condition. Before long, Mang Hang found a cave and killed a 2nd-order Crimson Gold bear that was sleeping soundly inside, taking over its territory. He sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a bottle of revitalizing elixir and swallowed a sparkling green pill before closing his eyes to meditate. Although the revitalizing elixir could restore his mental power, physical exhaustion still needed to be replenished through meditation and rest. After an hour, Mang Hang suddenly opened his eyes, and a burst of brilliance emanated from within him. At this point, he had fully recovered and was ready for the highly anticipated and thrilling moment of exchanging his kill points for rewards. In the past 2 days, Mang Hang had killed a total of 10 2nd-order beasts and 3 3rd-order beasts, earning a total of 160 points. As for the 1st-order beasts he killed, he didn't even bother to keep track of how many. Of course, these were just small achievements. What excited Mang Hang the most was the 2,500 points he earned from killing the 4th-order beast, Itachi. Mang Hang spent nearly half an hour browsing through the kill shop, his face showing a constipated expression. He felt for the first time that having too many good things was not necessarily a good thing. The array of skills in the kill shop dazzled his eyes. Moreover, although his 2,660 points seemed like a lot, upon closer inspection, he could only choose 2 skills at most. After a fierce internal struggle, Mang Hang finally chose the Great Freedom Breathing Technique and the Instant Step from the Death God's repertoire. He had always felt that the efficiency of the basic breathing technique taught at school was too low, and had long coveted this breathing technique. However, he had always been short on funds and could only watch from afar for so long. So the first thing he exchanged for was this technique. System, exchange the Great Freedom breathing technique and instant step. Alright, bro. The excited voice of the system rang in Mang Hang's alarm clock. Mang Hang twitched his mouth and secretly muttered to himself, "Why do I feel like you're even more excited than me? Don't tell me you want to use the points I've worked so hard to earn to play mahjong again." The kill points instantly went from 4 digits to single digits, and the usage of the Great Freedom breathing technique and instant step appeared in his mind. Excitedly rubbing his hands, Mang Hang directly took out all the essence cores from his spatial ring. Mang Hang roughly calculated that he obtained 20 essence cores by killing Tang Yang from the Wuxing sect. In the past 2 days, he also extorted 20 essence cores from Zhao Sanpang. In addition, he managed to plunder 18 essence cores from the group of bald men. At this moment, Mang Hang surprisingly had a total of 58 essence cores in his hands. If converted into Dragon Kingdom currency, it would be a whopping 5,800,000, a solid millionaire. Mang Hang's eyes sparkled, and with a powerful breath, the 58 essence cores on the ground immediately emitted wisps of smoke, rushing into his nose one after another. The essence cores, which were originally shining on the ground, turned into powder in an instant. Mang Hang felt a huge spiritual force rushing into his spiritual world like a giant wave. If someone else saw this scene, they would definitely be amazed by this incredible cultivation method. An ordinary person would have their head burst if such a massive spiritual force rushed into their brain in an instant. But Mang Hang, on the other hand, was enjoying it. In Mang Hang's introspection, the empty space in his spiritual world turned into a small puddle due to the influx of spiritual force, and his spiritual force increased from a few drops to a small pool. Tong Zigu, open the personal attribute panel. Host, Mang Hang, ability, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Dual Divine Power, SS Level, Spiritual Force, 20585, Empty Stage Primary, Strength, 173, Agility, 192, Constitution, 192. Finally reached the empty stage, and my physical attributes have doubled. Mang Hang looked at his attribute points with great joy, but soon his face fell. It took a whopping 58 essence cores just to advance one stage. The higher the realm, the greater the amount of spiritual force required. He couldn't imagine how many more essence cores he would need to advance again. What Mang Hang didn't know was that if it were someone else, the amount of spiritual force he absorbed this time would be enough for an ability user to at least advance to the initial stage of the universe stage. However, his spiritual world was so vast that this amount of spiritual force was like a drop in the ocean to him. Mang Hang stretched lazily and took out his phone to check the time. In this place, ordinary phones had no signal. At most they could be used as a watch to check the date and time. But when he took out his phone and pressed the screen repeatedly, the display didn't light up. He had to accept the fact that his phone was out of battery, and now he couldn't even see the time and date. Fortunately, in this dense forest, the leaves covered the sky, and only occasionally did sunlight shine on the ground, making it appear dark even during the day. Knowing the time was not of much use here. The only thing that worried him was that there was no concept of time here. Staying here for a few days, he couldn't tell the passage of time, and he was afraid of missing the college entrance examination because of it. Tong Zigu, remember the date for me. I have the exam on the 27th. Remind me on the 26th. No problem. I've got your back. 30,000. How much does this system love playing mahjong? Mang Hang nodded helplessly. Although the system was unreliable in some aspects, it had never let him down in critical moments. As he walked out of the cave, his gaze froze when he saw Iron Armored Back Lizard not far away, leisurely strolling. Mang Hang chuckled. Today is your unlucky day, I'll use you to practice. Instant step. He took a step forward, and the ground beneath his feet shrank, covering a distance of more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. With a flash of cold light, the third-level monster Iron Armored Back Lizard fell to the ground, blood flowing like a trickle. The poor Iron Armored Back Lizard couldn't understand why it lost its life just by taking a stroll. Mang Hang was very satisfied with his current strength. He could easily kill a monster that would have required him to activate the 8 Gates formation in the past. He now had the confidence to fight against a 4th-level sickle weasel, even without using the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Mang Hang looked at the boundless primitive forest with excitement in his eyes. Points, here I come. Mang Hang didn't know that in a mysterious space, a system playing mahjong was muttering to itself, 27th college entrance examination, 27th college entrance examination. Sigh, don't touch the one bamboo, Pong. Alright, which date was the college entrance examination again? Alright, the 28th college entrance examination, remind Mang Hang on the 27th. In the outside world, the government released an announcement today that shocked and made all major cities envious. Due to the collaboration between the No-Life sect and the Fifth Order demon, Yunshui City has suffered great losses. After discussions with major universities, the government has decided to compensate the current college entrance examination students in Yunshui City by lowering the admission scores for Yunshui City students. Once this news was announced, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. Wow, this compensation is quite generous. The students in Yunshui City are really lucky. Why isn't my family from Yunshui City? I'm also taking the college entrance examination this year. But this is unfair to students from other cities. They have worked hard for many years, achieved the same scores. Why should they be able to enter their desired universities while students from other cities may fail? Yes, it's unfair. I will appeal. Yunchuei City shouldn't be the only one to have lowered admission scores. We should also enjoy the same treatment. Why are you shouting? Haven't you seen how tragic Yunchuei City is this time? 1/3 of it has become ruins, and thousands of people have lost their lives. They exchanged the lives of their loved ones and friends for this. Would you be willing to do the same? Some people couldn't bear to see the discussions online and came out to defend Yunchuei City. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent, and no one shouted unfairness anymore. As the saying goes, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Although there were no more keyboard warriors shouting for fairness online, countless people had already turned their attention to Yunchuei City in reality. What? I'm not a citizen of Yunchuei City? Who said that? Who dares to say that I'm not a citizen of Yunchuei City? I have already bought a house in Yunchuei City, and my household registration has been transferred here. Why am I not a citizen of Yunchuei City? What? I moved here later and didn't experience that disaster, so I don't deserve to enjoy the policy? I bought a house in Yunchuei City and donated money and goods here. Why don't I deserve it? If you have the ability, you can also buy a house and donate money. For a while, the originally inconspicuous third-tier city instantly became a hot topic. Countless families with children preparing for the college entrance examination were eager to move their household registration to Yunchuei City, causing the previously 3,000 yuan per square meter housing prices to skyrocket to the level of top-tier cities like Shanghai and Beijing. Finally, the city lord of Yunchuei City, who had remained silent, spoke up. Don't be so ugly. You can buy a house, you can move your household registration, but there are only 5 spots in total. Fight for them yourselves. Xiao Sanpang sat in his room, his face as cold as water, crushing the new teacup he had just bought in his hand. A bunch of shameless flies and bugs. He couldn't suppress his anger any longer and cursed loudly. How many casualties did Yunchuei City suffer to obtain this policy? Yet those trash people still have the heart to take advantage and compete with the children here for the spots. Initially, when he heard about this announcement from his superiors, it improved his suppressed mood after the disaster. The college entrance examination was like a million troops crossing a single log bridge, where one point could leave behind hundreds of competitors. With this policy, the admission rate for the students in Yunchuei City would be much higher, which would greatly benefit their future. But who knew that after only 2 days of joy, news of countless people rushing to buy houses in Yunchuei City reached his ears. This made Zhao Sunpang's previously smiling face turn extremely ugly. Not giving a spot to outsiders would definitely provoke public anger. After a discussion, Zhao Sanpang reluctantly issued a statement, allowing 5 spots for people to move their household registration to Yunchuei City. After venting his frustration, Zhao Sanpang let out a deep sigh and asked Lu Zhaoliang beside him, "How is it going? Have they fought for the 5 spots?" Lu Zhaoliang looked bitter and shook his head helplessly, saying to Zhao Sanpang, "They're here, lord of the city." Where are they from?" "They're all from the capital. These 5 people are all descendants of famous aristocratic families in the imperial capital. 4 of them have A-level abilities, and the other one is actually S-level." "What?" Upon hearing Lu Zhaoliang's report, Zhao Sanpang, who had just suppressed his anger, suddenly stood up with anger in his eyes. Why would someone with an S-level ability come to our small place to compete for spots? With his ability, even without lowering the admission score, he can still get in. Then, he thought of something and the anger in his heart subsided a bit. We absolutely cannot let them take the top 3 spots. After hesitating for a moment, feeling uncertain, he changed his mind and said, "We absolutely cannot let them take the top 2 spots. If all the top 5 spots are taken by outsiders, our Yunchuei City will lose face in the whole country. Go inform Mang Hang and Lin Lashua. We must secure the top 2 spots. After it's done, I will reward them generously." Thinking of these 2 people, a hint of a smile appeared on Zhao Sunpang's lips. Lin Lashua, needless to say, an SSS-level peerless genius, even people from the imperial capital are not enough to compete with her. As for Mang Hang, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine when he thought of the 100-meter-tall giant from that night. When that kid gets serious, even he himself is completely overwhelmed, let alone those students. Seeing the smug smile on Zhao Sanpang's lips, Lu Zhaoliang's bitter expression became even more pronounced. Lord of the city, Lin Lashua has been admitted to the Imperial University in advance and was taken away a few days ago. What? Taken away? Zhao Sanpang's lips twitched slightly, his face filled with astonishment, but he had to accept this cruel reality. He couldn't just run to the Imperial University and drag Lin Lashua back, forcing her to take the college entrance exam. Fortunately, there was still Mang Hang as a backup. He couldn't secure the top 2 spots, but at least he could secure the first place, so it wouldn't be too embarrassing. Contact Mang Hang and make sure he takes the first place. Make Mang Hang take the first place? Are you sure, Lord of the City? This time, Lu Zhaoliang was surprised. Apart from Zhao Sanpang, no one else knew that the 100-meter giant was Mang Hang during the battle with the Blood Demon King that day. So when he heard that the Lord of the City actually wanted Mang Hang to take the first place, Lu Zhaoliang was completely astonished. He knew that Mang Hang was indeed powerful, but his opponents were geniuses from the capital. He couldn't understand why Mang Hang could take the first place. That's right, it's Mang Hang. You'll understand why when the time comes. Zhao Sanpang revealed a meaningful smile, eager to see Mang Hang completely overwhelm those so-called geniuses. Yes, Lord of the City. Although he didn't understand where the Lord of the City's confidence came from, Lu Zhaoliang still went out to contact Mang Hang. After a few minutes, Lu Zhaoliang awkwardly returned. Why did you come back so soon? Did you contact that kid? Zhao Sanpang asked curiously. Lord of the city guard said that on the second day of the monster attack on the city, he left the city and went into the mountains. What the hell? That kid left the city to hunt monsters? That bastard extorted so many essence cores from me and didn't hurry to cultivate. Why did he run out now? There are only 2 days left until the college entrance exam. If he doesn't come back soon, it'll be too late. Quick, call him. I did, but there's no signal outside the city. I couldn't get through. Lu Zhaoliang said helplessly. Zhao Sanpang. It's fine, there are still 2 days, there's still time. That kid couldn't possibly be so careless as to forget about the college entrance exam. He comforted himself. In Yunshui City, 4 Rolls-Royces were stuck in a congested road. Sitting in the back seat of the leading vehicle was a young man, with a beautiful and charming girl beside him. A young man of about 18 or 19 years old, with a slender figure and a fair, smooth face that exudes a cold and stern angularity. His deep, dark eyes shimmer with a captivating gleam. Unfortunately, his lips are slightly thin, revealing a hint of sarcasm. The man glanced at the long line of cars in front of him, stretching endlessly into the distance, and furrowed his eyebrows slightly. He had often encountered traffic jams in the capital city, but he didn't expect to encounter one in this third-tier city. So he spoke to the driver, Lao Zhao, go and see what's happening up ahead. Yes, young master. The driver, a middle-aged man, respectfully replied and quickly got out of the car, jogging towards the front. Hua Xiao, you really didn't have to come to this small city just for me to take the college entrance examination. With your abilities, even if you were in the capital city where all the geniuses gather, it wouldn't be a problem for you to get into one of the top 4 universities. The girl, who had her head resting on the man's chest, said when she saw that there was no one else in the car. The man, called Hua Xiao, smiled slightly and lightly scratched the girl's nose with his hand. Silly girl, why are you still so polite to me? It's worth it to do all this for you. Although helping each other is prohibited during the college entrance examination, it's better to be safe than sorry. If something really happens, I can at least rush to your side quickly. Although he appeared deeply affectionate on the surface, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Although his S-level talent was powerful, he was still far behind his half-brother, the monstrous genius. If he wanted to compete with him for the position of family head in the future, he had to find a powerful ally. Although the girl in front of him was only an A-level ability user, her family's power was on par with his own. As long as he could form an alliance with her, he would have a greater advantage in the competition for family head. The girl blinked her watery eyes, filled with gratitude. Hua Xiao, you're the best. Not long after, the driver who went to check the situation up ahead returned and said to Hua Xiao, young master, there's a crossroads up ahead, and the traffic jam is due to the large volume of cars. Looking at the still unmoving vehicles in front of him, and then at the time, Hua Xiao directly said, buy all the cars in front. Also, bring a few more spatial rings and put the cars inside them to clear the road. Yes, young master. Hearing Hua Xiao's somewhat fantastical words, the middle-aged driver didn't show any deep shock, as if he had long been accustomed to it. Hua Xiao, there's no need to spend so much just for this small matter when you've just arrived, the girl beside him said. Hua Xiao smiled slightly and said, it's almost time for lunch, and I would feel sorry for you if you went hungry because of this small matter. Although this statement might give others goosebumps, it was particularly pleasing to the girl in front of him. She lightly kissed his cheek. The middle-aged driver approached a private car and politely knocked on the driver's window. The window rolled down, revealing a burly man with a large gold chain hanging around his neck. The man was already irritated by the traffic jam, and now someone was knocking on his car window, so naturally, he didn't have a good expression on his face. The middle-aged driver smiled slightly and didn't get angry because of the man's attitude. My young master wants to buy your car. Name your price. Upon hearing this, the burly man burst into laughter. Young master my ass, stop pretending to be a big shot with me. I want 1 million, can you afford it? The middle-aged driver's smile remained unchanged as he took out a suitcase from a spatial ring and threw it into the car. Exactly 1 million, count it. If there's no problem, you can get off the car. The burly man, who had originally looked fierce, suddenly froze in place, trembling as he opened the suitcase. Inside the suitcase was neatly arranged 1 million in cash, a sight that made his heart skip a beat. Tremblingly taking out a few banknotes and carefully inspecting them, the big man's expression immediately changed after confirming that they were genuine. Brother, I didn't recognize Mount Tai. This car is yours. Do you think we need to go through any procedures later? Our young master likes this car, and I can get him a few more. The price will be the same as this one. The middle-aged driver still had a smile on his face, but a hint of disdain inadvertently flashed in his eyes. Alright, don't talk so much nonsense. My young master is in a hurry. Alright, I'll get off now. The big man nodded and walked to the side of the road, letting the car out. The middle-aged driver waved his right hand and stored the car in a space ring, without staying for long, and continued walking towards another car. Just over 10 minutes later, the originally congested road had become smooth, while the sides of the road were crowded with people. Some people even happily discussed, "Brother, did you sell your car too?" "Of course, my old car is only worth a few thousand yuan. This guy came up and offered me 1 million to buy my car. How could I refuse such a good deal?" "Ah, same here. I don't know which young master from a big family is traveling. The scene is so grand. Who cares, as long as we benefit. I hope he comes more often." After dealing with these vehicles, the middle-aged driver respectfully said to young Master Hua, "Young Master, it's done." Young Master Hua nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go, I'm getting a bit hungry." After speaking, the car roared to life, and a convoy of 4 top luxury cars drove away, leaving behind the envious gazes of the onlookers. The next morning, Zhao Sanpang paced back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back, sweating from anxiety. "How is it, Lao Lu? Did you contact Mang Hang?" Lu Zhalian shook his head with an unpleasant expression. Still no news from him. What is this bastard doing? Tomorrow is the college entrance examination, and he still hasn't come back. Send more people. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the mountains outside the city, we must find him. Hearing his words, Lu Zhaliang hesitated for a few seconds, but finally mustered the courage to speak. "City Lord, there are dangerous beasts rampant in the mountains. Even a void stage ability user wouldn't dare to guarantee their safety. He's just a high school student at the Earth stage, will he?" He didn't continue, but the meaning was obvious. Zhao Sanpang sneered, showing no signs of worry on his face. "You don't have to worry about that. Even if I die in there, that brat will definitely be fine." Countless students who had studied hard in seclusion finally awaited the long-awaited college entrance examination. Zhao Sanpang stood in front, looking at the densely packed examinees below. Although he had a smile on his face, the hint of anxiety in his eyes couldn't be concealed. He quietly asked Lu Zhaliang beside him, "How is it? Still no sign of him?" Lu Zhaliang couldn't help but smile bitterly. "We sent more people to search yesterday, but the mountains outside the city are just too vast. It's like finding a needle in a haystack to find a living person. And with the dangers in the forest, our brothers dare not venture too deep." "Ah, I see. Let our brothers retreat." With a sigh, Zhao Sanpang stopped dwelling on the matter. He had done everything he could, and whether Mang Hang could make it back depended on his fate. Turning his attention back to the examinees below, he cleared his throat and slowly said, "All right, the annual college entrance examination is about to begin. This year's examination is the same as previous years, held in the 8475 low-rank ancient battlefield. This ancient battlefield in the dimensional rift has been cleared, and the demonic beasts have been released as your assessment targets. Although most of them are low-rank demonic beasts, there might be high-rank ones lurking, so you must pay attention to your own safety and not be careless. Every time you kill a monster, you will receive corresponding points. The higher the level of the monster, the more points you will receive. After the exam, the points you receive will be your final exam score. Alright, I'll remind you again, you are not allowed to cooperate, trade, or fight each other during the exam. If any violations are found, the exam scores will be cancelled." Zhao Sanpang explained the exam rules word by word, but his eyes kept looking towards the back of the crowd, hoping to see a familiar figure rushing over. Unfortunately, until the end, he finished explaining all the exam content that needed attention, but he didn't find Mang Hang's figure. Glancing at the clock, he realized that time was up, and Zhao Sanpang had to accept this fact. He sighed and announced loudly, "Time is up. All candidates enter the ancient battlefield." The teleportation array opened, emitting a dazzling light. The crowd entered one after another, disappearing on the spot. After a moment of dizziness, the candidates opened their eyes and found themselves in a dense forest. Unlike what they had heard for years, they didn't find any ancient relics, let alone any remaining spiritual artifacts, which made everyone slightly disappointed. It seemed that this ancient battlefield had indeed been thoroughly cleaned up. Originally, they were still hoping to pick up some unsealed spiritual artifacts during the exam. Maybe they would be lucky enough to obtain a complete artifact and make a fortune, but now their fantasies were shattered. Several hours later, Taihu, taking advantage of the cover of the bushes, was staring at a 3-level monster, the Thunderlight Tiger, not far away. Originally, as a late-stage Earth rank, he couldn't possibly be a match for a 3-level monster, but the deep visible bone injury on the Thunderlight Tiger's body made him ecstatic. As long as he could kill this 3-level monster, his points would increase significantly. His abilities activated, his 2 already strong thighs swelled twice their size, and his right arm holding the knife became muscular. When Taihu saw the Thunderlight Tiger lower its head to lick its wound, his eyes lit up. Now is the time. He exerted force on his feet, quickly leaped forward, and directly aimed for the Thunderlight Tiger's head with his knife. Just as the long knife was about to strike its head, an untimely voice sounded, "Be careful!" This sudden shout made Taihu's scalp tingle. Thinking that someone was reminding him that there were other monsters lurking around, he dared not attack anymore, quickly retracted his knife, and defensively looked around. The Thunderlight Tiger, silently healing its wounds, was also startled by this sudden shout and tried to stand up despite the intense pain. But before it could stand up, a figure had already arrived by its side, and with a sound of breaking through the air, a kick landed directly on the Thunderlight Tiger's head. This kick seemed to have the force of 1,000 caddies, instantly exploding the head of the 3-level Thunderlight Tiger, splattering red and white matter all over the ground. The figure stopped, revealing a person with a big flat-top haircut, whose figure surprisingly resembled Taihu's. Seeing this scene, Taihu immediately understood. This person was not someone who kindly reminded him. Clearly, he wanted to scare him away and take the kill for himself. Hot-tempered Taihu couldn't tolerate this, and immediately became furious. Which school are you from? How dare you steal this lord's monster? Are you tired of living? The person was not intimidated by Taihu's momentum, but instead had a mocking expression. Your monster? Did you write your name on it? People from small cities have low quality. Hearing this, Taihu knew the person's identity and sarcastically retorted, I knew that someone shameless would come out from Yunshui City. So, you're one of the 5 people rumored to be from the imperial capital. Why are all the people from the imperial capital as shameless as you? Being mocked like this, the young man with the flat-top haircut couldn't bear it and his face turned dark. Kid, you're arrogant. Do you dare to bet with me? Gambling is a way to resolve conflicts between 2 parties during an exam. Both parties must agree and apply to the outside world. Once the application is approved, both parties can go all out without harming each other's lives. The winner will continue to stay here and take the exam, while the loser will be kicked out of the ancient battlefield, which means exam failure. When Taihu, who was already a martial maniac, heard the words gambling, he showed no signs of fear but rather excitement. Good, just what I wanted. I've been wanting to see what tricks the geniuses from the capital have. Without saying more, the 2 of them simultaneously submitted their gambling applications through the watch-shaped devices on their wrists. In no time, they both received a cold response of agreed on their wrists. As soon as the words were spoken, they quickly rushed towards each other and exchanged punches as if they were in sync. Boom! Their fists collided, creating ripples of tremendous impact in the air. Taihu stumbled and took 2 steps back uncontrollably. On the other hand, the young man with a crew cut remained motionless, standing in the same spot. Taihu felt a tingling sensation in his right hand and his eyes showed even more fanaticism. Good, besides Mang Hang, I haven't encountered anyone in my generation who can surpass me in terms of strength. I didn't expect to encounter another one today. Today, let's have a good fight. With that, their muscles swelled, and in an instant, they both transformed into small giants nearly 3 meters tall. The young man with the crew cut saw Taihu's transformation and his eyes also lit up with excitement. A-level ability, Power Frenzy. Haha, it seems that today I can also let loose and have a good fight. Crack crack, their muscles expanded, tearing their shirts apart, and in the blink of an eye, they both became small giants over 3 meters tall. The 2 giants, like small mountains, looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. After the eye contact, Taihu took the initiative to attack, taking a step forward and kicking with his strong right leg towards the crew-cut young man's head. The young man with a crew-cut raised an eyebrow and his body bent backwards in a strange manner, easily avoiding this fierce blow. Taihu's kick barely grazed the crew-cut young man's face, and the resulting air pressure directly shattered the nearby trees. The 8475 ancient battlefield was already equipped with special monitoring equipment, so no matter where the examinees were, their battles would be displayed on the large screens outside. At this moment, their fight also attracted the attention of the onlookers. Wow, so strong. Are students nowadays all this crazy? Just the air pressure alone shattered a big tree. Which school is he from? I know this. He's from Sanjon, my neighbor's 3rd cousin's niece's child. He's a rare A-level talent. Someone said proudly. So he's from the same school as that genius student Lin Lashua. Why haven't I heard of him before? Ah, if it were in previous years, an A-level talent would indeed be a rare genius. Unfortunately, this year, Lin Lashua's SSS level talent is too dazzling. And then there's Mang Hang who can kill a void stage ability user in an instant. So naturally, not many people paid attention to him. Now that you mention it, I suddenly remember. Why haven't we seen those 2 influential students from our Yunshui city? Don't you know? Lin Lashua has already been recruited by the Imperial University. She was taken away a few days ago. Damn, recruited. Is this the privilege of geniuses? They don't even have to take the college entrance exam. What about Mang Hang? Yeah, where's Mang Hang? I haven't seen him. The person quickly scanned each frame on the big screen with their eyes. Stop thinking about it. With so many examinees, even if you go blind, you might not be able to find him. Let's just watch the battle between these 2. It's about the honor of our Yunshui city, after all. The man with the backward bent waist easily dodged this terrifying attack without getting up. He immediately performed a magnificent backflip in this position and used the momentum of the backflip to kick Taihu in the chin. Feeling the wind pressure coming from below, Taihu cruelly smiled, revealing his sharp white teeth. He stood still in place, not intending to dodge. Taihu's suicidal action shocked the audience outside, who couldn't help but shout, "Quick, dodge! What is this guy doing? Does he think his chin is made of iron? He actually wants to withstand this kick." Some people even covered their eyes with their hands, unable to bear to see what would happen next. Bang! With a loud noise, the next scene made the audience outside gasp. They saw that Taihu, who was kicked in the chin, did not fall to the ground, but remained firmly in place. This was not the most surprising part for everyone. What shocked the audience the most was that he actually used his chin to firmly hold the man's foot. Damn! What kind of bizarre move is this? How can he do this? He truly is a genius in this world, something us ordinary people don't understand. The man with the backward bent waist did not expect Taihu to use this move. With his right foot trapped, he fell headfirst to the ground. He was initially somewhat proud, but now his expression became extremely ugly. He didn't expect to encounter such a freak in this small place. He exerted force under his foot, trying to pull his right foot out from under the chin. Taihu wouldn't give him this opportunity. With a cruel smile, he used his chin to hold the man's foot and began spinning him 360 degrees, and the man with the backward bent waist followed uncontrollably, rotating headfirst towards the ground. The spinning speed became faster and faster, almost turning into a blur in the end. When the speed reached its peak, Taihu lifted his chin, and the man with the backward bent waist was thrown out by the tremendous inertia, crashing straight into the depths of the forest. Boom! 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 Countless trees fell, and a cloud of dust rose from the depths of the forest. Wow, amazing! So strong, incredibly strong. This kid has the courage to stand alone against all odds. Even though he's a genius from the imperial capital, he's still no match for our students from Yunshui City. The people outside finally let go of their suspended hearts and cheered for their city's genius. Even Lu Zhaoliang, who was beside Zhao Sanpang, was excited. Ah, Lord, we won! Who said our students from Yunshui City couldn't compare to the geniuses from the imperial capital? However, at this moment, Zhao Sanpang stared intently and did not show a hint of joy. Instead, he said solemnly, "The competition isn't over yet." What? Lu Zhaoliang was shocked and quickly shifted his gaze back to the big screen. He. Ha ha ha. Laughter, deliberately suppressed, came from the smoke-filled depths of the forest. Then, as if unable to control it any longer, it began to laugh uproariously. Upon hearing this laughter, the cheers of the audience outside came to a halt, and Taihu's expression became somewhat serious. As the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the man with the backward bent waist stood up unscathed. His neatly styled hair was now slightly messy, and blood was seeping from the corners of his mouth. But his face showed uncontrollable excitement that bordered on madness. I underestimated you. I didn't expect such an opponent in the small Yunshui city, but it ends here. With that, he suddenly exerted force, his muscles all over his body twisting, and behind him, it seemed as if a weeping demon had formed. The man with the backward bent waist now resembled the king of beasts, greedily staring at his prey. Taihu was locked in his gaze, instantly feeling a chill all over his body, and he was pressed to stand still, unable to move. He showed a resolute expression, biting his tongue with his teeth, and only the intense pain and the strong smell of blood allowed him to suppress his fear. Stop pretending. Today I will beat you until you surrender. He exerted force under his feet once again, charging towards the man with the backward bent waist like a cannonball. Tiger Cannon Fist. The Thai Tiger's fist struck simultaneously, directly hitting his chest. Boom! The force penetrated through the back-headed man's body, shattering the trees behind him. However, a strange scene unfolded. Despite receiving such a powerful blow, the back-headed man stood still as if nothing had happened. Looking at the Thai Tiger, who was sweating profusely, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is that all? Bring out all the strength you've got. Upon hearing these words, the Thai Tiger's face turned red. Take another punch from me. As he threw a punch, his fist was easily caught in midair by a large hand. The back-headed man held the incoming fist with his left hand and grabbed the Thai Tiger's face with his right hand. Kid, next time choose your opponent wisely, don't mess with someone you can't handle. With that, he ruthlessly smashed his right hand, which was holding the Thai Tiger's head, downwards. Boom! A huge crater appeared on the ground, and the Thai Tiger lay inside, spitting out blood. The back-headed man looked down at the Thai Tiger beneath his feet and slowly said, apart from that legendary SSS-level genius, you must be the strongest person in Yunshui City, right? Upon hearing these words, the Thai Tiger revealed a meaningful smile. You're wrong. The strongest person is not me, but Mang Hang. You better pray you don't encounter him, or else you'll lose miserably. With that, his figure slowly disappeared from this space. The audience outside had long been silent, shocked by the terrifying strength of the back-headed man. A burst of light flashed, and the heavily injured Thai Tiger was teleported out. Zhao Sanpang took a step forward and came directly to his side, feeding him a sparkling pill. After a while, with the powerful medicinal effects of the pill, the Thai Tiger slowly sat up from the ground. Seeing that it was the city lord who had come, his face was filled with endless shame and desolation. I'm sorry, city lord, for bringing shame to our Yunshui city. Zhao Sanpang gently patted his shoulder and comforted him softly. Don't say that, you've already done well. Even if you don't pass this year's exam, it's okay. Repeat another year and participate in the college entrance examination again next year. With your A-level talent, you will definitely get into the university you desire. The Thai Tiger reluctantly nodded. In the ancient battlefield, the muscles on the back-headed man's body slowly contracted, returning to their normal size. But he didn't move, still staring at the spot where the Thai tiger disappeared. Mang Hang? The strongest? Will I be completely defeated? Interesting. A slightly sickly excited smile appeared on his face again as he muttered to himself, Mang Hang, as long as you participate in the college entrance examination in this space, I will find you. With that, he took out a comb and mirror from his spatial ring, meticulously tidied his messy hair, and then slowly left. Meanwhile, the person he mentioned, Mang Hang, was still excitedly hunting down monsters in the Yunsui City mountains. At this moment, Mang Hang was facing off against a huge monster bull with a long knife in his hand. This monster bull was nearly 5 meters tall, blood red all over. Although it looked like a bull, it had sharp teeth. Mang Hang had no doubt whether this monster bull was a herbivore or a carnivore. It was a fourth-order monster, the dragon blood Kuei bull. Legend has it that this bull contains a trace of dragon bloodline, making it incredibly powerful, hence the name. People say that the mountains outside the city are extremely dangerous, with the risk of death at any moment. However, Mang Hang had been outside the city for so many days and had only encountered 2 fourth-order monsters. It was unknown whether he was lucky or unlucky. In fact, a fourth-order monster is already terrifying for ordinary individuals. Only experts like Zhao Sanpang, who are at the celestial rank, can deal with them in Yunsui City. For others, encountering them in the forest would mean certain death. Of course, Mang Hang, this abnormal cheat, doesn't count. At this moment, there was a long wound on the buttocks of the dragon blood Kuei bull, and it was no surprise that Mang Hang, the 6th child, had launched a surprise attack again. Unlike the last encounter with the weasel, this time he was the one who discovered the opponent first. He suddenly became confident after stepping into the empty level, and when he saw the eyes of the 4th-level monster beast light up, he launched a sneak attack. However, the dragon-blooded bull had tough skin and thick flesh, so the attack did not cause much damage. The dragon-blooded bull stared fiercely at the despicable human in front of it, exhaling a white mist from its nose. It hated this human with all its heart. It had finally had a day without killing and was enjoying a peaceful rest on the ground. Who would have thought that this human would come up and stab it in the butt without hesitation? It was already showing mercy by not provoking him, but this trash of an empty-level human dared to sneak attack it? It scraped the ground with its front hooves, dashed forward, and used its huge, metallic shining horns to strike Mang Hang's head. Mang Hang didn't dare to directly face a 4th-level monster beast, especially one known for its strength. He lightly stepped forward, as if a gentle breeze, disappearing from his original position, and then directly appeared behind it, ready to strike. Just then, he heard the voice of the system in his mind. He messed up, all the same. Mang Hang. Hey, buddy, if you're going to play mahjong, at least let me know when you mess up. What are you thinking, TZ? I suddenly remembered that today is the 27th, and tomorrow is the college entrance examination. I just wanted to remind you. Okay, got it. After I deal with this bull, I'll go back. Wait. Mang Hang suddenly felt something was off halfway through speaking, and the next second, his hair stood on end. What day did you say it is today? You're young, why can't you hear properly? The system said impatiently. The 27th. The 27th. Tomorrow is your college entrance examination. Mang Hang opened his mouth wide, still unable to believe it, and continued to ask, are you sure it's the 27th today? Is it possible that you got the date wrong? What are you saying? What are you saying? The system was very annoyed that Mang Hang didn't trust it. I know astronomy, geography, and the history of the past 1,000 years. I can even predict what will happen in the next 1,000 years. Do you think I would get a date wrong? Mang Hang was trembling with anger, his forehead veins bulging, and he gritted his teeth as he said word by word, then, you didn't calculate that I have the college entrance examination today. As soon as he said this, the system also exclaimed, what the hell, you have the college entrance examination today? Mahjong is a waste of time. Mahjong is a waste of time. From now on, I will never gamble or do drugs. The system muttered to itself. Mang Hang looked up at the sky speechlessly, not knowing how to criticize this unreliable system. Right now, he just wanted to sing a song to the system. Listen to me, thank you, because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. Feeling the volcanic anger about to erupt from Mang Hang, the system quickly tried to console him. TZ, it's not that serious. As long as I'm here, I guarantee that you will eventually become a Buddha or an ancestor. It doesn't matter if you don't go to college. Mang Hang, you're actually making some sense, I can't argue against it. The dragon-blooded bull, which had missed its attack, angrily turned around and was about to launch another attack. But it found that the young man who had originally seemed arrogant and cocky now resembled a volcano about to erupt, emitting an unconscious aura of oppression that secretly made the dragon-blooded bull feel fearful, causing it to instinctively take a step back. Then it realized that this action was inappropriate and anger surged from its heart. I, a proud 4th-level monster beast, was actually scared away by an empty-level human. Shame! With this thought, its already blood-red body became even redder, and the white smoke it exhaled from its nose became thicker. With a roar, the dragon-blooded bull was about to continue its attack. Only by devouring this human in front of it could it wash away the shame of its previous fear. At the same time, the system in Mang Hang's head continued to comfort him. What do you say now? Should we go and take a look? Even if I don't pass the exam this year, it's good to broaden my horizons. If not, we can continue studying next year. Mang Hang sighed and didn't say anything else. At this point, he couldn't just pull out the system and beat it up. It's already this late, and I have to rely on my 2 legs to rush there. By the time I arrive, everyone else will already be starting school. Hee hee, buddy, that's not necessarily true. The system smirked and continued. Don't you still have a dumb ox in front of you? A 4-wheel drive is much faster than your 2-wheel drive, more than twice as fast. Mang Hang's eyes lit up. It made sense. 8 gates, 4th gate, gate of injury, open. After reaching the empty stage, all of his attributes doubled. Now his strong physique could fully support the opening of the 4th gate of the 8 gates, without causing too much harm to his body. Blood rapidly flowed through his body, causing Mang Hang's skin to turn red. His whole body was surrounded by a green energy, and a terrifying pressure quickly spread out. Just as the dragon blood Kuei-Nyo was about to launch an attack, it abruptly stopped, digging 2 trenches in the ground. The aura emitted by the human in front of it filled it with fear, as if it was being targeted by a natural enemy. If it dared to move, it would surely die today. Mang Hang, are you impressed? Dragon blood Kuei-Nyo, I dare not move, I dare not move. Mang Hang looked at the monster in front of him with ill intentions. He stomped his right foot on the ground, causing a crack to rapidly spread towards the dragon blood Kuei-Nyo's feet. The crack was a meter wide and bottomless. The dragon blood Kuei-Nyo widened its eyes, unable to believe the terrifying power of a single foot. You're so shameless, using cheats right from the start. It was startled and jumped up, cursing at Mang Hang. Mang Hang stared coldly at the dragon blood Kuei-Nyo and said, submit or die? Submit. The dragon blood Kuei-Nyo didn't hesitate at all and shouted loudly. Demonic beasts never submit unless they can't win. Mang Hang was taken aback. He didn't expect this demonic beast to have no bottom line and choose to submit without hesitation. But it was for the best, saving him the effort. With a light jump, he directly rode on the back of the dragon blood Kuei-Nyo. At first, it was reluctant and tried to resist, but after being slapped to the ground by Mang Hang, it completely lost its temper. Go! Finding a direction, Mang Hang rode the monster and dashed out. Truly a 4th-order demonic beast, the dragon blood Kuei-Nyo charged straight ahead, not knowing what it meant to turn. It forcefully created a path through the forest. Instantly, the entire mountain range was in chaos, and low-level demonic beasts retreated, afraid of dying under its hooves for no reason. Outside the teleportation array, there was silence, and the atmosphere was oppressively terrifying. With only 1 hour left until the end of the college entrance examination, the top 5 scores in the imperial capital were far behind the students from Yunshui City. The difference between the 5th and 6th place was nearly 500 points, which was a blatant slap in the face to Yunshui City. We took your spot in the college entrance examination, and now we're still ahead of you. What can you do about it? The people from Yunshui City felt extremely uncomfortable. Just then, someone suddenly pointed in the direction of the distant mountains and shouted in fear, "Look, what is that?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw dust rising in the distance, as if hundreds of cows were charging towards them. Because of the shadow of the previous Crimson Blood Demon King, someone exclaimed in fear, "Beast-tide, beast-tide, the demonic beasts are attacking again." Everyone panicked and started to scatter and flee. Zhao Sanpang, who had a grim expression, looked even worse at this scene. Misfortune never comes alone. Today was already going badly. The top 5 in the city's college entrance examination were taken by outsiders, and his only hope, Mang Hang, missed the exam. Now there was a beast-tide. How could he not be angry? He stepped forward, drew his long sword, pointed it towards the rising dust, and shouted, "Where is the city defense team?" "Here." The city guards, who were originally maintaining order, all responded in unison without hesitation, standing behind him. "Behind us are the people of Yunshui City, and in the teleportation array are the future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if we all die in battle today, we must protect them together. Can we do it?" "Yes, yes, yes." Everyone shouted in unison, drawing their weapons from their waists and staring ahead as if ready to die. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a visually enhanced Esper noticed something unusual and said with a strange expression, "Lord of the city, something's not right. It seems there's only one monster." Chapter 49. The bull-riding youth Zhao Sanpang's right hand trembled, and his eyes twitched. "Why the hell didn't you say it earlier? The atmosphere has already been built up to this point, and now you're telling me there's only one monster." As the rolling dust approached closer and closer, the people also saw the situation within the dust. In the midst of the dust, a huge, blood-red monster bull was charging towards them. At the sight of this monster, Zhao Sanpang's previously relaxed expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way." The people in the distance quickly moved aside, but the city guards behind him stubbornly stood their ground without moving. "Lord of the city, we will stand with you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sanpang became anxious. "Stand with me? Stand with your ass. This is a fourth-order monster, the Dragon Blood Quinyu. This beast is known for its immense strength. If it were in normal circumstances, I could still have a chance against it in a one-on-one fight. But now, with this beast charging at such speed, its immense strength combined with its huge inertia, even if I dare to resist head-on, I will be smashed into minced meat, let alone you. You guys quickly get out of the way. I'll find a way to slow down this beast, otherwise I'll have to worry about you. The city guards saw that they could only cause trouble in this situation, so they no longer insisted and ran to both sides, nervously watching the lord of the city's next move. At this moment, the Dragon Blood Quinyu lowered its head and charged forward with all its might, without any hesitation. Mang Hang sat steadily on its back, although the speed was too fast, causing the bull's back to shake violently. He remained as steady as Mount Tai, showing no signs of falling off the bull. Mang Hang patted the strong back of the Dragon Blood Quinyu and said gently, "Old bull, can you go a little faster? If we delay, by the time we arrive, the exam will already be over, and tonight I'll have to eat braised beef to make up for my wounded soul." Moo! A mournful long cry, a gas sprayed out of the Dragon Blood Quinyu's nose, and its four hooves exerted force again, increasing its speed once more. Seeing the Dragon Blood Quinyu accelerate again, Zhao Sanpang felt his scalp go numb. What the hell is wrong with this stupid bull? It's inexplicably charging towards here. Could there be something here that attracts it? Zhao Sanpang had a feeling, for some reason, that he had heard a hint of grievance and fear in the monster bull's roar just now. Seeing the Dragon Blood Quinyu getting closer and closer, he stopped thinking and infused his spiritual power into his long sword. Zhao Sanpang was ready to use the open heaven technique to directly sever the beast's limbs and hooves to stop its continued charge. He squinted his eyes, estimating the distance between the monster and himself, ensuring that his sword energy could reach it. Closer, a little closer, just a bit. He had already concentrated his spiritual energy into one point, only one sword strike away. But just at that moment, the Esper with enhanced vision suddenly shouted again, "Lord of the city, it seems there's someone sitting on the back of the Dragon Blood Quinyu." Zhao Sanpan's body froze, and he asked incredulously, "Are you sure there's someone sitting on its back?" "Lord of the city, rest assured, I may not be good at fighting, but I have no problem in investigating this area. When I say there's a figure, there definitely won't be a pair." Ignoring this person who was talking nonsense, Zhao Sanpang had a face full of disbelief. He knew that a fourth-order monster was comparable to a transcendent-level expert, on the same level as him. And when I fought against the Long Blood Quinyu, I had a 70% chance of killing it. But to tame this monster, it is absolutely impossible. After all, a fourth-order monster already has spiritual intelligence and takes pride in being a monster. How could it easily submit to humans? There are only two ways to tame a monster. The first is to obtain a monster egg, feed it with one's own blood before it hatches, and the hatched monster will willingly recognize its master. Unfortunately, monster eggs, especially high-order ones, are extremely rare, so very few people have monster pets. As for the second way, it is even more difficult than the first. The difference in strength between an ability user and a monster is too great, causing the monster to have no resistance and can only choose to submit. Which Big Shot has nothing better to do and came to this small place of Yunshui City to cause such a big commotion, Zhao Sanpang thought somewhat speechlessly. When others heard that someone actually used a fourth-order monster as a mount, they couldn't help but discuss it excitedly. Wow, who is this Big Shot with such a big move, actually using a fourth-order monster as a mount? Of course, it must be a transcendent-level powerhouse, otherwise, how could they have the ability to subdue the Long Blood Quinyu? The key is that there are not many transcendent-level powerhouses within the Dragon Kingdom, so why did this Big Shot come to our place? We'll find out soon. At this moment, everyone knew that it wasn't a monster attack, so they no longer panicked and gathered together again. They tiptoed and stretched their necks to look forward, wanting to catch a glimpse of the magnificence of this bull-riding Big Shot. Even the ongoing exams in the examination hall were ignored for a while. With only a few dozen meters left, Mang Hang saw that the crowd hadn't dispersed yet and knew that the exam hadn't ended, so he breathed a sigh of relief. With a loud shout of phew, the high-speed rushing Long Blood Quinyu suddenly braked, leaving behind deep hoof prints on the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping its massive body. As the smoke cleared, even without the reminder of the person with enhanced vision, everyone could see clearly the huge monster and the figure on its back. Even from a distance, the crowd hadn't felt it, but now that the Long Blood Quinyu had come closer, its massive body and the oppressive aura unintentionally emitted by the high-order monster made most of the people present tremble in their legs. Someone swallowed their saliva and reluctantly said to the person next to them, "Brother, can you support me? My legs are a bit weak." "Brother, I really can't help with this favor. I'm already sitting on the ground." Although they had seen the world, when that fifth-order monster appeared, it covered the sky and the sun, its momentum much stronger than that of the Long Blood Quinyu. But at that time, it was far away. How could it compare to now, when it was standing not far away, exuding such a powerful deterrent force? This fourth-order monster is so terrifying. How powerful must the person on its back be? No, I have to see if this Big Shot has 3 heads and 6 arms. Hey, why does this Big Shot look so young? Maybe transcendent-level ability users have a way to stay young. No, something's not right. Why do I feel like I've seen this person before? Someone tilted their head, looking puzzled. Why do I also feel familiar? Oh my god, isn't this Mang Hang? Someone realized and couldn't help but exclaim. Mang Hang? Which Mang Hang? Who else could it be but our Mang Hang from Yunshui City, the one who killed the unborn sect? Oh my god, how is it him? With this shout, everyone recognized that the person on the back of the bull was indeed Mang Hang, and the crowd instantly exploded. How is this possible? This kid is only at what level? How could he tame a fourth-order monster? I must be dreaming, a high school student actually taming a fourth-order monster. This world is too crazy, even mice can be bridesmaids for cats. Some people silently lit a cigarette and said with a melancholy look, I smoked a whole pack of cigarettes and still don't understand how he did it. Don't talk about cigarettes, I smoked a mouthful of firecrackers and still can't figure it out. I smoked 5 gas canisters and still can't figure it out. Something's not right. Shouldn't he be taking the college entrance exam right now? Why is he only showing up now? Someone finally noticed the anomaly and couldn't help but ask in surprise. Ah, now that you mention it, he's also a senior in high school this year. Why didn't he take the exam? Could it be that he missed the time and only caught a 4th-level monster on the way? Mang Hang jumped off the back of the ox, originally intending to kick the dragon blood Shilance but this creature was too huge, so Mang Hang could only kick its leg. Consider yourself lucky today, I'll spare you for now. But if I ever catch you slaughtering humans, I'll definitely skin you alive and drink your tendons as soup. Get lost. Moo! With a long roar, the dragon blood Shilin felt like it had been granted amnesty, relieved to finally escape the clutches of this cursed star. Without any hesitation, it turned around and ran. Seeing Mang Hang's actions and the dragon blood Shilin's attitude, everyone was speechless once again. This kid didn't seem that terrifying at all. After all, he was a 4th-level monster. Did he really have to be so humble? Seeing everyone looking at him with strange eyes, Mang Hang felt a bit embarrassed and could only console himself with the thought that the protagonist always appears last. System, you really are the last, damn it. Mang Hang awkwardly approached Zhao Sanpang and scratched his head. Good morning, old Zhao. Zhao Sanpang was also shocked by his entrance, but when he realized that Mang Hang, with such strength, had actually missed the college entrance exam, his anger grew even stronger. Zhao Sanpang's mouth twitched as he forcibly suppressed his anger and sneered. Indeed, it's quite early. The sun hasn't even set yet. I wonder what brings young Master Mang here. Are you interested in capturing a head cow to ride on? Mang Hang could clearly hear the sarcasm in his words, so he forced a dry laugh and said, Old Zhao, what are you talking about? As a senior high school student in Yunshui City, of course, I came to take the exam. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sanpang finally couldn't suppress his anger anymore and roared, You brat, you actually know today is the college entrance exam. I thought you died in the mountains outside the city. I sent so many people to look for you these past 2 days, and now the exam is about to end, and you suddenly remember to come back. It's not too late now. If I can't go in, I'll go in now. I'll take whatever score I can get. Mang Hang was confident that with his current strength, he could easily clear the instance and maybe even get a good score. What are you daydreaming about? Zhao Sanpang glanced at him and continued, There are rules to follow. Missing the time means missing the time. Even if I were your father, I wouldn't let you take the exam. Old Zhao, let's just talk. You can't take advantage of me, Mang Hang said unwillingly. Actually, he didn't have much hope that Zhao Sanpang would agree to his request, but he had to try. Now, even that last bit of hope was shattered. Mang Hang sighed and realized he could only take it one step at a time. After listening to their conversation, everyone finally understood that Mang Hang had indeed forgotten the time and missed the college entrance exam. How big of a heart does one have to forget about time? Just as Mang Hang was sighing, he suddenly caught sight of someone and was stunned. Taihu, why are you here too? Did you also forget the time and miss the exam? Taihu's forehead was full of black lines, thinking to himself, who do you think you are? Not everyone is as carefree as you, forgetting even such an important day as the college entrance exam. He explained the situation to Mang Hang, including the national policy towards Yunshui City, people from the imperial capital seizing spots, Lin Lashua being recruited by the imperial capital university, and the gambling match. Mang Hang became furious after hearing it all. People from the imperial capital came to snatch our spots and even injured you, causing you to lose your qualification for the college entrance exam? This is unbearable. I can bear it, but Ant can't. As soon as he heard this, Zhao Sanpang became even angrier and couldn't help but angrily say, You still have the nerve to say that. When Lin Lashua is not here, I was still hoping that you could earn some face for Yunshui City. Now, look at the exam scores. Mang Hang looked up at the scoreboard. First place, Hua Qiu, current score, 889. Second place, Tu Wu, current score, 852. Fifth place, Wan Su, current score, 760. Mang Hang asked somewhat uncertainly, could it be that the top 5 are all from the imperial capital? Zhao Sanpang sneered and asked in return, what do you think? Mang Hang shrank his neck and dared not speak again. In a corner of the 8475 ancient battlefield, where everyone's attention was focused on him, an inconspicuous student wearing glasses was half kneeling on the ground. with a sickly fanaticism on his face, far from his previous gentle appearance. Mother of the unborn, empty hometown. I will sacrifice my soul to the mother, and let everyone here be buried with me. After speaking, he used his spiritual power to open a spatial ring, instantly emitting a nauseating stench of blood. This spatial ring actually stored a large amount of unknown creature's blood. When the spatial channel opened, it was like a river bursting its banks, and countless blood gushed out and fell on the ground in front of the glasses-wearing student. A strange scene occurred. As soon as the blood fell to the ground, it mysteriously seeped in quickly, as if there was something greedy underground sucking up the blood. Indeed, the blood that seeped into the ground was being drawn by an invisible force and continued to flow downward. Several tens of meters below the ground where the glasses-wearing student was, a nearly 10-meter-tall humanoid skeleton lay flat. The large amount of blood that seeped into the ground was being attracted by this skeleton, continuously converging here and quickly disappearing into the dense white bones. With the continuous absorption of this blood, tiny bits of flesh slowly grew on the originally bone-white bones. The blood-red flesh attached to the white bones, and even faint meridians appeared. If an ordinary person were to witness such a bloody and terrifying scene, they would definitely wet their pants in fear. Just at this moment, the skeleton that seemed to have been buried underground for millions of years actually moved, and two clusters of ghostly flames appeared in its empty eye sockets. When the ghostly flames appeared in the skeleton's eyes, the ground within a dozen meters around it began to collapse, and rocks and soil flew. A pair of huge skeletal arms stretched out from underground and directly grabbed the glasses-wearing student above. The next second, the glasses-wearing student was directly crushed, and all of his blood was absorbed by the white bones. The low-level demonic beasts nearby, who were originally attracted by the strong smell of blood, scattered and fled when they sensed this terrifying aura. The skeleton slowly stood up, and the ghostly flames in its eyes flickered a few times. It actually pulled out a rib from its own body and quickly transformed it into a bone knife several meters long. The skeletal giant held the long knife and swung it towards a fleeing demonic beast in a certain direction, causing the demonic beast to instantly explode into a mist of blood. The skeletal giant took a deep breath, and the mist of blood was sucked into its nose. While absorbing the blood mist, a part of its body grew flesh that was invisible to the naked eye. Hua Qiu, the only S-level ability user among the 5 people from the imperial capital, happened to be nearby and was also attracted by the commotion here. He happened to witness the scene of the skeletal giant absorbing the blood of the demonic beast. His face changed drastically, cold sweat instantly dripping from his forehead. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran. Unfortunately, the gaze of the skeletal giant had already locked onto him, and the ghostly flames in its eyes flickered twice as it swung the knife towards Hua Qiu. Although there were several tens of meters between Hua Qiu and the skeletal giant, when the skeletal giant swung its knife in midair, his whole body's hair stood on end, as if he would explode and die in the next moment just like that demonic beast. Without hesitation, his S-level ability was activated, and he performed a biological exchange. Hua Qiu's figure changed for a moment, and his original position unexpectedly became that of a second-level demonic beast that should have been running in front of him, and he actually appeared directly at the location where the second-order monster was originally located. This is the effect of activating the S-level ability to exchange creatures. Wherever Hua Qiu looks, as long as it is a living being, he can exchange his form with it at any time, and as long as his mental power is sufficient, there is no limit to the number of exchanges. Just as the positions of the person and the beast were exchanged, the second-order monster exploded directly, which scared Hua Qiu to the point of his scalp tingling. Fifth-order bone monster, he exclaimed, not daring to delay, and continuously activated his ability several times, disappearing directly into the depths of the dense forest. The beasts that exchanged places with him exploded one by one, and their blood was completely absorbed by the bone monster. Seeing the little bug run far away, the bone monster didn't pay it any attention and changed direction to continue swinging its sword. The skeletal giant was about 10 meters long, but in the ancient battlefield forest, any towering tree was nearly 20 to 30 meters high. So although it caused some commotion, most of the candidates in the ancient battlefield had not noticed the commotion here and were still hunting monsters. However, the movements of the bone monster were clearly captured on camera. Everyone stared in horror at the big screen, their faces full of fear. Didn't they say there were only low-level monsters inside? What is this? Also, why does this bone monster have a humanoid body but is so huge? Mang Hang also looked horrified. How could such a strange change occur as soon as the college entrance examination started? Could this be the legendary protagonist's halo, causing trouble wherever they go? He mechanically turned his head and stuttered as he asked Zhao Sanpang, I say, Lao Zhao, what's going on? Is this also part of the college entrance examination? At this moment, Zhao Sanpang's lips were dry, his eyes staring blankly at the bone monster on the big screen, completely ignoring Mang Hang's question. He kept muttering to himself, what should I do? What should I do? All the candidates from Yunsui City are inside. If something happens to them, how can I explain it to their parents? How can I explain it to the country? I, Zhao Sanpang, will be condemned to eternal damnation and become a criminal for all ages. Hey, Lao Zhao. Zhao Sanpang suddenly shook, snapped out of his daze by Mang Hang's call. What did you say? I'm asking if this is also part of the college entrance examination? Zhao Sanpang smiled bitterly and shook his head. How is that possible? This is a fifth-order bone monster. I would turn and run if I saw it. How could it appear in the college entrance examination? Then what is this bone monster? Mang Hang was puzzled. The ancient battlefield is a very mysterious place. No one knows what happened thousands of years ago. But even now, there are countless skeletons in the ancient battlefield, and some of them have gained intelligence over countless years, becoming what we call bone monsters. They can regenerate flesh and blood by absorbing the blood of humans or monsters, and the more flesh and blood they absorb, the stronger they become. But this ancient battlefield prepared for the college entrance examination has already been thoroughly cleaned, so I don't know why a fifth-order bone monster suddenly appeared. If it continues to develop like this, before the end of the exam, all the monsters and students in this alternate space will become its nourishment. As he said this, Zhao Sanpan's face became extremely ugly. Damn, then we should immediately suspend the exam and go in to save people. Mang Hang exclaimed in shock, urging anxiously. Zhao Sanpang shook his head with a bitter smile, his face filled with deep helplessness. It's not time yet, the exam cannot be ended, and besides those with admission tickets, even I cannot enter. Students are the pillars of the country, so Longwei attaches great importance to the college entrance examination. Each student's admission ticket is issued uniformly by the country to prevent any tricks from happening. Then can't Taihu go in? Taihu's face turned pale as soon as he heard this, and a smile uglier than crying appeared on his face. Big brother, don't trick me. What use is it for me to go in? I'm not even enough to be used as dental floss by them. Although he is aggressive, he is not stupid. He wouldn't do something that would definitely get him killed. Mang Hang ignored him and continued to ask, can't you just take his exam admission ticket? Zhao Sanpang shook his head helplessly. It's useless. How could the higher-ups of Longhua not have thought of this? Before the exam, every student has to provide a drop of their blood to be put into the admission ticket. Only if the blood matches can they enter the teleportation array. I'm sure you were also tested at that time. Zhao Sanpang suddenly froze in place, then his eyes lit up. Mang Hang was startled by his reaction and quickly took a few steps back, watching him warily. Lao Zhao, let me tell you, although I am handsome, I am straight as steel. Ignoring his joke, Zhao Sanpang asked with a trembling voice, did you take his admission ticket? Mang Hang immediately understood his thoughts and took a few steps back. Don't think about it. That's a fifth-order bone demon, comparable to a Huanjie expert. If I go in, I'll just be sending myself to death. Zhao Sanpang's face was filled with excitement at this moment, but no matter what he said, he grabbed Mang Hang's neck and whispered in his ear, others don't know, but I do. Back then, you easily defeated a fifth-order red blood demon king. Are you afraid of a fifth-order bone demon? In case some friends didn't notice, let me reiterate. The Lin family who ambushed the protagonist earlier has been changed to the Zhang family. If it weren't for a reader's reminder, I wouldn't have realized that Lin Lashua and I have the same surname. I really didn't intend to write such a cliché plot. Mang Hang wanted to cry but had no tears. He knew he would say that. Back then, he exchanged for the Six Paths power and transformed into the complete form of Susanoo to defeat the Red Blood Demon King. With his current strength, he could still easily defeat a fourth-order monster. When facing a fifth-order one, with the Manjikyu Sharingan activated, he could only ensure his own invincibility. However, the side effects of keeping the Manjikyu Sharingan activated for a long time were something he couldn't bear. In the spirit of a dead friend is better than a poor friend, Mang Hang quickly refused. Lao Zhao, it's not that I don't want to help. That kind of secret technique can't be used casually. It requires a great price, even one's life. Hearing Mang Hang's words, Zhao Sanpan's eyes instantly lost their luster and became dull. Since Mang Hang had said this, Zhao Sanpan couldn't force him to trade his own life for the lives of the examinees. Ding! System activated. Accept Zhao Sanpan's request, reward plus 30 attribute points. Reject, deduct 20 attribute points. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Mang Hang's mind. Damn it, unlucky system. I haven't settled the score with you for the college entrance examination, and now you want to trick me again. This time, I won't accept anything you say. Even if you deduct attribute points, I'll accept it. Mang Hang made up his mind to be a salted fish from now on. As long as he acted weak, the system wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Hey, buddy, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. The system said calmly. Do you have any interest in trying out the Hashirama cells? I don't want 99,998. I don't want 9,998. And I definitely don't want 998, as long as 200 kill points. Wait a minute, system, why did you only ask for 98 kill points for the Six Paths power, but now you want 200 kill points just for the Hashirama cells? Is it because it comes with the sage's body? Sorry, you're thinking too much. Then why are you selling it for a higher price than the Six Paths power? Mang Hang immediately became unhappy. Buddy, it's a different era now. Don't you understand inflation? Mang Hang looked at the points in the kill shop and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Inflation was all nonsense. He only had 200 points left. Although Mang Hang's heart was already moved, he still pretended to be unwilling on the surface. Then I won't do it. Killing the bone demon doesn't earn any points. Why should I bother to go through all that trouble? The system replied, Teasy, look at what you're saying. What kind of relationship do we have? How can I let you suffer for nothing? To make up for delaying your college entrance exam, I promise that if you can kill the bone demon, its points will be yours. Mang Hang widened his eyes and asked excitedly, are you serious? It's not me, Teasy. When have I ever tricked you? When have I ever deceived you? Hearing the system change its tone, Mang Hang smirked coldly. Consider yourself somewhat self-aware. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that is dead. Zhao Sanpan's eyes were lifeless as he tried to call for help from headquarters. He also knew that once headquarters arrived, the examinees here would basically be wiped out. But he couldn't just sit and do nothing, waiting for that to happen. Zhao Sanpang had already made up his mind. If things really came to that point, he would resign as the Lord of Yunsui City and go to the front lines to kill the demons, not returning until he died. Lao Zhao, I've made up my mind. I'm going to deal with this bone demon. Mang Hang, I know this is difficult for you too. I won't force you. Hey, you agreed? Zhao Sanpan's mouth dropped open, unable to understand how Mang Hang's attitude had changed so quickly. But, the secret technique will harm you. Zhao Sanpang hesitated to speak. Mang Hang stared at the bone demon on the big screen, his eyes filled with determination. If sacrificing myself can save so many students, I will do it without hesitation. If I don't go to hell, who will? Hearing Mang Hang's selfless words, tears welled up in Zhao Sanpan's eyes. He didn't expect that such an unserious young man on the surface would be so selfless inside. He tightly held Mang Hang's hand and said, moved, Xiao Mang, don't force yourself. If your life is really in danger, you can escape. No one will blame you. The people in the room had been paying attention to the situation, and after hearing the conversation between the two, they couldn't help but show a sad expression. Although they had just seen Mang Hang riding a fourth-order demon beast rushing over not long ago, they had never seen his true strength. Moreover, the bone demon inside was a fifth-order demon, not something that could be compared to a fourth-order demon beast. In their eyes, Mang Hang's actions were undoubtedly suicidal. Why sacrifice your own life for them when you're so young and talented enough to subdue a fourth-order demon beast? Someone lamented. The sparrow may be small but it has lofty aspirations. This may be the difference between true geniuses and us. It's because of young people like Mang Hang that our dragon country can keep the demons outside the front line. You're right. After the college entrance exam is over, I will definitely erect a monument for Mang Hang in the city center to commemorate his brave and fearless spirit. Hey, erecting a monument? I'm still standing here alive. Mang Hang's forehead was filled with black lines. He had originally wanted to show off, but if the plot continued like this, he would be letting himself down if he didn't die. Not wanting to listen to the discussions of the crowd anymore, Mang Hang took out his admission ticket and resolutely walked towards the teleportation array. In the eyes of outsiders, these few steps seemed like a heroic act of going to battle and never returning. As the light flickered, Mang Hang opened his eyes again and found himself in the ancient battlefield. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the dense and towering trees that covered the sky, and he was instantly dumbfounded. In the screen, the bone demon seemed huge, but now that he was inside, he realized that this space was incredibly vast. Where the hell was he supposed to find the trace of the bone demon? Zhao Sanpang outside was also at a loss. It was only now that he remembered that he hadn't given Mang Hang the scoring device that looked like a watch. That device not only had a scoring function, but also allowed communication between the inside and outside. Just like when Taihu and the guy with the crew cut were gambling, it was Zhao Sanpang who notified them that it was allowed. Zhou Bo cautiously maneuvered through the forest. Unlike other examinees who were searching for demons everywhere, he was carefully avoiding them. He has been weak since he was a child, and on top of that, his awakened ability is only F-level olfactory enhancement, so he can be considered completely powerless. Even if he encounters a level 1 monster, he would have to go around it. If it weren't for his father pressuring him, he wouldn't even want to take the college entrance exam. Zhoubo, hello, I am Zhao Sanpang, the Lord of Yunsui City. The sudden voice almost startled him, but luckily he reacted quickly and covered his mouth with his hand. He didn't expect that the Lord of Yunsui City, who was high above, would actually contact him. He quickly asked, hello, Lord, I am Zhoubo. May I ask what your orders are? There is a classmate 200 meters southeast of you. I need you to help me find him. When Zhoubo saw that the person the Lord was looking for was Mang Hang, he was stunned. He was also a student at Sanzhong, so naturally he couldn't not know the famous Mang Hang. He just didn't expect that, with the exams almost over, Mang Hang was also wandering around the outskirts of the forest like him. Through surveillance, Zhao Sanpang told Mang Hang the location of the bone monster and discussed with Zhoubo, asking him to act together with Mang Hang, making it convenient for Zhao Sanpang to inform Mang Hang of the bone monster's movements at any time. It was only then that Zhoubo realized that Mang Hang hadn't participated in the college entrance exam. With the direction determined, Mang Hang and Jobo immediately exerted all their strength and rushed towards the direction of the bone monster. However, after running for only a few minutes, Jobo had to stop, panting and supporting his knees with both hands. Mang Hang's speed was just too fast, and he had to give it his all just to keep up with his pace. This quickly drained his stamina, and he couldn't hold on for long. What he didn't know was that Mang Hang was already taking care to match his speed and hadn't even exerted half of his own speed. Jobo hesitated for a moment, but still took off the scoring device on his wrist and handed it to Mang Hang. Mang Hang, I really can't run anymore. Although I don't know what you're going to do, if the Lord personally contacts you, it must be something very important. You should take this, I'll only delay your actions if I go with you. Mang Hang asked curiously, if you take this, what about your results in hunting monsters later? Jobo smiled self-deprecatingly. When I encounter a monster, all I can do is run. What's the point of talking about hunting monsters? Mang Hang looked at him deeply, knowing that time was urgent and it wasn't the time to be sentimental. He thanked Jobo and directly activated the third gate of the 8 gates escape technique to continue on their way. Jobo stood there with his mouth agape, only seeing Mang Hang's whole body emit a green energy, and then he disappeared in a flash of green light. Is this the speed a high school student can achieve? After nearly half an hour, Mang Hang didn't know how far he had walked, but he knew that with Zhao Sunpong's guidance, they were getting closer and closer to the bone monster. Along the way, whenever he encountered students, he would remind them to stay away from the bone monster's location. After walking for another 5 minutes, Mang Hang saw another student with a crew cut and a strong build walking towards the direction of the bone monster. He had to stop and remind the crew cut student, classmate, that direction is dangerous. I advise you not to go in that direction. Tulu raised an eyebrow, sneered, and said, I don't believe that an ancient battlefield specially prepared for the college entrance exam can have anything that threatens me. Since you say so, I have to go and see for myself. Hearing him say that, Mang Hang looked at him strangely, as if saying, dude, are you crazy? Adhering to the principle of not arguing with idiots, Mang Hang didn't bother to waste time with him and was about to continue on his way. But at that moment, the crew cut student seemed to remember something and suddenly called out to Mang Hang. Hey, kid, wait a minute. Have you heard of Mang Hang? Mang Hang originally didn't want to pay attention to him. The condescending tone of the crew cut student made him uncomfortable. If he didn't have urgent matters at hand, Mang Hang would definitely compare notes with this guy. But hearing this person actually call his name, Mang Hang couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Mang Hang turned around and curiously asked, are you looking for me? The man with the hairstyle was also stunned. He didn't expect that he would ask the person himself on a whim. Then, an extremely excited expression instantly appeared on his face. Are you Mang Hang? Yes, what's the matter? There was nothing originally, but when I defeated an A-level student here just now, he said that you are the strongest student in Yunshui City besides Lin Lashua. Mang Hang shook his head expressionlessly. He's wrong. Tulu raised an eyebrow and said, I didn't expect you to be so modest. That's not it. What I mean is that even if you add Lin Lashua, I am still the strongest. As soon as these words came out, Tulu's face became strange, and then he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. After laughing for almost half a minute, he finally stopped laughing, wiped away the tears from his eyes, and said, are all the people in Yunshui City so boastful? Yunshui City? Mang Hang was first stunned, then he reacted a bit and asked, are you from the imperial capital? Tulu nodded with a smile. Tulu, the one who defeated Taihu in the gambling match? That's right, I didn't expect you already knew about this. He still answered with a relaxed expression. Oh, Mang Hang said with a long O and took a few steps towards Tulu, leaving only a fist's distance between them. Actually, Mang Hang's height was not short, he was a full 8 meters tall, but unfortunately Tulu was 9 meters tall. When the two stood together, Mang Hang appeared much weaker in momentum. Tulu looked down at Mang Hang from a higher position, with an undisguised disdain on his face. What? Are you going to avenge him? If you want a fight, I'm ready anytime. Now we can apply for a bet. Smack! Before he could finish his words, a crisp sound of a heavy slap rang out. At this time, Mang Hang hadn't closed the third door of the 8 gates escape technique, so even a casual slap from him carried tremendous force. The entire face of Tulu twisted and even his facial features were distorted. Not only that, his 9-meter tall body was slapped into the air by Mang Hang, spinning like a top, and then heavily fell into the bushes. Beautiful! What a powerful slap! It's so satisfying. The people who had been paying attention to Mang Hang's movements couldn't help but cheer. Today, they were extremely frustrated. It was clearly their city's college entrance examination, but 5 outsiders occupied the top 5 spots, and they were openly mocked for having no one in Yunshui City. Moreover, Taihu, this A-level genius, couldn't participate in the college entrance examination this year because of one of them. Although it was an open and fair gambling match, they still felt a sense of frustration, but they could only suppress this anger deep in their hearts and couldn't vent it. In this world, the strong are respected. If you want to regain your reputation, you can, but you have to have the ability. If you don't, you can only endure it. Until now, Mang Hang's slap allowed them to release all the anger in their hearts, and they felt completely relieved. Zhao Sanpang helplessly covered his forehead, but the excitement in his eyes couldn't be concealed. When the two met, he didn't want to remind Mang Hang that this person was Tu Wu. After all, the overall situation was important, and there was still a bone demon waiting. But with this slap, he felt all the frustration of the day disappear completely. Good, kid, just like that, let them know how powerful we are in Yinshui City. In the end, Zhao Sanpang no longer concealed his excitement and cheered loudly for Mang Hang. Ahem! After a while, two coughs came from the bushes, and Tu Wu slowly walked out. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was a clear palm print on his face. Tu Wu trembled all over, his fists creaking as he tried to restrain the anger that was about to erupt, and shouted fiercely at Mang Hang, "Are you crazy? Do you not know that private battles during the college entrance examination will result in the cancellation of your exam qualification?" Oh, Mang Hang responded with a long "oh" again. Upon hearing this, Tu Wu instinctively covered his face, as if he was afraid that Mang Hang would slap him again. Mang Hang rolled his eyes at him and continued, "That's none of my business, my exam qualification has already been revoked." Upon hearing this, Tu Wu's bloodshot eyes suddenly lit up, and he chuckled, "So you mean, even if I take action now, I won't be punished?" Mang Hang nodded expressionlessly and said, "In principle, yes. Alright, you little brat, you're asking for death." Smack! Another loud slap echoed. Mang Hang casually took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Tu Wu, who was 10 meters away. Before he could finish speaking, Mang Hang slapped him again, causing him to spin in the air countless times. Hiss! Countless gasps could be heard from the onlookers. Hiss, Mang Hang is ruthless, hasn't he heard of not hitting someone's face when fighting? But hey, I like it. Wow, this kid's movements are like a ghost. He can cover such a distance in just one step. Could this be the legendary shrinking technique? Otherwise, how could he tame a fourth-order monster? His strength is truly terrifying. Tu Wu's cheeks on both sides were throbbing with pain, and he felt like he was going crazy. Not only did you slap my face, but you also gave me a symmetrical one. He had always been superior, always the one tormenting others. Today, he was slapped twice in a row by a student from a small city. This was a blatant humiliation. "I want you dead." Tu Wu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up, and his body instantly swelled into a 3-meter-tall giant. Muscles bulged on his sturdy back, forming the appearance of a weeping demon. With a powerful force from his feet, the ground beneath him began to sink. The enormous body of Tu Wu created a strong gust of wind, causing Mang Hang's clothes to rustle. His right leg, like a tree trunk, swept horizontally towards Mang Hang's temple. Mang Hang remained expressionless, with his hands in his pockets, and casually bent down, easily avoiding this terrifying attack. Tu Wu's kick missed, and the air pressure from the compressed air formed an air slash that directly shattered several nearby trees. "It's not over yet." Seeing that his kick was easily dodged, Tu Wu roared, and his two fists, as big as cooking pots, directly pounded towards Mang Hang's face, which had just lifted up. Mang Hang still had his hands in his pockets, and as he watched the fists getting closer, he didn't move, as if he wanted to take this punch head-on. "Quick, dodge!" Tai Hu outside anxiously shouted, thinking that Mang Hang was being too arrogant. Tu Wu had personally experienced the power behind the demon's back, and that unmatched strength still made him shudder. As the fists got closer, Mang Hang finally moved. However, instead of retreating to dodge the punch, he simply raised his right hand and placed it against the incoming fist. Compared to Tu Wu's transformed fist, Mang Hang's fist was like an egg compared to a basketball. And yet, when Mang Hang's small fist met Tu Wu's fist, Tu Wu couldn't make any further progress. Bang! The shockwave produced by the collision of the two fists pulverized the trees within several meters of them. "Tree, did I provoke you or did I offend you? Why am I always the one getting hurt?" Tu Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Mang Hang. He couldn't believe that his full-force attack was easily blocked by this kid. Tu Wu, in a state of madness, roared, "This is impossible." After shouting, his right arm swelled up again, attempting to break through Mang Hang's resistance with a single blow. Unfortunately, despite his increased strength, Mang Hang remained standing still, like a towering mountain, unmoved. Seeing this strong right arm, Mang Hang actually clicked his tongue twice and secretly said, "Could this be the legendary supreme technique that can only be cultivated after being single for 20 years, the Qilin arm?" Unwilling to waste any more time with him, Mang Hang exerted a little force with his right hand, and Tu Wu's face instantly twisted. The bones in his right hand seemed to be crushed, and the immense pain made Tu Wu unconsciously kneel down slowly following Mang Hang's descent. "Brother, your muscles look intimidating, but they're just for show. You must have consumed too much protein powder, all bark and no bite." Tu Wu didn't care about what he said. The immense pain made his forehead sweat profusely, and he struggled desperately to pull out his right hand, but it remained motionless. Boring. Mang Hang shook his head and kicked Tu Wu in the chest. His small giant-like body flew out instantly, flying dozens of meters in the air before crashing heavily into the forest, creating a burst of smoke. Dusting off his hands, Mang Hang didn't bother to check on Tu Wu's condition and continued moving towards the direction of the bone demon. Damn it! Completely screwed. The crowd outside fell into silence, even the cheers for Mang Hang disappeared. Everyone's mouths hung open as they stared blankly at the battle in the arena, including Zhao Sanpang. How could such terrifying power burst forth from such a small body? Lu Zhaoliang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, feeling his heart pounding as he watched the battle. After a pause, he asked Zhao Sanpang, Lord, you are knowledgeable, do you think there is a possibility? I'm just saying it's possible. The Mang Hang in front of us is a fifth-order shape-shifting monster, otherwise I can't understand how he, who is not a power-type ability user, can possess such immense power. Zhao Sanpang glanced at him disdainfully and said, why don't you ask him when he comes out? Lu Zhaoliang recalled Mang Hang's terrifying kick just now and shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum. The bone demon continued to wander aimlessly forward. By now, it had absorbed countless amounts of blood, and its entire skeleton was covered with a thin layer of flesh. Just then, its hollow eyes looked towards a nearby location, and the massive bone blades slowly lifted. As Nguyen walked and hummed the song You, My Deskmate by Mang Hang, she felt both happy and angry. Since the day they finished their farewell meeting, that scoundrel hadn't contacted her again. Nguyen had thought she would see Mang Hang today, but the college entrance exams were almost over, and she hadn't even caught a glimpse of him. Lost in her thoughts, Nguyen suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked in horror at the nearby figure. Looking at the humanoid skeleton nearly 10 meters tall, Nguyen felt a chill run down her spine. She wanted to turn and run, but her legs went weak, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move. Seeing the bone demon raise its bone blade towards her, Nguyen closed her eyes in fear and shouted, Mang Hang, save me. Nguyen instinctively called out Mang Hang's name, but she knew that such a coincidence was impossible. Mang Hang wasn't her knight in shining armor who could appear at the critical moment. Feeling hopeless, she closed her eyes and waited for death. Just as the situation was about to reach a critical point, she seemed to actually hear Mang Hang's voice coming from beside her. Would release, Flower Tree World. Is that Mang Hang's voice? Impossible, it must be because I'm too nervous and hallucinating, Nguyen bitterly thought. But after waiting for a while, she realized that she was still standing unharmed in the same spot, which made her open her eyes in confusion. In front of her, there was a figure standing. Although this figure wasn't particularly strong, for Nguyen at this moment, it seemed incredibly tall and brought her a great sense of security. Mang Hang? I'm not dreaming, am I? Nguyen asked incredulously. You are dreaming. This place is dangerous, you should leave quickly and continue dreaming somewhere else. Mang Hang sarcastically remarked, but his eyes didn't move away from the bone demon. A few seconds ago, just as he followed Zhao Sanpang's instructions and arrived here, he happened to see the scene of the bone demon swinging its sword at Nguyen. How did this girl end up here? Mang Hang's face changed drastically, and he quickly formed hand seals, using the wood release, Flower Tree World technique. Countless thick tree vines emerged from under the bone demon's feet, climbing up its body and tightly wrapping around its arms, narrowly blocking the attack. In an instant, the bone demon was tightly bound like a dumpling. Nguyen widened her eyes and looked at the bone demon, which was covered in vines, in disbelief, and asked Mang Hang, did you save me? Mang Hang nodded naturally. Who else could it be if not me? But aren't you an awakened dojutsu user? What ability is this with the tree vines? Oh, it's a second awakening, Mang Hang said casually. Nguyen looked confused. The second awakening was extremely rare, so why did it sound so simple when he said it? The people outside also excitedly discussed what they saw. Wow, this kid is actually a wood release user. Why haven't I seen him use this move before? Isn't wood release a healing attribute ability? What's with this huge vine? Maybe it mutated. After all, we don't understand the world of geniuses. Wait, my son goes to the same school as him. How come I heard that he awakened an E-rank Dojutsu ability? What kind of freak is he, and what can't he do? His power completely overwhelms power-type ability users, and his speed is comparable to speed-type users. Now he's even using wood release. Heh, I'm already numb. Even if he uses all 5 elemental abilities, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, I wouldn't be surprised. Zhao Sanpang was also confused. He knew Mang Hang better than anyone present, and he was even more shocked because of his understanding. When did this kid awaken his wood release ability again? Other people's wood release abilities can summon vines the size of an arm, and yours are as thick as a bucket. What's going on? What he didn't know was that Mang Hang summoned the vines hastily just to entangle the bone demon, so he only summoned vines based on the size of the bone demon. As long as Mang Hang, who possessed Hashirama's cells, wanted to, he could easily summon vines several times larger. A dojutsu ability that can grow, this mutated wood release ability, oh right, and that forbidden space release ability. Hiss! Zhao Sanpang took a deep breath, feeling a chill. It seemed like a monstrous creature had appeared in Yunshui's city. Maybe one day, he will be able to solve the problem of the Yao clan. Zhao Sanpang thought somewhat whimsically. The bone demon's eyes flickered with green ghostly fire as it struggled to break free from the vines. However, the thick vines were incredibly sturdy, and no matter how hard it tried, it was in vain. At this moment, its eyes glowed with a bright green flame, and its entire body was enveloped in this green flame. Ayo! The bone demon roared towards the sky, unleashing a tremendous power that shattered the vines wrapped around it. It also directly crushed all the trees within dozens of meters, and even the nearby Yao beasts and students who had mistakenly entered here were not spared. Mang Hang's face changed when he saw this scene and quickly pulled Nguyen back. Nguyen weakly allowed Mang Hang to pull her back. As she watched the flying wood chips and the apocalyptic scene in front of her, her body went limp and her face turned pale. How could they two possibly deal with such a terrifying monster? Just narrowly avoiding this terrifying attack, Mang Hang threw her to the ground and said, "Run quickly, I won't have the energy to take care of you if a real fight breaks out." Nguyen, lying on the ground, looked at Mang Hang in disbelief and asked, "Are you going to fight it? Are you crazy? That's a rank 5 bone demon. Even if the lord of the city came, he wouldn't be able to handle it, let alone a high school student like you. Nguyen, please leave quickly and don't hinder Mang Hang." At this moment, the scorekeeper on Mang Hang's wrist sounded with the stern voice of Zhao Sanpang. "City lord? Why are you? Enough, stop talking and leave quickly." Nguyen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He suppressed the fear in his heart and slowly stood up, worriedly looking at Mang Hang, and quickly escaped backwards. At this time, the bone demon had already broken free from the vines, and a hint of coldness emanated from its vacant eyes. It took a step forward and appeared directly in front of Mang Hang. Previously, everyone saw the bone demon moving slowly forward on the display screen, and no one expected its speed to be so fast. The bone demon raised its huge bone knife and instantly swung it down. The air around the blade began to distort, as if it was tearing through space. Nguyen, who was still running away, couldn't let go of Mang Hang. He turned his head 3 times in one step and happened to see this scene, causing his face to change drastically. Mang Hang, quickly dodge. The people who were fully focused on this battle were also sweating profusely. Some couldn't bear to watch anymore and covered their eyes. Only Zhao Sanpan's expression remained unchanged, and his eyes even revealed a gleam. He clenched his fists tightly, trembling all over, as if he was anticipating something. "Come out, quickly use that move." Since witnessing Mang Hang's 100-meter-tall Susanoo that day, although he didn't say anything on the surface, he longed to see that scene again in his lifetime. Which ability user doesn't yearn for powerful strength? Wood release, wood dragon technique. Mang Hang's expression remained unchanged as he quickly formed hand seals. A huge wooden dragon instantly formed and soared into the sky, biting down on the rapidly falling bone knife. The dragon's mouth firmly held the bone knife, and its body entwined around the bone demon. At the moment when the bone demon was entangled by the wooden dragon, the 2 ghost fires in its eye sockets strangely dimmed. The ordinary bones that had become the bone demon were able to absorb spiritual energy from the ancient battlefield and revive with the nourishment of blood. The ghost fires in their eyes were the manifestation of the spiritual power generated from absorbing spiritual energy, and it was the foundation of their revival. The fact that the ghost fires in its eyes were dimming indicated that its spiritual power was dissipating. This was the terrifying aspect of the 1,000-handed wood dragon technique. Once entangled by the wooden dragon, it could absorb the opponent's chakra. However, after Mang Hang used this move, it became the absorption of spiritual power. The bone demon, who had just gained intelligence, also sensed the crisis and knew that if it continued like this, it would likely dissipate again. It didn't dare to let the wooden dragon absorb anymore. The ghost fires all over its body surged with a dark green color, and in the next moment, countless huge bone spikes appeared all over its body. The suddenly appearing dense bone spikes instantly pierced the wooden dragon, leaving it full of holes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the bone demon freed its hands and forcefully tore the wooden dragon in half. Seeing his wood dragon technique being broken like this, Mang Hang remained calm and instead looked at the scene with great interest. TSK, worthy of being a 5th-level bone demon, actually able to break my wood dragon technique, which only utilizes 30% of the power of the cells between the pillars. Finally able to unleash his full power, Mang Hang wanted to try out all the legendary ninjutsu that gradually refined his cells, so he only used 30% of the power, fearing that one move would instantly defeat the bone demon. "Then let me show you something even more amazing." After saying that, Mang Hang's expression became serious, and he quickly formed hand seals again. "Here it comes! Here it comes!" Seeing Mang Hang preparing to use his ultimate move, Zhao Sanpang, who had been eagerly anticipating it, once again burst into brilliance in his eyes and trembled violently all over. Lu Zhaoliang, who was beside him, noticed his abnormality and his face changed drastically. He shouted loudly, "Something's wrong. The city lord is having a seizure. Quickly find a wooden stick to put in the city lord's mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue." After shouting, he even hugged Zhao Sanpang tightly. "Zhao Sanpang? My arms are fine. When did I have a seizure?" Avoiding Lu Zhaoliang's grasp, he said with an unpleasant expression, "Get lost, you bastard. I was just excited. Quickly look at the big screen. You will witness an unforgettable scene." Would release, would clone jutsu. Everyone saw a sudden burst of smoke where Mang Hang was standing, followed by a scene that almost made their eyes pop out. They saw a fat figure with angry eyes and a giant Buddha surrounded by a dragon rising from the ground. This giant Buddha was nearly 50 meters tall, towering into the sky, making the previously huge skeletal monster in front of it look like a toy. And at this moment, Mang Hang stood on top of the Buddha's head, as steady as an old dog, looking down at the skeletal monster below. F***CK. Everyone exclaimed in shock. "What the hell? Don't tell me this is a giant Buddha transformed by wood release. It's unreasonable. How can a wood release support such a massive Buddha in his hands? Even the mental power of a spirit realm expert might not be able to handle it. It must be a secret technique. It must be. Well, you put it mildly, just say he's cheating. Ordinary cheating is not enough to describe him. This is a true godlike cheat. Xiao Sanpang pointed at the Buddha on the screen in horror, his mouth opening and closing, as if he wanted to say something but no sound came out. The others looked at the seemingly armless city lord with helplessness. Just now, it was you who reminded us that we would see an unforgettable scene. Why are you more surprised than us now? Little did they know, Xiao Sanpang had thought that Mang Hang would summon a 100-meter-tall Susanoo. Who would have thought that this kid still had another trump card? Looking at this huge wooden Buddha, Xiao Sanpang felt like crying without tears. Mom, I want to go home. This world is too crazy. F***CK, what is that? The students on the ancient battlefield looked in horror at the wooden Buddha in the distance and couldn't help but scream. Because the body of the giant Buddha was too massive, even the forest that covered the sky couldn't hide its terrifying figure. Monster! Monster! A monster appeared on the ancient battlefield. Run! The examinees were horrified and fled towards the edge of the city, no longer caring about the exam. Mang Hang stood on top of the Buddha's head and smiled at the skeletal monster below. I don't know if you've heard of a palm strike that descends from the sky. The skeletal monster below tilted its head, not knowing if it heard Mang Hang's words. Mang Hang didn't care whether it heard or not. He controlled the Buddha to raise its palm. As the massive palm rose, a large shadow appeared on the ground. The palm that covered the sky and blocked the sun came crashing down, causing the entire forest to rustle from the pressure of the wind. Boom! The giant Buddha's palm slapped the skeletal monster, producing a deafening roar that made the ground tremble. When the palm was lifted, the entire forest had disappeared. If someone looked down from above, they would see that the vanished forest had left behind a huge palm print. The skeletal monster struggled to climb out of the ground, its body covered in countless cracks, and bones falling off whenever it moved. The ghostly fire in its eyes flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to dissipate at any moment. At this moment, it also knew that it was no match for the giant Buddha in front of it, and turned to escape. Its limited intelligence told it that as long as it could escape from the hands of this monster and devour all the creatures in this space, not only could it recover from its injuries, but its strength would also greatly increase. Seeing the skeletal monster turning to escape, Mang Hang raised an eyebrow and sneered. The Monkey King still wants to escape from the five-finger mountain of the Tathagata. With that, the giant Buddha's hands moved together, alternately smashing towards the skeletal monster. Boom! 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 Like thunderous roars, the entire ancient battlefield could clearly hear them. The ground shook violently, like an earthquake. Some students stumbled and muttered in confusion. What was that earthquake? After an unknown amount of time, the ground stopped shaking and the deafening roar gradually faded away. Everyone outside was petrified in place, staring blankly at the screen. The ground within a few dozen meters around the feet of the giant Buddha had been forcefully smashed down several meters, and the figure of the bone fiend had long since disappeared, not even leaving behind any ashes. Is this something that humans can do? This question arose in the minds of everyone at this moment. Glancing at the shiny 25,000 points in the slaughter shop, Mang Hang knew that he had indeed dealt with the bone fiend. He couldn't care less about the surprise of receiving a huge sum of money and quickly controlled the giant Buddha to put himself on the ground. Considering the unreliability of the system, who knew when the effectiveness of the intercellular pillars would disappear? If he were to fall from the sky again like last time, he would truly have nowhere to cry. After all, there wasn't a high-level expert nearby to catch him. As he had expected, Mang Hang's feet had just touched the ground when a wave of weakness surged over him. His legs went weak, and he collapsed directly to the ground. At the same time, the giant Buddha also disappeared from its original position. Mang Hang lay weakly on the ground, feeling the dual exhaustion of physical and mental strength, and couldn't help but bitterly smile. Cheating feels good in the moment, but afterwards, it's like a crematorium. Following the principle of saving whenever possible, Mang Hang resolutely refused to use his own revival elixir. Anyway, besides himself, everything that was still breathing in the vicinity had either been absorbed by the bone fiend or had long since fled far away. Mang Hang wasn't afraid of being ambushed by a monster now. He took this opportunity to swindle Xiao Sanpang out of a large sum of money. Not long after, the exam ended, and all the examinees from the ancient battlefield were transported out. The teleportation array shimmered, and the examinees returned to the outside world once again. Countless examinees looked around in confusion at first, confirming that they had really come out, and then directly collapsed weakly to the ground. Some girls even covered their faces and cried directly. Dad, you don't know, there was a giant Buddha dozens of meters tall inside. You don't know how terrifying he was, and you don't know who he was attacking. He was shaking the entire ancient battlefield. You can go burn incense. You almost couldn't see your son. Some students tearfully described the horror of the scene to their parents, but the fear couldn't be hidden in their eyes. The middle-aged man, who was called Dad by him, listened silently to his son's description, his forehead veins bulging. Thinking of Mang Hang's bravery standing on the giant Buddha at that time, and then looking at his own son's cowardly appearance, he couldn't help it and directly slapped his son's head. Look at yourself, how cowardly you are. Do you dare to learn from Mang Hang? Speaking, he pointed in Mang Hang's direction. The student glanced at the collapsed Mang Hang on the ground and immediately shouted indignantly, Dad, why are you twisting the facts? Look at how scared he is, at least I can still stand here. The middle-aged man. Seeing the collapsed Mang Hang, Zhao Sanpeng quickly ran over to check on him. At this moment, he didn't care about feeling sorry for him and took out the revival elixir and the crystal clear pill from his spatial ring, stuffing them into Mang Hang's hands. Xiao Meng, are you okay? Look, are these enough? Can they repair the damage caused by the secret technique you used? If it's still not enough, I'll give up my entire fortune to buy you another revival pill. Mang Hang stared dumbfoundedly at the pile of things in his arms, feeling that the sun had risen from the west today. The usually stingy person was unexpectedly so generous today. Following the principle of not taking advantage of others, he accepted everything without hesitation and put it all into his storage space. It was only after drinking 2 bottles of revival elixir and taking 1 crystal clear pill that he felt much better in terms of his mental state. I stood up and brushed off the dust from my body. I patted the confused Zhao Sanpeng and said, I told you, you're generous, but I'm disrespectful. I'll accept these things. Zhao Sanpeng's face turned red, looking even more embarrassed than if he had eaten a dead fly. At this moment, he finally realized that this kid had been satisfied with running trains before, talking about selflessness, about going to hell if I don't, about secret techniques consuming life force. It was all bullshit. But after all, Mang Hang had saved so many students and helped him a lot. Even if he had a thick skin, he couldn't ask for it back. Most importantly, he knew he couldn't beat Mang Hang. Just as Mang Hang and Zhao Sanpeng were talking, suddenly everything went black and a faint fragrance filled the air. Feeling the softness in front of him, Mang Hang was stunned. Am I being taken advantage of? I am a gentleman, and taking advantage of me comes at a price. He quickly broke free from the embrace and saw that it was Nguyen, tears in her eyes, looking at him. Mang Hang, I won't allow you to take risks for me in the future. Zhao Sanpeng? Mang Hang? Both of them were confused. This miss was really good at imagining things. Clearly, it was for the sake of saving all the candidates, but how did it become about her? The 5 people from the imperial capital were also in a slightly embarrassed state at this time. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Even with their vision, they didn't know the origin of that Buddha. Hua Qiu straightened his clothes, which were a bit wrinkled from running away, and resumed his calm and composed appearance. When his gaze fell on Tu Wu's face, he was first stunned, then his face turned gloomy. Tu Wu had already changed into new clothes and his injuries had mostly healed with the help of medicine. However, the 2 palm prints on his cheeks were still there, particularly eye-catching. The young man named Song Lu among the 5 chuckled and asked, What happened to the 2 palm prints on your face? Someone actually dared to slap the face of our young master too. Could it be that the palms of that Buddha just now all landed on you? Hearing him say this, the others laughed alone. Only Hua Qiu didn't laugh. His face turned cold as he asked, What happened to the injuries on your face? Since the 5 of them had taken the spots in Yunshui City, they were not only representing themselves, but also the imperial capital and their own families. If they lost face here, no one would say what would happen to them, but they would say that the students from the imperial capital were just like that. So he couldn't allow any of the 5 of them to do anything that would embarrass them. Hua Xiao, I'm not as skilled as him, there's nothing more to say. As soon as the 4 heard this, they immediately stopped laughing and looked at him in surprise. Tu Wu was the strongest among the 5, second only to Hua Qiu. Even in terms of strength alone, Hua Qiu couldn't match him. Normally, Tu Wu was arrogant and conceited, but now he actually admitted that he was not as skilled as the other person. What's wrong? Is the opponent a speed type and you can't catch up to him? Tu Wu frowned and pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Not entirely. This statement puzzled the other 4. He completely overpowered me in terms of strength. Tu Wu continued. You're an A-level strength type ability user at the initial stage of the empty realm. Yet someone can completely overpower you in terms of strength. Could it be that besides Lin Lashua, there is another S-level strength type person in this small Yunshui city? Someone next to them asked in astonishment. Tu Wu shook his head again. Not entirely. Now the other 4 couldn't hold back anymore and impatiently asked, You said it's not entirely a speed type, and it's not entirely a strength type. Could it be that you haven't even figured out what kind of ability the opponent has? Tu Wu smiled bitterly, his face full of helplessness. You got it right. In terms of speed, I feel like he's faster than an A-level speed type ability user, and in terms of strength, he completely crushes me, an A-level strength type. I feel. He thought for a moment, then continued, I feel that he has no weaknesses in martial arts. He's so strong that it's hopeless. No way, it can't be that exaggerated. Is it because you can't beat him that you're exaggerating his abilities to cover up the fact that you were beaten? Song Lu said skeptically. Upon hearing this, Tu became furious. You're talking nonsense. If I lose, I lose. I don't need to make excuses for the sake of my own face. After hearing Tu's words, Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow with a hint of interest in his eyes. Whether it's true or not, we must regain our reputation in this situation. If the family finds out that we were defeated by a student from a small city, it will affect our reputation within the family. The others nodded in agreement. Tulu, who defeated you? Tulu pointed to Mang Hang, who was surrounded by the crowd. It's him. Looking at Mang Hang, who was talking with Zhao Sanpang with a smug look on his face, Huaqiu frowned instinctively. He couldn't see anything outstanding about this person. The five of them squeezed into the crowd and approached Mang Hang. Huaqiu reached out his hand and said to Mang Hang, "Hello Mang Hang, I'm Huaqiu, I'm from the capital." Mang Hang was surprised that someone from the capital would come to find him. "Are you here to help that guy with the slicked back hair regain his reputation?" he thought, but when he saw Huaqiu's right hand raised in the air, he also reached out his hand and shook hands with Huaqiu. "Hello, I'm Mang Hang." However, when their hands were clasped together, Huaqiu suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Feeling the immense strength transmitted through his hand, Mang Hang raised an eyebrow and sighed inwardly, realizing that Huaqiu was indeed here to regain their reputation. Without hesitating, he also exerted force with his right hand. Although both of them were at the initial stage of the empty realm, Mang Hang was confident that he could overpower the young man in front of him without activating the 8 gates. After all, the attribute bonuses brought by his SS ability, combined with the attribute points rewarded from missions, if he couldn't win, he might as well find a tofu to smash himself to death. Just as Mang Hang exerted force with his hand, Huaqiu's smile froze, and a few large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. "This kid is so strong," he thought in shock, quickly pulling his hand back and casually putting it in his pocket. If someone looked closely, they would notice that Huaqiu's hand had been squeezed to a pale white. Although he had suffered a slight disadvantage in terms of strength, Huaqiu didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, he wasn't a power-based ability user, and strength wasn't his strong suit. Seeing his expression, Mang Hang secretly smiled and curiously asked, "I wonder what business Hua is looking for me for?" Huaqiu said seriously, "You can't just let it go that you beat Tulu. He also beat our Taihu." Mang Hang retorted without showing weakness, "That's different." Huaqiu replied naturally. This statement directly stirred up the anger of the people present, and they began to curse loudly. "What do you mean by that's different? Are you noble people from the capital, while we commoners are not? If you're so noble, how dare you come and snatch the spots of our ordinary children?" The insults filled the air, and the 5 people from the capital instantly became the targets of everyone's anger. Facing the insults pointed at them, Huaqiu's expression remained unchanged, as if the insults were not directed at him. In his eyes, he and these people were not from the same world, so he didn't need to pay attention to what they said. "Oh, what do you want then?" Mang Hang asked with a half-smile. "Let's have a competition. If you lose, you apologize to Tulu. There's no need to go to such extremes, right?" Mang Hang asked coldly. "You don't have to kneel, then let everyone here kneel for you." "Hee, what if you lose?" Mang Hang asked, suppressing his anger. "I won't lose." Hee, such confidence. Mang Hang laughed at his response. He couldn't even say such things to himself, but he dared to say he wouldn't lose in front of him. He didn't know if it was Liang Jingru who gave him the courage. "Don't speak so absolutely, nothing in this world is certain. Let's make it clear then." Huaqiu replied with an unchanged expression, "If I lose, I will apologize to you on my knees." "Good, that's settled." Mang Hang nodded in satisfaction. By now, the people in the room had stopped insulting the 5 of them and were looking at the 2 with strange eyes. More accurately, they were looking at Huaqiu. He actually dares to challenge Mang Hang, that little freak. It seems he doesn't know that the Big Buddha is. Shut up and watch the show. Someone in the crowd wanted to say that the Big Buddha was summoned by Mang Hang, but was promptly stopped by the person next to them. This person suddenly realized and smiled with a bit of schadenfreude, no longer speaking. The 5 of them in the capital city felt that something was off. Instead of getting angry at the terms of the bet, the crowd was looking at them strangely. Their eyes seemed to contain pity, relief, and even a bit of schadenfreude. Ruansu hesitated and whispered to Huaqiu, "Young Master Hua, I feel like they're looking at us strangely. Maybe we should just forget about this." Huaqiu shook his head and said firmly, "We can't." He was the leader of the other 4. If he couldn't handle this small matter, it would only make his already awkward position in the family even more embarrassing. So he had to win today, and he had to win beautifully, to show the strength of the Hua family's descendants. The 2 stood face to face, and the people around them instinctively surrounded them and stepped back. They stopped about 30 meters away. Some people still felt uneasy about this distance and said to the people around them, "I still don't feel at ease with this distance. If this kid gets angry and brings the thing out, we'll all be done for." The people around them thought of the terrifying scene of the Big Buddha crushing the bone demon and nodded with lingering fear, stepping back dozens of meters again. All right, if we step back any further, we won't be able to see anything. That kid knows what he's doing. He won't use that move in front of so many people." Seeing that the crowd wanted to step back again, Zhao Sanpang helplessly stopped them. The remaining 4 in the capital city followed the crowd and retreated dozens of meters, not understanding why they had to be so cautious when they were just watching a fight, not a life or death battle. "Begin!" Zhao Sanpang shouted loudly from a distance. "Sharingan, activate!" Seeing the mysterious runes in Mang Hang's red eyes, Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, "Are you a dojutsu user? Being able to overpower Tu Wu in terms of strength, I thought you were an ability user in physical enhancement." Mang Hang smirked. "You don't know much." With that, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Hua Qiu. So fast, Hua Qiu's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. He finally understood why Tu Wu said that this person's speed was comparable to that of a speed-type ability user. As Mang Hang approached, Hua Qiu remained calm, with a mocking smile on his face. The next second, Mang Hang stood still, his extended fist suspended in midair. In front of him, there was nothing but air, no trace of Hua Qiu. How is this possible? Mang Hang's eyes were blank, murmuring in disbelief. He knew that Hua Qiu had disappeared right in front of him, and it wasn't something that could be achieved just by being fast. It was a godlike skill similar to teleportation. In fact, Mang Hang was right. Hua Qiu's ability was indeed similar to teleportation under certain circumstances. As long as there are living beings around him, he can swap positions with them at will. And when he disappeared in front of Mang Hang, it was to activate this ability and swap their positions, appearing to Mang Hang as if he had teleported. "Behind you!" Someone in the crowd shouted anxiously. Hearing the reminder, Mang Hang's face changed drastically, knowing that something bad was happening. He exerted force under his feet, trying to create distance between them. However, it was too late. A sharp sword was already pressed against his neck. He could even feel the chilling aura emanating from the sword. He had no doubt that if the person behind him truly intended to kill, his head would already be on the ground. Is this twisted ability only an S-level ability? Mang Hang didn't turn his head, saying with a bitter tone, "A frog in a well, how could someone like you know the horror of an S-level ability? Is this all the power you have? You really disappoint me. I don't know how that waste, Tu Wu, lost to you." Hua Qiu's voice sounded calm and contemptuous behind Mang Hang. "The outcome is already decided, admit defeat." Mang Hang retracted his right arm, lowered his head, and stood still in place, not responding to his words. Hua Qiu frowned and directly pressed the blade of the sword against Mang Hang's neck. The sharp blade cut a gash on his neck, and crimson blood flowed out. "What, you want to play dirty?" Mang Hang still kept his head down and didn't reply, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably, as if crying and yet also filled with fear. You say I lost?" Eerie laughter came from Mang Hang's mouth. Although his expression couldn't be seen at this moment, just this creepy laughter made Hua Qiu's hair stand on end and sent shivers down his spine. Could this kid be mentally unstable, or unable to accept the fact that he lost and went crazy on the spot? Hua Qiu secretly thought, deciding to no longer pay attention to Mang Hang and turned his head to look at Zhao Sanpang. He believed that as the lord of the city, Zhao Sanpang wouldn't favor Mang Hang in this matter. "Lord Zhao, I won this duel." His words abruptly stopped. Hua Qiu was astonished to find that Zhao Sanpang, who was in the distance, was looking at him with a sinister expression, as if he wanted to devour him. Looking around, he was horrified to discover that at some point, the onlookers had already stopped discussing and were all staring at him with a malicious gaze. Even his four companions were no exception. What are you all doing?" Hua Qiu was truly panicked, trembling as he questioned the crowd, while slowly retreating. He. Sinister laughter echoed in the crowd. "Tu Wu, Ruan Air, what's wrong with you?" He anxiously shouted the names of his companions, hoping to snap them back to normal. However, it was futile. They remained just like the others, staring at him with a malicious expression. Hua Qiu didn't notice that the once sunny sky had become incredibly dark, and in the eyes of the people surrounding him, a blood-red light was emitted. "You say he lost? You say he lost? You say he..." The crowd slowly closed in on him, and the chilling voices echoed in the crowd. An ominous and eerie aura emanated from the people, enveloping Hua Qiu. Unable to withstand this terrifying atmosphere any longer, he sat on the ground, fearfully looking around. I lost, please don't come any closer." Ruan Su watched as Mang Hang confidently walked towards her, while Hua Qiu stood still in place, understanding that he must have been affected by his psychic ability. With a worried expression in her eyes, she wanted to speak up and warn him, but just as she was about to open her mouth, a cold voice from nearby said, "What do you think you're doing?" Ruan Su turned her head and was surprised to see Zhao Sanpang coldly staring at her. With a cold snort, the people of Yunsui City feared him, but she didn't care about some Yunsui City lord and continued to speak. Zhao Sanpang saw that this little girl actually ignored his reminder, and his face immediately turned cold, releasing a pressure belonging to the Yu realm. Feeling this pressure, Ruan Su's face turned pale, but she still didn't back down and sternly questioned, "What do you want to do? I am the precious pearl of the Ruan family in the imperial capital. How dare you, a mere Yunsui City lord, threaten me?" A cold light flashed in Zhao Sanpang's eyes, and if it weren't for the fact that she was a little girl, he would have wanted to slap her. "Little girl, I warn you, I don't care who you are. In Yunsui City, I, Zhao Sanpang, am the boss. If you dare to say another word, I'll sew your mouth shut today. You. Ruan Su's eyes welled up with tears as she pointed at Zhao Sanpang with her finger, but she didn't dare to say a word. Mang Hang walked to Hua Qiu's side, and the six-pointed star in his Sharingan was still spinning slightly. Just then, everyone saw Hua Qiu, who had been standing still, suddenly sit down in fear and shout out loud that he surrendered, which confused the onlookers. What's going on? How did he lose before even fighting? I don't know, maybe Mang Hang's domineering aura scared that Hua guy from the imperial capital? Tai, who had been paying attention to the situation in the field, and his eyes showed a hint of surprise. Others didn't know what was going on, but he did, because when he fought against Mang Hang before, he unknowingly fell victim to his technique. Stop guessing, he's under an illusion, Tai, who explained to everyone. An illusion? No way, when did Mang Hang learn illusions? Is there anything he can't do? He's young. Just now, I said I wouldn't be surprised if he awakened the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, but I didn't expect to be proven wrong so quickly. Seeing Hua Qiu speak up and admit defeat, Mang Hang nodded in satisfaction and released the genjutsu of his Sharingan. Hua Qiu felt that after he shouted out his surrender, the dark environment suddenly became bright again, and even the gloomy and terrifying crowd started to lively discuss again. His pupils gradually regained focus, and Hua Qiu's eyes became clear. After taking another look around, he finally understood that he had been under an illusion just now. Seeing how embarrassed he was at the moment, he quickly stood up and stared at Mang Hang with an ugly expression. Alright, I underestimated you. We'll meet again in the future, when we have the chance to spar again. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait! Mang Hang's indifferent voice sounded from behind. Hua Qiu paused his steps, turned around, and gritted his teeth as he asked, I've already admitted defeat, what else do you want from me? Mang Hang reached into his ear with his hand, blew on it, and then looked at him and continued, I say, Lord Hua, is it that your memory is bad, or is it that my memory is bad? Have you forgotten about our bet so soon? Hua Qiu's face turned even darker, almost dripping with water, and he clenched his teeth as he said, Mang Hang, give me some face, let's end this matter here, and I owe you a favor. What if I say no? Upon hearing this, a murderous intent surged in Hua Qiu's eyes. I am the second young master of the Hua family in the imperial capital. You better think carefully if you can afford to kneel before me. Ding! System activated. If you let Hua Qiu off the hook, reward, plus 5 strength attribute points. If you insist on making Hua Qiu kneel, no reward. He. Mang Hang thought that only these 2 words could express his attitude towards the system at this moment. Although he felt disdainful in his heart, his expression changed quickly. What? You're actually the young master of the Hua family. It's my fault for not recognizing you, young master Hua. Ding! Mission completed. Reward, plus 5 strength attribute points for the host. System, you can just stay here and bug me, you iron-headed fool. Seeing Mang Hang's surprised expression, Hua Qiu revealed a hint of pride. But he didn't expect Mang Hang to change the topic and casually say, even if you're the king of heaven, you still have to kneel today. Kid, you're playing with me. Hua Qiu's face turned red from Mang Hang's unpredictable expressions, but he had nowhere to vent his frustration. I hate rich second generations like you, causing trouble when you have the ability, but unable to handle things when you don't. What were you thinking when you provoked me? At this moment, Wan Su ran over from a distance and stood in front of Hua Qiu, disdainfully looking at Mang Hang. Kid, don't be shameless. The anger between the Hua and Wan families is not something a student from Yunshui City can withstand. And even if you're not afraid, you wouldn't want your family members to mysteriously disappear, right? Oh no! Hearing Wan Su's threat, Zhao Sanpeng's face immediately changed. He knew Mang Hang's family situation very well, knowing that Mang Hang's parents were deceased. Threatening him with his parents was like touching a sore spot. As Zhao Sanpeng expected, Mang Hang's lazy expression instantly turned ferocious. A tangible killing intent poured out from his eyes, enveloping the girl in front of him. You're asking for death. The demon blade Shenrun instantly appeared in Mang Hang's hand, slashing directly towards Wan Su's neck. No one expected Mang Hang to be so decisive, attacking without hesitation, so no one reacted in time to stop him, except for Zhao Sanpeng, who had been observing Mang Hang's every move since Wan Su spoke. When Mang Hang drew his sword, Zhao Sanpeng's figure also disappeared from the original spot. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Zhao Sanpeng's long sword barely blocked the strike aimed at Wan Su's neck. A blood-red cut appeared on her fair and delicate neck. Kid, give me some face and don't act like this in front of a young girl. Zhao Sanpeng inwardly sighed. Mang Hang didn't know about the Ruan family, but he did. If the Ruan family's precious gem really died here, it would cause a lot of trouble. Ruan Xiu stood still, a pungent liquid flowing from between her legs. The tangible killing intent and the pain on her neck made her realize that Mang Hang really wanted to kill her just now. She didn't respond to Zhao Sanpeng's words, but she also didn't make another move towards Wan Su. Instead, she coldly looked at Hua Qiu behind her. At this moment, Hua Qiu was also covered in cold sweat. Although the killing intent just now wasn't directed at him, the leaked killing intent still made him feel terrified. When he saw Mang Hang looking at him again, he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, and forced himself to say, Mang Hang, spare me for now. Why didn't you say that when you made everyone kneel for me earlier? Are you going to kneel or not? The fourth gate of the 8 gates escape formation opened fully, and green energy burned fiercely all over Mang Hang's body, making him appear like an angry golden-eyed deity. The killing intent mixed with the immense intimidation from the fourth gate formed an invisible dagger, ruthlessly stabbing Hua Chou's heart. Hua Chou's face was paler than a corpse that had been dead for days. In his eyes, Mang Hang was like a fifth-level demon, choosing who to devour. His legs went weak, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Yuan Shou in front of him couldn't stop this terrifying pressure and weakly collapsed to the ground. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Mang Hang retracted the 8 gates escape formation, and the suffocating oppression in the surroundings disappeared instantly. Zhao Sanpang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and felt extremely relieved. Under Mang Hang's pressure just now, he felt like a small boat in a stormy sea, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Fortunately, Mang Hang stopped in time, otherwise he would have had to kneel as well. "Get lost," Mang Hang said coldly and turned to leave. The onlookers had already been frightened into silence by his imposing aura. When they saw Mang Hang approaching, they quickly made way for him to pass. After Mang Hang walked away, Tu Wu and the other two finally gathered the courage to help the two fallen individuals up and quickly left the scene. Today was embarrassing enough, and they didn't want to stay here and be ridiculed any longer. Looking at the hatred and unwillingness in the eyes of the 5 people who left, Zhao Sanpang shook his head helplessly. "Kid, you've stirred up a hornet's nest." But then he thought of Mang Hang's terrifying strength and chuckled self-deprecatingly. If those families really dare to provoke Mang Hang, who knows who will be unlucky in the end. Alright, the main characters have left, the excitement is over, everyone should disperse quickly. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, as Mang Hang's shock had been too great for them to stay any longer. Back at home, Mang Hang didn't even take a bath, he just lay down on the bed. In the mountains, one must always remain vigilant, even when sleeping, so he hadn't had a good night's sleep in days. Plus, with 3 consecutive battles today, although he had the replenishment of the revival elixir, that feeling of exhaustion couldn't be recovered all at once. We'll deal with it when the sky falls tomorrow. With that thought, he fell asleep with his head covered. A quiet night passed. When Mang Hang opened his eyes again, it was already bright outside. He got up, washed up, hastily ate a meal, and sat down eagerly. "Tonzi, open the slaughter shop. Love you walking alone in the dark alley, love your unyielding appearance." The system's unrestrained and bold voice echoed in Mang Hang's mind. Mang Hang's forehead was instantly covered in black lines. It turns out this system is quite trendy, even able to sing this popular elementary school song. Opening the slaughter shop, 25,000 points appeared before his eyes, making his eyes light up and excitement surged within him. But after a while, the excitement on Mang Hang's face disappeared. 25,000 points may not be few, but compared to what Mang Hang wanted to exchange for, it was far from enough. Whether it was the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan or the Hashirama's cells that he had long coveted, both required 50,000 points, and his current points were not good for anything. After hesitating for a moment, he first spent 2,000 points to exchange for the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Mang Hang had been envious of this skill for a long time. As long as his spiritual power was strong, he could create countless clones. He browsed for a while longer and a ninjutsu caught his attention. After reading the skill description, Mang Hang's whole body began to tremble with excitement. Spirit summoning technique, can summon the nine-tailed fox, requires 3,000 points. Damn, you can summon the Ninetales with just 3,000 points? Mang Hang was shocked. The Ninetales was a powerful existence in the original work. Even in the era of hanging scrolls and full of cheats, it was still a force that couldn't be ignored. TZ, don't blame me for not reminding you this time. The strength of the summoned Ninetales is related to your spiritual power. But fortunately, although you are only at the initial stage of the empty rank, your spiritual power is comparable to the initial stage of the universe rank, so you can currently summon a Ninetales with the strength of the 4th rank. Mang Hang's eyes looked strange, feeling like the sun had risen from the west today. The system, which always enjoyed tricking him, actually kindly reminded him, which made Mang Hang feel a bit uncomfortable. But this thought quickly disappeared, and he immersed himself in great excitement. He didn't continue to exchange for other skills, as Mang Hang felt that his current abilities were more than enough. Having too many abilities was not a good thing, it became a burden. The Shadow Clone Jutsu and the Spirit Summoning Technique cost a total of 5,000 points, leaving him with 20,000 points. It would be better to save them for later to exchange for the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan or Hashirama's cells. When that day comes, his strength will undergo a qualitative improvement. City Lord's Mansion. Mang Hang sat casually on the sofa in Zhao Sanpang's living room, drinking tea with Zhao Sanpang. I have to say, Lao Zhao, including yesterday, I've saved Yunshui City twice now, right? Zhao Sanpang nodded helplessly. Mang Hang, I admit that you have saved countless lives twice, but the university is not mine, so if they want you, you have to go. Then I don't care. Anyway, I have shed blood and worked for Yunshui City. You must help me. Zhao Sanpang gritted his teeth and replied, right now, I can only think of 2 methods. The first method is to directly send the replay of the college entrance examination video to major universities. I believe that with your performance on the ancient battlefield, they will definitely make exceptions and admit you. And what about the second method? Actually, I didn't want to say it, but considering it's you, with your exceptional talent, unmatched at the same level. Stop, Lao Zhao, you're becoming more and more hypocritical. Quickly tell me the second method. Without feeling embarrassed at all, Zhao Sanpang smirked and continued, the second method is extremely difficult, and only one person has achieved it in the past century. That impressive? Hearing this, Mang Hang immediately became interested, sat up straight, and stared excitedly at Zhao Sanpang. Zhao Sanpang continued, there was once a person who had the same experience as you, going outside the city to hunt monsters on the eve of the college entrance examination. Hearing that someone had a similar experience, Mang Hang couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness to this person. This person was also crazy, actually going to the entrance of the Imperial University and blocking the gate. He even boasted that no one among the freshmen at the Imperial University could match him. As soon as he said that, he became the laughingstock of everyone. Everyone mocked him for overestimating his abilities. The Imperial University, as one of the top universities, has talented freshmen every year. Just because he didn't even take the college entrance examination, he thought he could challenge the Imperial University. For a while, he became a jumping clown in everyone's eyes. Damn, that's impressive. Did he succeed in the end? Mang Hang widened his eyes, admiration welling up inside him. He didn't believe that this act was without strength. Just think, which person would have such confidence to challenge the Imperial University in front of everyone? Did he succeed? Zhao Sanpang sneered and said, not only did he succeed, but in the end, he defeated all the freshmen at the Imperial University, making the Imperial University a laughingstock in the Dragon Kingdom. And that's not all, the other three top universities also extended an olive branch to him. Just when everyone thought he would stop there, he made a decision that no one expected. Mang Hang had a sudden realization and incredulously asked, he didn't go and block the gates of the other three universities, did he? With a bitter smile, Zhao Sanpang said, indeed, as geniuses, our thoughts are so aligned. That's right, he didn't accept the invitations from the other three universities. Instead, he directly challenged the remaining three universities. The entire Dragon Kingdom was shocked, and everyone's attention was focused on him. Those who lived in the same era as him were lucky to witness his dazzling growth, suppressing his peers. But for those geniuses who were his peers, it was a tragedy. One person's success meant the withering of countless talents, and numerous prodigies became stepping stones for him. In that era, the word genius belonged to him alone. Mang Hang clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. This was the path that a true strong person should take, an invincible path. So, which university did he ultimately choose? Mang Hang asked with anticipation. He really wanted to know how such a genius would make his final decision. Zhao Sanpang stared into the distance, his eyes filled with admiration. At that time, everyone was curious, just like you, about how such a genius would choose. Just when he was at the height of his fame, he suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, and there was no news of him for a long time. Mang Hang widened his eyes, wearing a look of disbelief. He didn't get assassinated because he became too famous, did he? Zhao Sanpang snorted disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt. If it were that easy for him to die, he wouldn't deserve to be called a genius who suppressed a generation of prodigies. Among the geniuses he challenged at various universities, there were many talents nurtured by prominent families. His actions undoubtedly disrupted the plans of those so-called influential families and made them lose face. Each family has sent skilled assassins multiple times to kill him, but in the end, not only did they fail, but he went to their doors and defeated them with his bare fists. Awesome! Countless little stars twinkled in Mang Hang's eyes. So where did he finally go? Zhao Sanpang did not immediately answer his words, but instead smiled meaningfully. Guess. Mang Hang pondered for a moment and muttered to himself, if he didn't go to the top 4 universities, where else could he show his skills? As he thought of this, his eyes lit up and he excitedly slapped the table. I know, he joined the military on the front lines. Zhao Sanpang nodded in satisfaction. You guessed right. When people heard about him again, it was already a year later, during the battle between the First Line Heaven and the Yao Clan. At that time, he was in a crucial battle between the Dragon Kingdom and the Yao Clan, using his cultivation at the Celestial Realm to forcefully kill a Qian Realm Great Yao, turning the tide of the battle and becoming a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. He also made it onto the Yao Clan's hit list. And at this time, people finally knew that after he disappeared, he actually joined the military and started as a low-ranking soldier. After saying so much, you still haven't told me who he is. Mang Hang anxiously rubbed his hands. He couldn't believe that he hadn't heard of such an extraordinary person. Zhao Sanpang smiled mysteriously and said, he is the Lord of Jinyuan City, one of the 5 great cities guarding the First Line Heaven, one of the top fighting forces of the Dragon Kingdom, known as the Martial Emperor, Zhao Shanhe. It's him! Mang Hang exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock. Although he hadn't been in this time period for long, he was familiar with the famous Zhao Shanhe. Outside the First Line Heaven, which served as the battlefield between the human race and the Yao Clan, there were 5 great cities situated along the First Line Heaven, like an insurmountable barrier blocking the Yao Clan's invasion. Zhao Shanhe was the lord of Jinyuan City, leading the Jinyuan City army to strike fear into the hearts of the Yao Clan. Lao Zhao, I've made up my mind. I'm going to join the fight. Zhao Sanpang's small eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he guessed that Mang Hang had a high probability of choosing the second method, hearing him say it still made his heart race. He had personally witnessed Mang Hang's strength, which was why he told him about this almost impossible method. If he could witness the rise of a legendary powerhouse with his own eyes, Zhao Sanpang would have no regrets in this lifetime. Although he was filled with anticipation, his expression became serious as he looked at Mang Hang. Mang kid, have you thought it through? This path is not easy to walk. Not only will you have to face those monstrous geniuses, but also the hidden hands of those self-righteous clans. Mang Hang's expression remained unchanged as he casually said, if this path wasn't challenging, I wouldn't choose it. Besides, I don't believe there's anyone more monstrous than me. Hearing his shameless words, Zhao Sanpang was initially stunned, but then burst into laughter, nodding in agreement. Ah, that's right. No one knows how many tricks you still have up your sleeve. I'm already looking forward to seeing you defeat all those monsters. Let those arrogant clans and big families see that geniuses can come from small places too. Oh, by the way, Zhao Sanpang seemed to remember something and looked at Mang Hang. I forgot to tell you something. The demonic beast that Zhao Shanha missed during the college entrance exam and pursued was the red blood demon king that you killed before. Speaking of which, that beast was really unlucky. It was hunted by that existence in its early years, and now that it finally reached the fifth order, it thought it could walk with its head held high, but then it encountered a freak like you. Zhao Sanpang chuckled playfully. Mang Hang? The two chatted for a while longer. Mang Hang enjoyed a sip of tea, smacked his lips, and then changed the subject, looking at Zhao Sanpang. Lao Zhao, we finished talking about the important matters. It's time to discuss the reward, right? Upon hearing this, Zhao Sanpang's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended to look confused. Reward? What reward? Hee, we're both old foxes of 1,000 years. Why are you playing dumb with me? Of course, it's about me helping you deal with that bone demon. Didn't I compensate you generously already? Zhao Sanpang said angrily, that's something you voluntarily gave, not something I asked for. Mang Hang, do you dare to have some dignity? Hee, how much is your dignity worth? When Mang Hang walked out of Zhao Sanpang's mansion, he could be said to be in high spirits. However, Zhao Fatty behind him had a face as ugly as if his mother had died. Old Zhao, thanks a lot this time. I'll come visit you again when I have time. Hearing that this brat wanted to come again, Zhao Sanpang was instantly frightened. My little brat, please don't come. Every time you come, you take away 2 pounds of flesh from me. Are you not satisfied? He said tearfully. Old Zhao, look at what you're saying. This time, I only took 100 jingha. Do you really have to make such a fuss? Mang Hang replied helplessly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sanpang became furious. What, only 100 jingha? 100 jingha is worth 10 million. That's what I've worked hard to save over the years. Mang Hang didn't care about his complaints. He bid farewell to Zhao Deshang and was about to leave. Just as his right foot stepped out, he seemed to think of something and slowly retracted it. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Sanpang, curiously asking, Old Zhao, you have the same surname as Zhao Shanha. Are you two brothers? Upon hearing Mang Hang's words, Zhao Sanpang was filled with black lines and looked at him as if he were an idiot. Thanks to you for coming up with this idea. Do you think it's possible? Mang Hang nodded thoughtfully. I thought it was impossible to have such a ridiculous thing. How could the mighty martial emperor be related to you? That would be so demeaning. You little brat, say that again. Zhao Sanpang was already fuming, wanting to teach this kid a lesson. Seeing that he was about to explode, Mang Hang ran away, shouting, I still have some things to take care of. After I'm done, I'll go straight to the imperial capital without saying goodbye to you. You little brat, who cares if you come or not? You better not come. Although Zhao Sanpang cursed, there was a hint of a smile on his lips. This small pond in Yinshui City couldn't hold a dragon, so let him go to a bigger place. Back at home, Mang Hang couldn't wait to return and took out all the jingha he extorted from Zhao Sanpang. He activated the Great Freedom Breathing Technique, and the 100 jingha instantly turned into fragments. Taking a deep breath, he absorbed all the spiritual energy like a whale sucking water. Tongsu, open the character attribute panel. Host, Mang Hang, ability, kaleidoscope writing will like dual divine power, SS level, mental power, 50585, intermediate empty stage, strength, 178, agility, 192, constitution, 192. Mang Hang was completely dumbfounded. 100 jingha had increased his mental power by 30,000 points, but he only reached the intermediate empty stage. It seems like I'd become a big consumer of jingha. How am I going to get so many jingha in the future? Mang Hang thought helplessly. After cleaning out the fragments of jingha on the ground, he glanced at the dimming sky and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Some debts need to be settled. In the quiet night, for some reason, the moon was exceptionally bright. The moon hung high in the cloudless sky like a silver plate, and moonlight poured down silently, sprinkling the ground. At this time, the Zhang family mansion was brightly lit, and nearly 10 people were patrolling the garden in front of the villa without interruption. Inside the house, many figures could be seen busy. Zhang Shuyuan wiped the sweat off his face and anxiously urged his subordinates, hurry up and clean up. Throw valuable things directly into the spatial ring. If that brat Mang Hang really comes for revenge, we'll all be done for today. Today, the subordinates who were sent out to gather intelligence hurriedly returned and reported that Mang Hang appeared. Zhang Shuyuan knew that those three useless people must have been left behind in the mountains. Zhang Shuyuan was able to rise from a street thug to his current position by being bold and meticulous. Although he didn't know if those three people had revealed the Zhang family's whereabouts, he would never entrust his life to others, especially after learning that Mang Hang could actually tame a fourth-order dragon blood Kylan in his performance on the ancient battlefield. It scared him to the core, and he immediately decided to retreat overnight. Just then, a strange figure appeared out of thin air above Zhang's tall villa. This dark figure stood in the room, blending with the darkness of the night, with only two faint red lights visible. Behind the figure was the bright moon, which not only failed to illuminate his figure, but made it even more profound. At that moment, the dark figure suddenly turned into a group of crows and scattered. The next moment, Mang Hang's figure flashed like a ghost among the patrolling team outside. The guards, who were originally solemn, shivered in unison. I say, how come there's suddenly a gust of wind in the middle of summer? No, something's not right. I think I just saw a dark figure floating past me. One guard said in a terrified voice. Shut up. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll tear your mouths apart. Keep patrolling. If that kid Mang Hang dares to come, the master of the house will surely reward whoever can kill him. Hearing the whispered conversation between the two, the leader of the group said fiercely. In fact, he also seemed to have seen a dark figure just now, and his heart had been pounding ever since. But it was a special time now, and if he said something wrong and it affected the master of the house, he would definitely suffer the consequences. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that everyone was staring at him with fearful eyes. What are you looking at? The leader asked, but he was horrified to find that he couldn't make a sound. Along with the endless fear, there was also a sharp pain in his neck. The leader touched his neck with his hand, and what came into view was the crimson blood. What's going on? This thought flashed through his mind, and then his consciousness fell into chaos. At the same time the leader touched his neck, the more than 10 people present all felt a sharp pain in their necks. In just a few seconds, the more than 10 people who were still standing silently fell to the ground, lifeless. And during this time, not a single person made a sound. If there were outsiders present, they would surely be terrified by this eerie scene. Mang Hang walked out from the shadows, slowly sheathing his long knife. With his current strength, coupled with his instant step, these ability users who were only at the earth rank didn't even notice his presence. Ignoring the people on the ground, Mang Hang calmly walked to the entrance of the villa. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the house, Zhang Shuyuan was busy directing everyone, and at that moment, the sound of knocking on the door rang out. Hearing the knocking, he thought it was something related to the people patrolling outside, which made him even more impatient. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm busy here. Knock, knock, knock. There was no response from outside, only 3 knocks on the door. Zhang Shuyuan's expression froze, feeling that something was wrong. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop what they were doing. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound unexpectedly rang out again, and now everyone felt that something was off. 6 people quickly came to Zhang Shuyuan's side and stood behind him. They were Zhang Shuyuan's bodyguards. Outside, it was silent, with only the chirping of insects in the midsummer occasionally heard. Inside the house, it was also deathly quiet, everyone nervously staring at the entrance. This oppressive atmosphere lasted for several minutes before a young man's voice came from outside. Since Zhang Jiazhu refuses to open the door for me, I can only go in myself. As soon as the words fell, accompanied by a loud noise, a footmark was forcefully kicked into the originally thick door. Boom! Another loud noise, the door couldn't withstand the tremendous impact from outside anymore, and it flew backwards towards the crowd. Ah! Seeing the heavy iron door coming towards them, some of the women in the crowd couldn't help but scream in fear. At this critical moment, one of the 6 people protecting Zhang Shuyuan, who looked like a mountain of flesh weighing 400 to 500 caddies, and was holding a chicken leg, stepped forward and stood in front of the crowd. Bang! The iron door smashed into him and sank deep into the fat on his body. Despite being hit by 1,000 caddies of iron door, the fat man's expression didn't change at all. Ha! He shouted. In the next moment, the fat man straightened his body, and the iron door was forcefully bounced back, flying towards the figure at the entrance. Good! Seeing this scene, Zhang Shuyuan, who was hiding behind the crowd, couldn't help but show a pleased expression and exclaimed, Good! He thought to himself that it was worth spending a lot of money to invite this capable person. Since the day when the 3 people sent to find Mang Hang lost contact, Zhang Shuyuan had been restless, and he directly invited 6 experts from the empty stage to protect himself. Now it seems that I am still so far-sighted. Zhang Shuyuan thought to himself with some self-satisfaction. The iron door flew back and smashed towards Mang Hang with a whistling sound. Mang Hang's expression remained unchanged, and green energy surrounded his body as he directly opened 3 doors. He reached out his right hand and effortlessly grabbed the iron door, which carried the force of 1,000 caddies, with one hand. Seeing this scene, the 6 people frowned. It seemed that this kid was really not simple, just as the rumors said. Mang Hang casually threw the iron door into the garden outside. At this moment, the people inside the house could see the outside scene under the moonlight, and their hearts sank. More than 10 people in the garden had silently died, without making a sound. There was only one possibility. More than 10 people were killed at the same time. What kind of speed can achieve this level? The 6 people secretly speculated in their hearts. Mang Hang, we have no grievances or enmity. Why did you break into my house and kill my subordinates? Zhang Shuyuan questioned from inside the house. He had hoped to play dumb and get through this obstacle. Mang Hang raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Hee, Lord Zhang, you really have a lot of important matters to forget. Just 2 days ago, you sent people to ambush me in the mountains. How could you forget so quickly? You wanted the secret technique in my hands, and now that I'm here, why don't you admit it? I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Shuyuan retorted with an ugly expression. Seeing that he still refused to admit it at this point, Mang Hang raised an eyebrow and sneered. Hee, you really are a dung beetle wearing a mask. Shameless. System, damn it, you have no taste. When did you secretly learn idioms behind my back? Ignoring the system, Mang Hang continued, at least you are the head of the Zhang family in Yunsui City. Show some courage as a leader. I still admire you as a man. Mocked by Mang Hang, Zhang Shuyuan's face changed constantly. He wanted to argue, but he didn't open his mouth for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind and stopped defending himself. Alright, since it has come to this, I won't hide anything from you anymore. Let's speak frankly. Those 3 people were indeed sent by me, with the purpose of obtaining the secret technique from you. But now you are standing here safe and sound, while I have lost 3 experts from the empty stage and many subordinates outside. If we calculate it like this, I am the one at a loss. Oh, so you mean I should apologize to you? Mang Hang said somewhat speechlessly. Zhang Shuyuan smiled awkwardly and replied, it's not necessary, let's just leave it at that. We don't need to be enemies. What do you think? Mang Hang laughed, a genuine and radiant laugh. He never expected that the esteemed head of the Zhang family would be so shameless. Zhang head, are you saying that attempted murder doesn't count as murder? Well, why don't I give it a try now? If I can't kill you, we'll shake hands and make peace. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyuan knew that this matter couldn't be resolved so easily. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll compensate you with money, name your price, no matter how much, I'll give it to you. It wasn't because he was timid that he kept retreating. He had risen from being a small-time thug to becoming one of the 3 major families in Yunsui City, naturally possessing exceptional intelligence and methods. But today, the information his subordinates brought him about Mang Hang's achievements on the ancient battlefield was too terrifying, making it impossible for him not to be afraid. Upon hearing about compensation, Mang Hang's eyes instantly lit up. He was just worrying about the spirit nucleus, and now there was a ready-made scapegoat. As one of the 3 major families in Yunsui City, their assets must not be lacking. Perhaps he could obtain a spirit nucleus of the celestial rank today. Just as Mang Hang was contemplating how much to exploit the Zhang family, the voice of the system rang in his mind. I'm just saying, buddy, you're not thinking of agreeing, are you? Mang Hang was stunned, not expecting the system to ask this. What's wrong with that? Anyway, I won't lose out. Might as well extort some money. The system spoke in a serious tone that Mang Hang had never heard before. Mang Hang, you need to understand one thing. Sometimes, being greedy for money isn't a bad thing, but sometimes, you need to stay true to yourself. You can earn spirit nuclei at any time, but you can't compromise your bottom line. Are you saying that from now on, anyone who wants to kill you but fails can just be bought off with money? It's better to strike first than to be struck 100 times. You need to let the world know that Mang Hang is not a pushover, and that anyone who wants to harm you will have to pay a great price. Mang Hang listened to these words in a daze, and he actually sensed a cold and murderous intent in the system's words. Mang Hang never expected that an unscrupulous system would have such a side. After a long silence, he suddenly smiled. After being persuaded by the system, Mang Hang suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment and clarity. Seeing Mang Hang smile, the tension in the room eased a bit, as everyone thought he was agreeing to the proposal of compensation. Zhang Shuyuan also let out a long sigh of relief, straightening out his slightly disheveled clothes. The cowardly look he had just now disappeared in an instant, and he regained the demeanor of a family head. He took out a cigar from his pocket, gestured for the people next to him to light it, and took a deep puff. Little brother, name your price. I, Zhang, will definitely give you a satisfactory result. How about 50 million? If it's not enough, we can negotiate. Oh, by the way, he seemed to have remembered something and pulled out 2 graceful girls from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, these 2 girls were actually identical twins. They had sweet appearances, but between their frowns and smiles, there was an irresistible charm that no man could resist. Pure and alluring, their maid outfits perfectly showcased their exquisite figures. Zhang Shuyuan revealed a smile that every man understood as he looked at Mang Hang. Little brother, you've just graduated from high school, so you probably haven't experienced the pleasures of men and women, right? As your older brother, I'll take the liberty today and give you a taste of it with these 2. He truly lived up to his reputation as an old fox who had been in society for many years, as he began to address Mang Hang as his brother. In his mind, as long as it was something that could be solved with money, it was not a problem. This kid named Mang Hang is just an inexperienced high school student who, like his other subordinates, will surrender under the attack of money and beauty. After hearing this, Mang Hang laughed even more happily, revealing a set of white teeth. Zhang Jiazhu is really generous. Even my subordinates are tempted. But why did you send them to ambush me at noon? Zhang Shuyuan, who was still talking confidently, was stunned and didn't understand what Mang Hang meant. He subconsciously asked, "What do you mean?" Mang Hang's smile remained unchanged, but at this moment, everyone felt that his smile had turned sinister from the sunlight, and the temperature in the room seemed to have dropped several degrees, because sooner or later, you will die. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Mang Hang to say such words at this time. The system was also shocked and exclaimed, "Damn, buddy, you've gone too far with this statement. You're leaking dominance." Zhang Shuyuan's body stiffened, and he didn't know when the cigar in his hand fell to the ground. His face went from triumphant to extremely ugly, and anyone could hear the meaning behind Mang Hang's words. "Mang Hang, think carefully. Although you are powerful, the 6 people in front of me are all high-level experts in the empty stage, and even you will have to pay a considerable price." "Oh, then let's give it a try," Mang Hang replied indifferently. Seeing that the situation couldn't be reconciled, Zhang Shuyuan stopped speaking and stepped back. Mang Hang looked around and saw that besides Zhang Shuyuan, there were many unrelated people in the room. "Unrelated people, leave quickly. If you get hurt later, don't blame me." Upon hearing this, the servants of the Zhang family who were trembling in the corner felt as if they had been granted amnesty and ran out one after another. After a while, only Zhang Shuyuan and the 6 bodyguards he had brought from outside were left in the room. Seeing that the situation had reached a point of no return, one of the 6 men, a thin and cold-faced man, spoke up. "Kid, since you don't know what's good for you and refuse Zhang Jiazhu's proposal, don't blame us for not following the rules of the martial world." 6 against 1. Upon hearing that this cold-faced man wanted to outnumber them, Mang Hang remained calm and even nodded as if it was only natural. 6 against 1, very fair. This statement confused the 6 men on the opposite side. But in the next moment, their faces changed drastically, and they looked at each other. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Mang Hang made a strange hand gesture, and the bright lights on the ceiling began to flicker, casting a fluctuating light in the entire hall. Bang! 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 In the next moment, the living room, which had been mostly empty due to most people leaving, suddenly became crowded. What the hell is this? The 6 men looked in horror at the dozens of strange people who had suddenly appeared in the room. What made them even more terrified was that all these people looked exactly like Mang Hang. This horrifying scene made the 6 men break out in a cold sweat, while Zhang Shuyuan, who had been trembling in the corner, leaned against the wall. He had long wanted to take advantage of the chaos and escape, but unfortunately, in order to prevent Mang Hang from ambushing him, he had specially modified all the doors and windows of the villa. Except for the main entrance, no other place could be opened from the outside or inside. He regretted it now. Not only did he fail to stop Mang Hang, but he also trapped himself here. The dozens of Mang Hangs surrounded the 6 men, including the original Mang Hang, making it 6 against 1. The 36 Mang Hangs all spoke at once, 6 against 1, indeed fair. When Mang Hang said this line while watching the original work, facing the 5 Kage, he felt his blood boil and his style was extremely high. He didn't expect that one day he would be able to act like this. The 6 men who were surrounded had never seen such a bizarre ability before, and being stared at by 36 pairs of blood-red eyes made them all panic. Only the initial cold-faced man could remain calm and shouted, "Don't be scared by his ability. Since he has split into so many clones, his mental power must be evenly distributed among each person. He is undoubtedly lowering his own strength, giving us a greater chance of winning." When the other 5 heard the man say this, they were instantly energized and gained confidence. Mang Hang raised an eyebrow, surprised that this person was so clever, as he quickly understood the flaws in the shadow clone technique. Mang Hang was well aware of this, but he didn't care as long as the move looked cool. And even if they understood, what difference would it make? Although Mang Hang was currently in the middle stage of the empty realm, his terrifying spiritual power was comparable to that of the intermediate celestial realm. Although there was only one major realm difference between the celestial realm and the empty realm, the gap in spiritual power increased exponentially. The battle was about to begin. One of the 6, a man wearing a mask, couldn't withstand the pressure of being stared at by the 6 Mang Hangs and took the initiative to attack. Activating his spiritual power, the space in front of him twisted, and a huge claw slowly emerged from the black hole. Roar! A deafening roar sounded, followed by the appearance of a tiger about 3 meters long, emitting the aura of the king of beasts. A 3rd-level monster, the Thunder Star Tiger. Mang Hang raised an eyebrow, surprised that this person was actually a rare summoner. Although his ability level couldn't possibly match Lin Lashua's, being able to summon a 3rd-level monster meant he at least had a B-level ability. In a small place like Yunshui City, this could be considered rare. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, Mang Hang quickly figured out how to deal with the summoner in front of him. He bit his thumb hard with his teeth, and blood instantly flowed out. He smeared the blood on his other 4 fingers and slammed them onto the ground. Countless intricate runes appeared on the ground, forming a formation. Boom! A burst of smoke rose. When the smoke cleared, a fox about 1 meter long, completely red, with a pair of watery eyes blinking, appeared before everyone, looking extremely cute. The man with the mask twitched at the corner of his eye. The giant Thunder Star Tiger also lowered its head and looked down at the little fox, tilting its head in confusion. At this moment, Mang Hang, seeing his own creation, was petrified, his eyes almost popping out. The system shouted angrily, "I said, buddy, can you be a little more reliable? Are you summoning pets or what?" Mang Hang recovered and awkwardly smiled at the man with the mask. "Sorry about that. It's my first time using it, my hands were a bit clumsy. Let your big cat wait a bit longer." The Thunder Star Tiger said, "You're the big cat, your whole family is big cats." This time, all 6 Mang Hangs surrounding the man with the mask simultaneously formed seals. Boom! 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 There were a total of 6 loud bangs, and 6 nine-tailed foxes, each over 3 meters long and with 9 tails, appeared at the same time. What the fuck? If the man with the mask hadn't reacted before, he was truly shocked now. What the hell is your ability? Wasn't it a clone ability? How did it become a summoning ability? And how did you summon 6 spiritual beasts all at once? Looking at the 6 nine-tails in front of him, Mang Hang's eyes had a strange look as he asked the system, "Hey, buddy, something's not right. Why do the 9 tails I summoned look so dumb?" He was really looking forward to the cold and aloof 9 tails, but instead he got defective products. The system snorted disdainfully and said, "It's not that I'm saying, buddy, you're like a toad pretending to be a frog, thinking too highly of yourself, playing around. Even if it's your true self, it's just a pipe dream to summon a real 9 tails, let alone just a clone summoning." Mang Hang said, "Damn, you're quick with your idioms." The 3rd-level Thunder Star Tiger looked at the 6 different types of foxes around it and showed infinite fear in its eyes. In its perception, each fox had strength comparable to its own, let alone 6 appearing at once. Its instinct drove it to want to escape, but it was controlled by the summoner who summoned it. The man with the mask had an extremely ugly expression, and he no longer dared to hope to defeat Mang Hang. He just wanted to tear open a gap in the encirclement and escape. Thunder Star Tiger, attack! The masked man pointed in a direction, commanding Lin Lashua to launch an attack. He followed closely behind, wielding a long knife and charging in the same direction. He wanted to take advantage of Mang Hang's unpreparedness and open up a path through the cooperation of 1 man and 1 tiger. But Mang Hang wouldn't give him the opportunity. With a cold smile, he directly commanded the 6 nine-tailed foxes to launch their attacks simultaneously. The 9-tailed foxes opened their mouths, gathering energy in front of them, forming a highly dense black sphere. It was none other than the legendary tailed beast ball. Although it was a castrated version, its power should not be underestimated. The 6-tailed beast balls formed instantly, shooting towards the person and the tiger surrounded in the middle from 6 different directions. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, and the villa instantly turned into a small mushroom cloud. The immense energy wave leveled the entire villa. When the mushroom cloud dissipated, only a huge pit remained, and the masked man and Lin Lashua had been completely obliterated, leaving no trace behind. When the explosion occurred, the other 6 people who were engaged in battle instinctively stopped and looked towards the direction of the explosion. We lost just like that? The 5 people's faces turned pale, looking at this scene in disbelief. In just a few minutes of fighting, they had already lost 1 person. The sinister man clenched his fist, knowing that today was more bad luck than good, and he no longer held back. A delicate dagger appeared in his hand, and his figure instantly turned into an afterimage, stabbing towards one of the Mang Hangs. The 6 Mang Hangs surrounding him all smiled faintly and whispered, "So you're a speed-type Esper." After speaking, the 6 voices took a step forward, and their figures disappeared simultaneously. These 6 Mang Hangs actually used instant step at the same time. The sound of clashing metal and iron occasionally rang out, and Zhang Shuiwan, who was in the distance, stared in horror. He was horrified to find that he could only hear the sound of weapons colliding but couldn't see the 2 individuals clearly. No, it was the shadow of 7 people. Just a few seconds later, when the 2 individuals stood still again, the 6 Mang Hangs were still incredibly relaxed, but the sinister man was covered in large and small knife wounds all over his body. "What kind of monster are you? Why are you still a speed-type Esper?" The sinister man's face twisted in fear as he shouted at Mang Hang. At this moment, a sense of despair emanated from the depths of his heart. Splitting into clones, summoning, speed. How could one person awaken so many Esper abilities? Mang Hang smiled faintly. The 6 figures that had surrounded the sinister man instantly merged into one, becoming a single Mang Hang. He took a step forward, and in an instant, he passed by the sinister man several meters away. Ding! The sound of sheathing the knife rang out. Mang Hang put away his long knife. Moonlight spilled onto the ground, and a splatter of blood intertwined with the silver light, creating a unique harmony. The sinister man, in disbelief, clutched his neck and weakly collapsed to the ground. While dealing with the sinister man, the other 3 battlefields also resolved their fights simultaneously. The fat man who had previously blocked a heavy iron gate with his body alone was now struck by all 6 Mang Hangs at the same time. However, strangely enough, their fists seemed to sink into him like hitting cotton, causing him no harm. The fat man smirked triumphantly and even took a bite of the chicken leg in his hand. The 6 Mang Hangs raised their eyebrows and directly activated the 3rd gate of the 8 inner gates. Green energy appeared, and once again, they bombarded the fat man. Tremendous force poured into the fat man's body, causing him to pause his eating, and a pained expression appeared on his face. His obese body instantly exploded. Blood mixed with internal organs splattered everywhere, covering all 6 Mang Hangs. The 6 Mang Hangs simultaneously looked disgusted at the filth on their bodies, then disappeared on the spot, their spiritual power returning to their original bodies. At the same time, a power-type man was also crushed by the 6 Mang Hangs enveloped in green light with a single punch. At this time, there was only one of Zhang Shuyuan's 6 bodyguards left on the scene, and she was the only woman among the 6, standing still in place. The 6 surrounded her, and Mang Hang's Sharingan eyes turned, but this woman unexpectedly expressionlessly stabbed his short sword into her own chest. She was even more miserable than the other 5. From beginning to end, she didn't even use her abilities and died inexplicably. The battle came quickly and ended quickly. In less than 10 minutes, all 6 ability users were dead. Zhang Shuyuan knelt weakly in the distance, vomiting uncontrollably from the stimulation of this bloody scene. He had seen ability users fight before, and had killed many people himself, but he had never seen such a terrifying scene where a person exploded like today. In his eyes, Mang Hang was no longer a high school student, but a demon who could do anything. How could someone have so many abilities at the same time, and still have enough mental power to activate them all? He didn't even believe that an empty-level ability user could do it, let alone an emperor-level ability user. After vomiting everything in his stomach, Zhang Shuyuan weakly knelt to the ground, his eyes becoming dull. The next second, an arm rested on his shoulder, causing him to shiver. Slowly turning his head, he saw Mang Hang squatting beside him, embracing his shoulder like an old friend. Mang Hang looked at the terrified head of the Zhang family and revealed a smile that he thought was kind. But little did he know that this smile, in Zhang Shuyuan's eyes, was like a demon grinning. Mang Hang said to him, "My clever head of the Zhang family, are you dropping this clone technique, or this summoning technique, or this physical enhancement technique?" Zhang Shuyuan knelt beside Mang Hang, sobbing and pleading, "Please, I don't want any of them." "Mang Hang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have had the idea of using techniques on you. Tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you. Just let me go, and I'll give you everything I have." Mang Hang stood up, put away his smile, and his gaze turned cold. "If only I had known earlier, why bother now? Be a good person in your next life." Hearing Mang Hang's words, despair appeared in Zhang Shuyuan's eyes, which quickly turned into a fierce determination. A translucent bead, with energy flowing inside, appeared in Zhang Shuyuan's hand. When he took out this bead, Mang Hang's body instantly tensed up. He actually sensed a dangerous aura from this bead, as if it would explode and cause his own death if it went off. Zhang Shuyuan held the bead, glaring at Mang Hang. Years of experience had taught him to always leave a backup plan, so he didn't put all his hopes on these 6 people, but also spent a lot of money to buy this soul burial bead from the black market. It was rumored that the soul burial bead was formed by sealing all the spiritual power of a transcendent level ability user on the eve of their death. As long as it was crushed in a crisis, it would unleash the power of a transcendent level self-destruction, instantly turning the surrounding area into a purgatory for dozens of miles. Therefore, no one would use the soul burial bead until the last moment, because that would mean both themselves and their opponent would die together. "Hee, since you won't let me go, let's die together." Zhang Shuyuan laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Without any hesitation, he directly crushed the soul burial bead in his hand. Mang Hang's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle, and a sense of death enveloped his entire body. Divine power. Without thinking too much, he directly activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, and his body disappeared from its original position. At the same time Mang Hang entered the alternate dimension, a devastating energy instantly swept outwards. In an instant, an area of dozens of miles centered around the Zhang family mansion was leveled. The servants who were still fleeing heard the loud noise behind them and couldn't help but stop and look back. In the next second, a wave of heat swept over, instantly engulfing everyone in a sea of fire. From that moment on, not a single servant who came out of the Zhang family survived. Fortunately, the Zhang family mansion was located in the suburbs, and Zhang Shuyuan was wealthy enough to buy up the surrounding dozens of miles, so there were no other families nearby, and the casualties were not too great. A thunderous roar awakened Zhao Sanpang from his sleep. Seeing the sky outside illuminated by the towering flames, his face couldn't help but change drastically. "Is the Wuxing sect attacking Yunshui city again? Dare they not let me have a few days of peace?" Zhao Sanpang cursed as he put on his clothes, took a step out, and disappeared from the room. 10 minutes later, Zhao Sanpang stood on the ruins of the Zhang family with the city defense team, their faces extremely grim. City Lord. What level of ability user could produce such great power? Lu Zhaoliang looked at the dozens of miles around that had turned into scorched earth, his face pale as he asked. Zhao Sanpang's face darkened, and he didn't answer his question, but instead asked, "So, did you find out who did it? Are there any survivors nearby?" Lu Zhaoliang shook his head helplessly. With such terrifying power, everything within a radius of 10 miles has been leveled. Not to mention living people, not even a single ant can be found. Hearing this, Zhao Sanpang's face grew even darker. "No need to think, it must be the work of the Wuxing sect again. They have gone too far. First they joined forces with the Yao clan to attack Yunshui City, and then they summoned a 5th-level bone demon in the ancient battlefield in an attempt to wipe out all the examinees. Now, I don't know what means they used to flatten an area of dozens of miles. They are courting death, a big death. Zhao Sanpang gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Let's go back first and report this matter to the higher-ups. We must uproot them this time." With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Not long after everyone left, the space in a certain place slightly distorted, and Mang Hang stepped out of it. He quickly closed his Manjiki Sharingan and wiped away the blood and tears from his face. Looking at the broken walls and ruins around him, he felt a wave of fear. If it weren't for his quick reaction and the godlike power of this bug technique, he would probably have died here by now. In the next moment, Mang Hang narrowed his eyes and a cold killing intent burst forth. His figure disappeared in an instant and reappeared a dozen meters behind him. A purple blade flashed and slashed towards a shadow. The shadow reacted quickly. A long sword appeared in his hand, barely blocking the swift and fierce attack. "Meng kid, don't move, it's me." Mang Hang was stunned when he heard the familiar voice, and quickly retracted his 1,000 blades. Looking by the moonlight, it was Zhao Sanpang who had returned. Mang Hang's face was a bit embarrassed, but he quickly pretended as if nothing had happened and said, "Ah, Lao Zhao, did you also come to investigate after hearing the explosion? Let me tell you, this must be the work of the Wuxing sect. This group of heartless remnants of the demonic sect, disregarding the lives of innocent people, deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Lao Zhao, as the lord of Yunshui City and the parents of the people of Yunshui City, you must not let them go." He pretended to be deeply concerned and kept talking to Zhao Sanpang. Zhao Sanpang didn't respond. He just waited for Mang Hang to finish before smiling and saying, "Bluff, keep bluffing." Mang Hang's expression froze when he heard this. "Lao Zhao, what are you talking about?" "Hee, when I sent someone to search for you in the mountains, although I didn't find you, I found a pile of things left behind by someone near you. Some of these things had the Zhang family's mark on them. Originally, I didn't associate this with you, but this kind of explosion is too strange. The Wuxing sect wouldn't be idle and release something of such great power in such a remote place. I don't know why, but when I thought of the destruction of the Zhang family, I thought of you, and I came up with a bold hypothesis. Could it be that the Zhang family coveted your secret technique, so they sent someone to find you, but ended up being killed by you? And then, with your vengeful spirit, you came to trouble the Zhang family, which led to this explosion. In addition, thinking about your abnormal spatial ability, I knew that if it was you, you would definitely be fine in this explosion, so I waited here with a trial attitude. I didn't expect to actually wait for you, kid." At this moment, Mang Hang was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Sanpang to guess the situation based on just a few clues. Mang Hang looked Zhao Sanpang up and down, but couldn't see how this fat guy with a pair of green bean eyes could be so smart. "Slander! You are slandering! Old Zhao, let me tell you, baseless speculation is all hooliganism. You can't destroy a national flower based on your unfounded guesses." "Ah, pooey." Zhao Sanpang pretended to spit on the ground and then said, "You, who didn't even go to college, have the nerve to talk about national flowers. Old Zhao, you're not being fair. It's not good to hit someone but not their face." Mang Hang wanted to argue. "No, explain," but Zhao Sanpang waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to explain anymore. "The Zhang family has done a lot of despicable things over the years, but I have been unable to take action against them due to lack of evidence. Being wiped out today is what they deserve, and you have solved the disaster for Yunshui City." Hearing this, Mang Hang's eyes lit up. "So, will I be rewarded for what I did?" Zhao Sanpang's forehead veins bulged, and if he didn't think he couldn't beat this kid, he would have slapped him directly. "Kid, don't push your luck. It's already good enough that I'm not counting this against you, and you still want a reward." Mang Hang could only smile awkwardly and dare not say anything more. "But what you did this time was indeed a bit too much. Using such a powerful move inside the city, what if innocent people were injured? Don't let it happen again." "Hey, old Zhao, I can't take the blame for this," Mang Hang quickly explained. "It was because Zhang Shuyuan squeezed a strange bead before he died that caused the explosion. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have died here today too." When Zhao Sanpang heard the word bead, his face changed, and he asked Mang Hang, "You mean a bead? Is it a translucent bead with energy flowing inside?" Mang Hang nodded. Zhang Shuyuan, how audacious of him to disregard the lives of innocent people in Yunshui City and use the soul burial bead. He deserved to die. Zhao Sanpang said fiercely. Old Zhao, you're so biased. But I really like it." Zhao Sanpang. "Finally, let me remind you again, only you and I know about this matter. Don't mention it to anyone else. I will report it upwards and say that this was done by the Wuxing sect. I'm not stupid. How could I spread such a disgraceful thing that tarnishes my reputation?" Zhao Sanpang glanced at him, couldn't stand Mang Hang's shamelessness, and turned to leave. "Hey, you're leaving just like that, without chatting anymore? I'll be leaving tomorrow, otherwise, let's catch up. Get lost." Zhao Sanpang cursed and didn't look back, disappearing from the spot. Mang Hang shrugged and didn't care, but looked somewhat regretfully at the former Zhang family mansion. He had originally planned to search the room for any previous belongings after dealing with Zhang Shuyuan, but now, not even a single hair was left for himself. He now somewhat regretted not agreeing to Zhang Shuyuan's proposal. The next day, Mang Hang was dumbfounded as he looked at the so-called train in front of him. This train was dozens of meters long, completely black, and covered in huge spikes. Mang Hang even saw long scratches on the body, most likely caused by unknown monsters during the journey through the mountains. After resolving the matter in Zhang's family, he no longer had any attachment to Yunsui City. The next day, he packed his luggage and bid farewell to his neighbors before heading to the train station to prepare for his journey to the imperial capital. As soon as he entered the station, he saw a heavily armed train that made Mang Hang's eyes widen. In his memory, trains were still the old-fashioned green ones from his previous life, but seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that the difference was like night and day. It was like comparing a Gundam to a toy car. There was simply no comparison. But it made sense, as it must have had its unique features to be able to travel through dangerous mountains. Looking at the seat number on his ticket, Mang Hang boarded the train, embarking on a new chapter in his life. At the same time, in the offices of the high-ranking officials of Longhua and the presidents of the 4 major universities, a video was playing. The video showed a giant Buddha's palm, tens of meters long, crashing down and instantly obliterating a 5th-level bone demon. Those watching the video couldn't help but gasp in disbelief, unable to believe that a high school student could accomplish such a feat. In a simple room in the highest center of power in Longhua, an old man sat. The wrinkles on his face drooped, and his body was covered in age spots, indicating that he was nearing the end of his life. But even so, the aura emanating from him overwhelmed the middle-aged people around him. With his hands on a cane, the old man watched Mang Hang in the video, a glimmer of light shining in his cloudy eyes. The old man watched the video over and over again, then looked out the window and muttered to himself, "Good, good. Talented individuals emerge in every generation, leading the way for hundreds of years. With young people like this in Longhua, even an old man like me can rest in peace." Upon hearing this, Duan He, who had been standing respectfully by his side, couldn't help but protest anxiously, "Master Kong, what are you saying? With your health, you could easily live another 100 years. The old man, called Master Kong, chuckled and waved his hand. "You don't need to comfort me. I know my own body. But you don't need to worry too much either. This old bone of mine can hold on for a few more years." Then his expression turned serious as he said to Duan He, "Go and inform everyone who has seen this video that it is not to be leaked outside, otherwise they will be charged with treason. Also, inform Zhao Sanpang, that little brat, to do whatever it takes to silence the people of Yunsui City and prevent the students' achievements from being revealed." Duan He's face changed, surprised by how much Master Kong valued this student. He couldn't help but straighten his face and salute. "Yes." After speaking, he turned and left, gently closing the door to the room. Master Kong lay on an old rocking chair, gently swaying back and forth, talking to himself. "Little brat, this is all I can do for you. As for how long you can keep it a secret, it depends on your destiny. I hope you can grow up quickly." The reason why the place was called Ishian Tian was because an endless and bottomless gorge separated Longhua from the Yaozu on both sides. This was also known as the front line in the mouths of the people of Longhua, where they constantly fought against the Yaozu. Looking around, the sky here was dim, and the wind howled year-round, as if countless tortured souls were wailing. The land here was also different from other places, presenting a deep black color and occasionally emitting a pungent smell of blood. Yes, it was the smell of blood, because the land here had been soaked in the blood of humans in Yaozu for countless years, resulting in this deep black color. And in this place, there stood a majestic and unyielding grand city, exuding a powerful and ancient aura. And on top of this magnificent city, a huge plaque hung high, with 3 large characters written in a lively and vigorous manner, Jinyuan City. At this moment, in a dark room in the town of Jinyuan, a middle-aged man with sharp edges and a resolute face is meditating with his eyes closed. Just then, there was a knock on the door from outside. "Come in," the middle-aged man said calmly. The person who entered was a young man dressed in shiny silver armor, walking with a powerful stride, occasionally exuding a sense of killing intent. However, this aura disappeared completely when he approached the middle-aged man, as if a sheep had entered a pack of wolves, not daring to make a sound. "Lord of the city, we just received a video. Would you like to take a look?" The middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly. Besides cultivation and slaying demons, he had no interest in other matters. His subordinates knew his temperament, so they wouldn't easily disturb him unless it was something particularly important. "Bring it here." When the middle-aged man saw Mang Hang in action, a gleam of light burst from his eyes, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "From Yunsui City? Is he one of this year's candidates?" The young man nodded, his face also filled with astonishment. "Call second brother and ask which university he applied to this year." "Forget it, no need to check. Just send someone to bring that kid here. It's a waste for such a talented seedling to go to university instead of gaining experience in the military." The young man's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, "Who else would have such a big heart like you, directly rejecting the invitations from the top 4 universities in Longhua and coming to join the army instead?" That's what he thought in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. "Lord of the city, we have confirmed with that person. This kid's name is Mang Hang. He missed the college entrance examination because he was hunting demons in the mountains, so his qualification was revoked." "Oh," the middle-aged man was first stunned, then a cold and stern smile appeared on his face. Good kid, he has the same style as me back in the day. Since his college entrance examination qualification has been revoked, just go directly to Yunsui City and ask second brother for him. Tell him that I want this Mang Hang. Also, the video must not be leaked. Don't let those old guys from the other 4 cities know about it, or they might intercept and snatch him away. The same thing was happening in the offices of the presidents of the 4 major universities in Longwa. What? This kid's college entrance examination qualification has been revoked? Hurry, there's no time to waste. You must leave immediately, and no matter what conditions it takes, make sure to recruit that kid to our school. Speed is of the essence. Little did they know, the protagonist of this matter had already boarded the train to the imperial capital. Mang Hang was sitting in his seat, looking confusedly at the mobile phone of a bald monk sitting next to him. It's not that he wanted to intentionally peek at someone's phone privacy, but the monk had been holding his phone and looking at it since he got on the train, occasionally showing a silly smile. This made Mang Hang curious, so he glanced at it out of curiosity. It was this glance that petrified him on the spot. He saw the monk open a certain app and quickly scroll down. That wasn't the most crucial part. The most crucial part was that every short video he scrolled through showed women wearing revealing clothes, dancing passionately on the screen. Wow, this monk has developed quite a taste. Mang Hang thought speechlessly. Just then, a gentle voice came from the seat opposite Mang Hang. Master, do you have the 3 vegetarian principles every day? Mang Hang looked up and saw a cute chubby boy sitting opposite him. However, at this moment, the chubby boy was also staring straight at the monk's phone, drooling almost coming out. Seeing the monk engrossed in watching the beautiful women, he was taken aback, locked his phone, and clasped his hands together in front of the chubby boy, reciting a Buddhist mantra. Amitba Buddha, this humble monk has been studying Buddhism for many years, but I have never heard of the 3 vegetarian principles. I wonder what the 3 vegetarian principles mean in the little donor's mouth. Seeing the monk put away his phone, the chubby boy also withdrew his gaze and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Master, you don't know, I was inspired by you. These 3 vegetarian principles are vegetarian food, vegetarian dishes, and vegetarian people. Mang Hang, who was listening with great interest on the side, twitched at the corner of his mouth upon hearing these words. Can an amateur really do it? But it does fit the image of the monk from earlier. The big monk also had a black line on his face, knowing that he had just been caught watching videos of beautiful women. However, he had a thick skin and immediately put on a dignified look. Young benefactor, you don't know. I practice the Buddhist path in the secular world. My cultivation is not on the mountain, but in the secular world. I have seen all the temptations of the secular world, but I remain unmoved, and only then can I achieve enlightenment. If it weren't for your foolish expression just now, I would almost believe it. Mang Hang secretly thought to himself. I saw you staring at my phone just now, completely captivated by the temptations inside. I wonder how many years you've been single, the bald monk asked in return. Ah, I'm 18, and in a month, I'll be 19. Both the monk and Mang Hang were dumbfounded, not understanding the meaning behind the fat boy's irrelevant answer. I meant to ask your age, benefactor, the bald monk repeated. Yes, I've been solo since birth, never had a girlfriend from childhood to adulthood. My age is the number of years I've been single. The fat boy looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with loneliness, and sighed. I don't have the lofty thoughts of a master like you. Do you know how I've spent these years? Drop by drop, falling to the ground, turning into mud. The bald monk's eyes unexpectedly lit up, and he blurted out, if you change your left hand for your right hand, it's like divorcing one wife and marrying another. The 2 of them looked at each other in astonishment, their eyes shining with a kind of light that outsiders couldn't understand. This light is called mutual understanding and regret at a missed opportunity. Mang Hang was already fed up with listening on the side, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. He never expected that he would meet both Wulong and Fengshu on the train. Oh, right, it's you. Just then, Mang Hang slapped his thigh and pointed at the bald monk. This sudden movement startled the other 2. The bald monk tentatively asked, does this young benefactor recognize me? Mang Hang chuckled and said, Wulong, no, master. You really have a bad memory. Do you remember when you told me that you were raising money to rebuild the Buddha's statue in your temple? The big monk recalled for a moment, then slapped his thigh as well. You're the kid who talked me down from 18,000 yuan to 20 yuan for a dagger. He then covered his backpack and looked at Mang Hang warily. Benefactor, let me tell you, when it comes to gambling for spiritual artifacts, once you buy it, there's no returning it. Mang Hang had a faint smile on his lips as he said, Master, where did you hear that? I got a low-grade spiritual artifact for 20 yuan. I'm grateful to you. How could I possibly return it? What? You actually got a spiritual artifact from that junk? The big monk was dumbfounded, his face filled with despair. Seeing him like this, Mang Hang smiled and didn't rub salt in the wound, but changed the topic. Let me introduce myself. I'm Mang Hang. Master, if you're not setting up a stall in the ghost market to earn money to rebuild the Buddha's statue, where are you going? Upon hearing Mang Hang's question, the expression that was still full of sorrow and frustration instantly changed, revealing a hint of excitement. I am Amitba, and my Dharma name is Liao Shan. Meng benefactor, you don't know, a few days ago, the Yao family in Jiangling City discovered an ancient battlefield. The Qin family went all out to investigate, and even Yao Yushu, the jewel of the Yao family, followed along. Unexpectedly, there was an accident inside the ancient battlefield. There were actually other races present, and Yao Yushu was caught off guard and seriously injured by the other races. After much effort, the Yao family found out that there is a natural treasure called Nirvana grass in the ancient battlefield that can heal her injuries. Unfortunately, Nirvana grass is extremely rare, and even with the full strength of the Yao family, they couldn't find it. So the Yao family has announced a reward, inviting capable individuals from all over to enter the ancient battlefield to search for the Nirvana grass. The person who finds it will receive 500 core crystals as a reward. Not only that, Yao Tianshang, the head of the Yao family, personally said that whoever can save his daughter will be welcomed as the son-in-law of the Yao family. The Yao family only has one daughter, Yao Yushu. Whoever marries her will not only be able to marry a beautiful woman, but also inherit the vast wealth of the Yao family. When this news came out, all the capable individuals in the Dragon Kingdom were shocked and rushed to the Yao family. So I also want to join in the fun. Yao Yushu? Is she the awakened SSS level Esper, known as the beauty that puts the moon to shame, and is as beautiful as Lin Lashua from the Yinchuan city? The chubby guy exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration. The monk nodded. Yes, it's her. Damn, take me with you. If I can marry Yao Yushu, I will die without regrets. The chubby guy couldn't contain his excitement and wished he had wings to fly to the Yao family right away. At this moment, Mang Hang was also excitedly rubbing his hands together. It wasn't because he had the opportunity to marry a beauty, but because of the 500 core crystals. He had been regretting returning empty-handed last night, and now that he had this opportunity, he couldn't let it slip away. After discussing among themselves, they agreed and went to the Yao family together. Through their conversation, Mang Hang learned that the chubby guy's name was Ni Hao. Although he didn't look impressive, he was about to enter the Imperial University. Mang Hang and the monk were surprised to learn that he was a prodigy from the Imperial University. Ni Hao waved his hand indifferently and said, I don't know what's going on this year, but geniuses are popping up everywhere. I'm just a bottom-tier existence. Let's not talk about Lin Lashua and Yao Yushu for now. The Yi family, the #1 family in the Imperial City, has produced an SSS level Esper. They are known as the words follow the law Esper, with the power to determine life and death with a single word. The Ling Nanshao family has a pair of twins known as the Black and White Impermanents, SSS level Espers who can manipulate souls. If the King of Hell wants you dead at 3 in the morning, who dares to keep you until 5? The Shi family in the north has Sharingan, who wields the spring and autumn pen in his right hand and the black and white inkstone in his left. With a stroke of the pen, he can paint the heavens and the earth, so elegant. And there's Lin Yi from the Lin family in the northwest. With the empty realm cultivation, he can control hundreds of flying swords with his mental power. The phrase the sword comes, the world trembles is no exaggeration. Of course, these are the top geniuses that are already known. We don't know how many more are yet to be revealed. Now the 4 major universities are going crazy, rushing to recruit talents from all over the country, afraid of being one step behind and having these geniuses snatched away by other schools. And I have talked for almost half an hour, making Mang Hang and the monk's scalps tingle. Especially Mang Hang, who is now dry-mouthed and sweaty palms. Wow, the Shao, Lin, Shi, and Yi families, the 4 families that should not be provoked, have all gathered together. I even boasted about overturning the 4 major academies, but why are so many geniuses suddenly appearing? Mang Hang now felt a bit overwhelmed at the thought of competing with these geniuses. Are there any orphans or losers who have been dumped by their families among them? Mang Hang asked weakly. Ni Hao looked at him strangely, not understanding why he asked that. I haven't heard of any. Mang Hang patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that there aren't any. It seems that he is still the protagonist and won't be tricked into a pit by the so-called chosen one. I have a system, I have cheats, who am I afraid of? System, hee, kid, now you remember my usefulness. The 3 of them chatted for a while longer, changing trains midway, and it took them a whole day and night to finally arrive at Jiangling City. When the train arrived at the station, the sky was already bright. The 3 of them stretched their tired bodies and took a taxi directly to Yao's house. When Mang Hang and the others got off the car, they were instantly stunned by the scene in front of them. They saw a crowd of people crowded in front of Yao's gate, and a steward-like person was receiving the crowd as they walked in. Fortunately, Yao's house was big enough, otherwise the gate would have been trampled by the crowd. Surprisingly, there were hundreds of people who came here by reputation alone, which showed the influence of Yao's family. When everyone stood in the front yard garden, a middle-aged man in his 40s, who exuded the aura of a high-ranking person who had been sitting in a high position for a long time, walked in front of everyone. He was undoubtedly Yao Tianshang, the head of the Yao family. Yao Tianshang pressed his hands down, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. First of all, thank you all for coming. I believe everyone has heard about the matter concerning my daughter. Time is running out, so I won't waste any more time here. He waved his hand, and two of Yao's trusted formation masters drew a huge and intricate formation on an empty space. Then, the two of them took out dozens of refined cores from their spatial rings and placed them on various nodes of the formation in a certain order. When all the cores were in place, the formation suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Alright, no time to waste, everyone, go in. There were many people with abilities who often frequented ancient battlefields, so they were not surprised by this scene. They entered the development area in groups of 2 or 3. But Mang Hang, a country bumpkin, was different. He had been in this world for a long time, but only now did he realize that besides people with abilities, there were also formation masters like these two. Wow, they're so cool. At this moment, he opened his mouth wide and exclaimed. He stared at the two formation masters with the eyes of an idle fan, making them feel uncomfortable. The crowd also looked at them with disdain, as if they were looking at two arms. Monk Liashan and Ni Hao covered their faces and moved to the side, afraid that others would know they knew Mang Hang. As the crowd gradually entered the teleportation array, Mang Hang was still reluctant to take his eyes off the two formation masters. The two of them had no choice but to forcefully drag Mang Hang into the teleportation array. The noisy scene instantly became quiet, leaving only the steward and Yao Tiancheng. Seeing that there were no outsiders, Yao Tiancheng's face instantly turned cold, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, there was a spatial fluctuation beside him, and a woman dressed in a light-colored silk dress stepped out. The woman had a slender figure, and her long hair was gently tied up with a silver ribbon. At first glance, one could feel a misty aura around her, as if she were not an ordinary person, but a fairy from heaven. This person was Yao Yushu, who was known as a pair with Lin Lashua. At this moment, she didn't look like someone who had suffered serious injuries and was about to die. When Yao Tiancheng saw her appear, he didn't show the affectionate attitude of a father towards his daughter, but instead showed a respectful expression. Holy Maiden, I still think this matter is too reckless. The Dragon Kingdom is currently fully besieging the Holy Sect, and now we are doing such a thing. Not only will it expose this important stronghold, but it will also make the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom even more angry and increase their efforts to besiege the Holy Sect. The disadvantages outweigh the benefits. Yao Yushu, who was called the Holy Maiden, blinked playfully and a beautiful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. If I don't do this, will the Dragon Kingdom not exterminate us completely? Besides, the arrival of the Divine Envoy requires a large number of sacrifices. There is no other way. The stronghold and identities can be changed once they are exposed, but the matter of the Divine Envoy must not be mishandled. So, all these people must die. As she spoke, the smile on her face disappeared, leaving only a chilling killing intent. Yao Tiancheng's face turned cold, and he dared not say anything more. When Mang Hang stepped out of the teleportation array, he found that the other two were already gone, and even the person who entered before them was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that this teleportation array was random, and each person was sent to a different place. Looking up, there were endless skeletons on the vast expanse of yellow sand. I don't know how many thousands of years these skeletons have existed here. Most of them are weathered beyond recognition. The horizon is shrouded in endless blood red, with crows circling in the sky, occupying half of the sky. Mang Hang looked at this scene, which seemed like the end of the world, and couldn't help but sigh. The undeveloped ancient battlefield is completely different from the college entrance examination. The ancient battlefield in the college entrance examination is like an amusement park for children. Without daring to be careless, Mang Hang held the 1,000 blades in his hand and walked forward. After a few steps, he felt a tightness around his ankle, as if something was grabbing him. He looked down and saw a pale skeletal hand. Without hesitation, he swiftly swung his blade and directly chopped off the arm connected to the hand. Crack crack, a crisp sound rang out as the severed arm of the skeleton slowly stood up. It turned out to be a second-level bone fiend. Although its left arm was severed, its right arm was still holding a bone knife, seemingly unaffected by the loss of an arm. Mang Hang's expression remained unchanged. He had killed 5th-level bone fiends before, let alone this second-level one. He activated his blink step and appeared in front of the bone fiend in one step, slashing it horizontally and cutting it in half at the waist. The next moment, Mang Hang frowned. The bone fiend, with only half of its body left, did not die. It crawled towards Mang Hang with its one arm. Mang Hang's blade flashed like a dragon, and he once again severed its neck. This time, the bone fiend did not get up again. The ghost fire in its eyes flickered twice and completely dissipated. Mang Hang narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect a second-level bone fiend to be so difficult to deal with. If all these densely packed skeletons were resurrected, it would be even more troublesome. Crack crack, just as he thought about this, the sound of bones rubbing against each other came again. No way, they're still coming. Mang Hang's eyes widened, somewhat unbelieving, as he looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a huge skeleton, nearly 5 meters tall, slowly crawling up, wearing a tattered suit of armor. Mang Hang's expression turned ugly. When would this end? I just killed a second-level bone fiend, and now a 4th-level one comes. What's wrong? I killed your son, so I'll deal with the old one after the young one. Don't just talk about the old one. Today I'll have your whole family come, and I'll scatter your ashes. Let's see how you can make trouble. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes as Mang Hang raised his blade and charged towards it. However, this resurrected 5th level bone fiend seemed as if it hadn't seen Mang Hang at all. It raised its head and let out a silent roar towards the sky. Although Mang Hang didn't hear any sound, he saw ripples spreading out from the bone fiend as the center, towards the surroundings. Mang Hang furrowed his brows slightly. Although he didn't understand why it did this, he had a bad feeling. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones rubbing against each other continued one after another. The next scene directly made Mang Hang's scalp tingle, and a chill ran from his tailbone to the top of his head. He saw the originally scattered white bones, as if awakened from a deep sleep. The densely packed army of skeletons stood up, and Mang Hang even saw some skeletons with missing limbs picking up a piece from the broken remains on the ground and attaching it to themselves. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself. Now, not only did the whole family come, but even the ancestors of the 18 generations were called out. Without daring to stay, Mang Hang turned his head and ran. If there were only dozens or even hundreds, Mang Hang could still fight his way out of the sea of skeletons. But now, there could be thousands or even tens of thousands of them. Even if they just spat once, they could drown Mang Hang. Of course, the premise was that they could still spit. A spectacular scene unfolded in the ancient battlefield, with one person running in front and an endless wave of skeletons chasing behind. The crows in the sky, like dark clouds, greedily looked down below. It seemed like they were waiting for Mang Hang's death so they could feast on his flesh and drink his blood. In the desert, two individuals, one fat and one thin, are working together to kill a third-order wind-marked scorpion. The tall, thin man wipes the sweat off his forehead and says to the person next to him, "We've been out here for so long and haven't even seen a trace of the other race, but we encounter this thing." The fat man nods with lingering fear and says, "If we get stung by its poisonous needle, not even the gods can save us. Luckily, we joined forces early, otherwise it would have been difficult to deal with this beast." While the two are resting on the ground, they suddenly see a figure in the distance running towards them. "Hey, Skinny, do you see someone running towards us?" Probably being chased by some monster. Nowadays, anyone dares to enter the ancient battlefield, they really don't know the meaning of life and death. It's all because the Yao family has given too much. How many people don't want to try their luck? Damn, what's that behind him? Run! The two were initially gloating and mocking Mang Hang for overestimating himself. But the next moment, when they saw the white tide-like flow behind Mang Hang, they were instantly terrified. "Kid, I warn you, don't run towards us anymore, otherwise we won't let you off." The two shouted Mang Hang and desperately run away in the opposite direction. Mang Hang pays no attention to them and runs straight towards them. As the saying goes, when you encounter a bear in the forest, you don't need to run faster than it, you just need to run faster than the person next to you. "Buddy, I'm really sorry." After saying that, Mang Hang activates the 8 gates escape and sprints at full speed. The two who were running at full speed only feel a green light passing by them. When they come to their senses, they find that the kid has already run ahead of them. They can't help but curse, "You little bastard. Don't let us ever encounter you again, otherwise we won't let you off." Looking at Mang Hang, who didn't even turn his head, and seeing the skeletal army chasing after him, the two exchange a glance and see the determination in each other's eyes. "We can only use that move." The next moment, a strange scene unfolds. The fat and thin individuals merge into one, transforming into a creature that resembles a deer but not a deer, a horse but not a horse, with horns on its head. Although the two keep muttering, how embarrassing, their speed is not slow at all. A gust of wind lifts their hooves, and in the blink of an eye, they are dozens of meters away, leaving the skeletal army far behind, disappearing from sight. Mang Hang, who tricked them, stands in front of a forest, hesitating. It's called a forest, but the trees here are completely black, with dry bark like the thin hands of an elderly person, giving off an eerie feeling. Moreover, there isn't a single leaf on the branches, only bare branches growing upwards without restraint. What makes Mang Hang hesitate is not these eerie trees, but what's on the trees. He looks around and sees hundreds of crows perched on each tree, their bodies pitch black and their eyes blood red, staring at him with ill intentions. It's as if as long as he takes another step forward, these crows will stop at nothing to kill him. Mang Hang estimates that this forest is at least hundreds of hectares, which means there are tens of thousands of these crows nesting in this forest. Looking at the crows that occupy half of the sky, and then looking at the forest filled with them, he swallows hard and mutters to himself, "What kind of ancient battlefield is this? It might as well be called the Crow World. If I can't provoke them, can't I avoid them?" After saying that, he turns around and prepares to go in another direction. Ding! System activated. "Hey, I said buddy, we're so familiar with each other, there's no need to be so polite." "Ahem, the process must be followed," the system says awkwardly. "Can you not follow the process?" Mang Hang has a bad feeling. The system coming out at this time definitely means trouble. "I can't." "Fine, just tell me then." Mang Hang rolls his eyes and says helplessly. Successfully snatched the Dark Crow Emperor's egg, reward host with interstitial cells. Failure, deprive the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Mang Hang looked at this mission and his mouth grew wide, his eyes filled with shock. "I'm rewarding myself with interstitial cells?" Mang Hang was still worried about how long it would take to accumulate 50,000 kill points, but he didn't expect the system to directly release it as a mission. However, when he saw the task he had to do, his excited face immediately fell. Although he didn't know what the Dark Crow Emperor was, just looking at the countless crows in front of him, he knew that it wouldn't be easy to snatch that egg. Gritting his teeth, Mang Hang's face showed a fierce expression. He was ruthless to others, but also to himself. He was willing to go all out for the interstitial cells. No more hesitation, he activated his instant step and turned into a blur, rushing into the forest. The crows that were originally perched on the branches saw this scene and their eyes glowed red. Instantly, the entire forest seemed to be filled with black smoke. The group that was circling in the sky also seemed to be stimulated and rushed towards Mang Hang without regard for their lives. Damn, is it the end of the world? Someone saw this scene and was so scared that their legs went weak, exclaiming in fear. In an instant, all the ability users who entered the ancient battlefield witnessed this terrifying scene and hurriedly moved away from where the crows were diving. In a corner of the ancient battlefield, Yao Tiancheng and the so-called Yao Yushu looked at the sky in astonishment. Yao Yushu muttered to herself, "The dark crow that never initiates attacks, why did it suddenly become so violent today?" Yao Tiancheng beside her said, "Holy maiden, should I go and check it out? Do you think you have a long life?" Yao Yushu said coldly, "A single dark crow is nothing, but if tens of thousands of them attack together, the consequences would be unimaginable. And don't forget, this group of beasts also has a dark attribute innate skill, dark devouring. If they really provoke them, even if the 5 celestials of the first line heaven come, we would still have to run. So, should we let these beasts cause such a commotion?" Yao Tiancheng asked anxiously. "As long as it doesn't affect the descent of the Holy Sun, even if they destroy the entire space, so what?" Countless crows, without regard for their lives, rushed towards Mang Hang, and each crow emitted a thick, unbreakable darkness, forming a dark cloud when they gathered together. And wherever the dark cloud passed, everything was completely devoured. Mang Hang, who had rushed into the forest, looked pale as he watched this scene, knowing that he had really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Divine power. Regardless of the side effects, he directly activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan. He used his vision to mark the farthest place he could see, took a step forward, and directly entered the dimensional space. At the same time he disappeared, countless crows rushed towards his previous position. When the flock of crows flew past, the trees where he had stood disappeared without a trace, as if they had been erased by an eraser. When Mang Hang stepped out again, he was standing in the position marked by the Sharingan. Looking at the crows flying back, he took another step forward and entered the dimensional space once again. "Damn it, Tonsu, do you have any clue? Does that egg you mentioned even exist?" In the dimensional space, Mang Hang wiped away the tears of blood from his eyes and asked the system with 3 bottles of revival liquid, panting heavily. "Trust your brother Tonsu, and you'll have eternal life, just relax. Alright, even if something happens to me, we'll finish it together. I trust you this time." After speaking, he returned to reality once again. This time, when Mang Hang emerged from the dimensional space, his eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at a giant tree in the distance. This withered tree was several people's embrace thick, towering into the sky, and on top of it was a huge bird's nest. In the bird's nest, there was a blood-red eye, much larger than the other crows, coldly staring at Mang Hang, the uninvited guest. And all around it, thousands of dark night ravens circled, like loyal guards, preventing outsiders from trespassing. Although the Raven Emperor's eyes were cold, it did not make any move to attack Mang Hang, remaining motionless in its nest. Mang Hang narrowed his eyes and noticed a jet-black giant egg beneath it. Presumably, this was the Dark Knight Raven Emperor's egg mentioned in the system mission, and this group of beasts reacted so strongly to his entry into the forest, it seemed to be for the protection of this egg. The Raven Emperor's eyes were filled with a cold, murderous intent. The egg it had laid unexpectedly showed a trace of mutation, causing the Raven Emperor to tremble even before it hatched. Therefore, in order to ensure the safety of its child, no matter what this human in front of it was here for, anyone who intruded into its territory had to die. Then, a trace of disdain appeared in its eyes. Surrounded by its hundreds of thousands of subjects, what could this human do even if he wanted to steal its egg? Only death awaited him. At this moment, the flock of ravens chasing after it had already gotten closer and closer to Mang Hang, but this time he showed no signs of anxiety. Instead, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Divine power. However, this attack was not directed at the Raven Emperor, but focused on the giant egg beneath it. In the next moment, the space beneath the Dark Knight Raven Emperor distorted. The Raven Emperor felt a void beneath it, and when it looked down, it found that the hatching egg beneath it had disappeared without a trace. Gone? Just like that? It was a bit confused, not understanding how the perfectly fine egg could disappear just like that. A roar that shook the heavens and earth. It must have been caused by the human in front of it. The Dark Knight Raven Emperor flapped its huge wings and slowly took flight, surrounded by endless darkness, rushing towards Mang Hang like a dark sky. The ravens on this ancient battlefield had become crazy at this moment, rushing towards Mang Hang without regard for their lives. Seeing that the egg had been absorbed by himself, Mang Hang ignored the fact that his Sharingan had been overused and he could no longer see clearly, and once again used his divine power. Just as the endless darkness was about to surround him and the flock of ravens was about to touch him, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When Mang Hang entered the alternate space, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground with a thud. Tears of blood flowed incessantly from his eyes, and at this moment, he only felt a ray of light shining in, but he couldn't see anything. Mang Hang smiled bitterly, knowing that his eyes were on the verge of losing their power due to the excessive use of the Sharingan. Even so, Mang Hang smiled faintly, not panicking at all. Tong Z, I've got the Dark Knight Raven Emperor's egg, can you give me the reward now? Alright, Tai Z. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, hosts interstitial cells. Mang Hang felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and his eyes, which were already close to blindness, became bright again. Damn, is it really that amazing? He blinked his eyes, incredulously looking around. Mang Hang rubbed his hands excitedly. This was the legendary interstitial cells, with them, he would be invincible. Thinking of this, he clapped his hands together. Would release, would human technique. In an instant, a giant Buddha several tens of meters tall appeared out of thin air. Mang Hang stood on top of the Buddha, his face filled with uncontrollable excitement. Then, he seemed to think of something and activated his Manjikyu Sharingan. In an instant, the Buddha was enveloped in a pale blue energy, forming a layer of blue armor. The wooden man, wearing armor, clenched his right hand in the air, and a pale blue long sword appeared in his hand. With a gentle swing forward, the space began to distort, displaying the spatial ability of the divine power. At this moment, Mang Hang was ecstatic, so happy that he couldn't even close his legs. With the powerful regenerative power of the interstitial cells, I can use my Manjikyu Sharingan without any restrictions. What are you daydreaming about, Tai Z? Just as Mang Hang was excited beyond control, the system's words poured cold water over him. Even if you have the Indra's cells, the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is not the true Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Activating the Kamui still damages your eyes, just not as much as before. With your current state, you can only use it continuously for 5 minutes. What? Only 5 minutes? Mang Hang thought that this book was already reaching its climax, and he believed he was standing at the pinnacle of humanity. He didn't expect the system to throw him such a curveball. Why can Madara use it indefinitely in the original work, while I can only use it for 5 minutes? Mang Hang retorted. Why don't you say that Madara's Kamui ability can only be used for 5 minutes? Mang Hang sneered, feeling powerless to argue. Here, let me explain. I know that Madara can only use it for 5 minutes because he only has one Sharingan, but since this is a fanfiction, even Kishimoto only dared to let Kakashi use a trial version of the double Kamui once. I can't write something too outrageous. Doused by this cold water, his excitement was dampened, and he no longer continued to experiment with his newfound abilities. He deactivated the Sharingan and the wood clone jutsu and walked up to the pitch-black egg. As he approached, he noticed that although the eggshell was as black as ink, upon closer inspection, he could see a faint golden vertical line on it. Mang Hang's mood began to stir again, and he excitedly asked the system, Brother T, is this a pet for me? Crows are considered ominous in the eyes of the world, but influenced by Itachi, Mang Hang not only didn't dislike crows but was even quite satisfied with his pet. I say, Iron Brother, can't we have a little foresight? I went through so much trouble to get it. How could it just be for you to catch a baby? The system said helplessly. Then why did you make me snatch it? Sigh. The system let out a long sigh and explained earnestly, although you have many means now, they all rely on my help. Have you ever awakened any abilities during the awakening ceremony? Mang Hang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't say it. I didn't expect a rare species like the crow to appear in this space, and it even produced a different species inside the egg. As long as you absorb the essence inside the egg, you can awaken your own abilities, instead of relying on me to give them to you. If one day I'm not here, at least you won't be defenseless. Hearing this, Mang Hang furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Did something happen? Are you going to? Cut the crap. I'm fine, I just said maybe. Can't you understand that? Hearing the system's denial, Mang Hang finally let go of the worry that he had been holding. Although the system had tricked him many times during this period, he had made it this far thanks to the system's help. So he already considered the system as a flesh and blood friend, not just a cold, golden finger. Redirecting his attention back to the egg, Mang Hang curiously asked, how do I absorb this thing? Is it like the rumors say, placing both hands on the eggshell and activating internal energy? TSK, where did you hear these unreliable things? The system impatiently interrupted him. There's no need for so much fuss, just eat it. Eat it? Mang Hang widened his eyes. How do I eat it? Fry it or boil it? You. Just eat it raw. This time, the system was completely speechless. Mang Hang felt embarrassed for a moment, scratched his head, and didn't delay any longer. He punched the eggshell. Boom! A loud noise rang out, and Mang Hang looked at his fist, then at the still intact egg, feeling somewhat incredulous. Although he didn't use his full strength, even a second-order monster couldn't withstand this punch. Surprisingly, the egg in front of him remained intact. I don't believe it, he exclaimed, unleashing his full strength once again. The eggshell finally couldn't withstand Mang Hang's immense power and began to crack, with transparent egg white spilling out. Mang Hang, not wanting to waste anything, quickly approached and started sucking the egg white greedily. Instantly, a strong, sweet and fishy taste filled his mouth. After some time, Mang Hang patted his round belly and stood up, burping contentedly. I'm telling you, Tongsu, not to brag, but only I can finish such a big egg in one breath. If someone else tried, they would choke after just 2 bites. They would waste all the essence, and what's the point of absorbing it? Listening to Mang Hang's self-praise, the system chuckled disdainfully. Who told you that you have to eat it all? There is a strand of black essence inside, which is the most important part of the whole egg and the key to obtaining abilities. So as long as you eat that strand of black essence, it's enough. Upon hearing this, Mang Hang instantly became furious. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask me. You just wanted to deceive me. Before Mang Hang could finish cursing, his face suddenly changed, and his body involuntarily arched before collapsing to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Mang Hang felt an indescribable pain throughout his body, as if someone was cutting his flesh piece by piece with a blade, and then meticulously removing the remaining blood and flesh from his bones, and he was fully conscious throughout the process. Mang Hang hugged himself, curled up on the ground. He didn't even have the strength to ask the system what was happening. He could only grit his teeth and endure the pain. Meanwhile, outside, the others had found the place where the nirvana grass was growing. In the desert, there was a peculiarly built village, with houses made of huge stones. At this moment, the village was filled with shouts of killing, and colorful energy was being unleashed recklessly. On one side were hundreds of abilities who had entered this place, while on the other side were monsters with 2 heads and green, ferocious faces. Although there were fewer monsters than abilities, each one was incredibly powerful, with bodies that were extremely tough. Ordinary abilities couldn't harm them at all. Everyone, give it your all and exterminate these double-headed green flames. Then we can obtain the nirvana grass. Someone shouted while releasing their own abilities. You make it sound easy, but each of these monsters has the strength of at least the second order. They can't be dealt with so easily, a barely dodging ability said in a disheveled state. Just then, a gust of wind blade swept through, cutting the 2-headed green flame monster in front of the speaker in half. Then, a cold and ruthless young man walked out, disdainfully glancing at the man beside him and coldly snorting, "Humph, a bunch of useless people. You can't even defeat a group of second-order creatures, yet you dare come here to snatch the nirvana grass. Don't even know how to die properly in the end." After speaking, he ignored the person and unleashed another wind blade, attacking the other creatures. The person who was mocked by the cold and ruthless young man's face turned purple and green alternately. He wanted to retort but didn't dare to speak. It was clear that the cold and ruthless young man was at the empty level, which was not something his ground level could handle. Moreover, there was no rule against killing innocent people here. If the young man accidentally slipped and cut himself with a wind blade, he would have no place to reason. The battle was intense, but no one noticed that whenever someone died on either side, a faint black mist would float out of their body and drift in a certain direction. The war is becoming more and more fierce. The human side, relying on their numerical advantage, quickly annihilated the double-headed blue flame demon clan. Behind a small hill, a scarred monk and a chubby little boy were secretly peeping. "Master Shan, if we don't join the fight soon, we won't even have soup to drink later," An how anxiously said. He didn't come here to sightsee, he still dreamed of obtaining the nirvana grass and winning the beauty. Master Shan shook his head. "It's not right, I don't know why, but I feel uneasy. Something is about to happen. Let's wait and see." Hearing this, An how had no choice but to wait with his head down. There were now less than 10 double-headed blue flame demons left in the field, and the people surrounding them showed no mercy in their eyes. Those who are not of our kind have different hearts. We must exterminate the foreign races and monsters. The 10 double-headed blue flame demons trapped in the middle knew they couldn't escape. They angrily muttered words that the people around them couldn't understand, and then they all roared to the sky. "What are these beasts saying?" someone asked curiously. "Forget about it, let's quickly deal with them so we can find the nirvana grass." After hearing this, everyone no longer hesitated and used their own unique skills to attack the group of foreign races, raising a cloud of dust. In a short time, when the smoke cleared, there was only a pile of flesh on the ground. After dealing with these foreign races, the people did not rush into the village to find the nirvana grass. Instead, they stood in place, guarding each other. The Yao family only needed one nirvana grass, but there were so many people here, and only one person could obtain the nirvana grass. The atmosphere in the field became extremely delicate, and no one dared to make the first move, fearing being attacked. Boom! 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 Just as everyone was contemplating, a loud sound of footsteps came from a distance, and the ground began to tremble. The faces of the people, who were already on edge, turned pale as they looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a monster walking towards them, nearly 30 meters tall, with 2 heads and 4 arms, and its appearance was similar to the double-headed blue flame demon, except it had 2 extra arms. When the people saw this monster, they were all shocked. A 5th-level 4-armed blue flame demon. Someone recognized the monster and shouted in horror. They no longer cared about finding the nirvana grass and turned to run. The 4-armed blue flame demon looked at the dead clan members in front of it, and a cruel look appeared in its eyes. "You killed my clan members, you all deserve to die." The monster actually spoke human language. One of its forearms squeezed the air towards a person who was trying to escape, and that person's footsteps stopped abruptly. Without even a scream, they turned into a mist of blood. Run! This scene made everyone's scalp tingle, and they didn't know who shouted, but they scattered in all directions. The four-armed blue flame demon looked at the scattered people, its eyes filled with endless killing intent. Each of its four huge arms formed a seal, and one of its heads spewed out a raging blue flame. This torrent of blue flames burned with intense heat, as if nothing could withstand it, and the entire space began to distort. The people, who were originally running in different directions, still held a glimmer of hope, but when they felt the high temperature behind them, they knew that this monster wouldn't let anyone escape. Some insightful people knew that if they kept running, they would only be consumed by the flames, so they stopped running. Stop running, if we keep running, it's a dead end, a well-groomed man said. When the others heard this, they hesitated for a moment and stopped. They weren't stupid, they knew that in this situation, only by working together did they have a chance of survival. Are there any earth or water elemental abilities? Use your protective shields to ensure that others can use their abilities to the fullest. Yes, I can do it. Me too. Over a dozen people stepped forward and said, Earth abilities on the outside, water abilities on the inside, we must stop this flame. The capable middle-aged man shouted loudly, already becoming the leader of the group. The others did not hesitate either. The water ability users among them first activated their mental powers, and with the combined efforts of everyone, a huge water wall instantly appeared in front of them. Earth abilities, attack. The capable middle-aged man shouted again. As soon as the words fell, a massive earth wall appeared in front of the water wall. Seeing that the two defensive barriers had formed, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. Brothers, whether we can survive this disaster today depends on now. Don't hold back, use all of your skills. In the next moment, ice cones, fireballs, and wind blades rained down like a shower, heading towards the distant four-armed blue flame demon. The enormous four-armed blue flame demon looked at the incoming attacks and a hint of disdain appeared in its eyes. It didn't even bother to dodge. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted on its body, giving rise to small mushroom clouds. The people looked at the monster shrouded in smoke, hope evident in their eyes. But the next second, their hopeful expressions turned into despair. They watched as the four-armed blue flame demon emerged unscathed from the smoke, leaving no trace behind. At the same time, the blue flames spread towards the earth wall. When the raging flames touched the earth wall, the nearly 2-meter thick wall melted like liquid. This scene caused the people's faces to change drastically. Before they could react, the flames continued to sweep forward. Under the scorching heat, the second defense water wall evaporated instantly, disappearing without a trace. Seeing that the barrier created by so many people was easily broken, any thoughts of resistance vanished from their minds. The morale that had just been boosted dissipated in an instant, once again scattering like birds and beasts. Unfortunately, it was already too late to run now. The four-armed blue flame demon's other head took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully. Instantly, a strong wind blew, fueling the blue flames, making them burn even brighter. The ability user who was running at the back was engulfed by the sea of fire in an instant. After a scream, there was no more sound. At the same time, a green spark splashed and landed on the body of an ability user desperately trying to escape ahead. In the next moment, the spark ignited like it had fallen on a haystack, causing flames to erupt. The ability user's face changed drastically as they desperately tried to pat out the flames on their body. Unfortunately, it was futile. The fire grew larger and spread across their body. At this point, the ability user panicked and grabbed the person in front of them, pleading, "Save me, please save me, I don't want to die." The person being grabbed in front turned pale instantly. They couldn't even save themselves, let alone others. Let go of me. Seeing the flames about to spread to themselves, this person's face twisted, revealing a ruthless expression. A long knife appeared in their hand, and they swung it, cutting off the arm that was grabbing them. Crack! The arm broke off, but it was still too late. The blue flames had already spread along the arm and instantly turned this person into ashes. In just a few minutes, the flames that were once filled with screams and cries for help fell into silence. All of the nearly 100 ability users were buried in the sea of fire. The blue flames continued to burn, and black mist floated out from them, converging towards a certain place. Meanwhile, the two people hiding behind a small hill in the distance were already terrified, not daring to make a sound, afraid of being discovered by the four-armed blue flame demon. Ancient battlefield. In front of a massive altar, Yao Tiancheng and Yao Yushu stared at the altar with solemn expressions, seeing countless black mist gathering in the formation in front of the altar. Yao Tiancheng spoke, "Holy Maiden, we have already sacrificed the souls of hundreds of ability users. Why is there still no movement in this formation? Could it be that there is an error in the records of the holy teachings?" Yao Yushu also furrowed her brows, about to speak, but her eyes lit up the next moment as she looked towards the altar. Yao Tiancheng noticed her movement and quickly turned his attention back to the altar. On the altar, after absorbing the soul power of hundreds of people, a young phantom slowly appeared. He had silver hair, a crystal-clear jade horn on his forehead, and an extremely handsome face. As more and more soul power was absorbed, the figure gradually became solid, until his entire body descended into this space. With his arrival, a wave of pressure swept over, making Yao Tiancheng and Yao Yushu unable to lift their heads. The silver-haired youth slowly opened his eyes, surveyed the boundless desert, and furrowed his brows. I didn't expect the legendary ancestral star to be such a desolate world. He then clenched his fist and shook his head in disdain, muttering to himself, the rules of power here actually suppress my strength, allowing me to only use 1/3 of my power. Greetings, envoy of the gods. Yao Tiancheng and Yao Yushu, who were not far away, knelt down on one knee and respectfully saluted the young man before them. Only then did the silver-haired youth notice them, and his gaze towards them was indifferent. It was you who summoned me? Reporting to the envoy of the gods, we are disciples of the lifeless sect, specially summoning the envoy of the gods to the mortal realm. I am the sect master of the lifeless sect, Yao Tiancheng, and beside me is the saintess of the sect, Ling Lashua. Oh, the silver-haired youth raised an eyebrow, not paying much attention to the sect master of the lifeless sect, but instead turned his gaze towards Ling Lashua. You are the current saintess? Ling Lashua raised her flawless white neck and looked at the silver-haired youth, smiling lightly. Yes, I am the current saintess. Her smile revealed a hint of charm, as if a fairy who had accidentally fallen into the mortal world. Even the silver-haired youth who looked at her was stunned. A glimmer of light flashed in the silver-haired youth's eyes, but in the next moment, he seemed to think of something and his expression became solemn. Since you are the current saintess, there is no need for such a grand gesture towards me. Please, get up quickly. With that, he gently supported Ling Lashua with his right hand, and an invisible force lifted her up. Yao Tiancheng, who was still kneeling beside her, saw that the envoy of the gods had already helped the saintess up, so he also extended his hand forward, waiting for the silver-haired youth to help him up as well. However, the silver-haired youth simply folded his hands behind his back and didn't even glance at him. Yao Tiancheng was left dumbfounded, standing there in an extremely awkward position. The silver-haired youth, with his hands behind his back, completely ignored the extremely awkward Yao Tiancheng. In his eyes, besides the saintess with her special status, everyone else was ants and not worth his attention. His gaze looked into the distance, sensing the terrifying aura of the fifth-order four-armed blue flame demon, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Oh, there is also a relatively powerful ant. It just so happens that I can test my current strength. With that, he took a step forward and disappeared from his original position. Seeing that the envoy of the gods had already left, Yao Tiancheng stood up and said somewhat irritably, Saintess, this envoy of the gods doesn't take our sect seriously at all. Can he really help us strengthen our sect? Ling Lashua waved her hand, motioning for him to come closer. Actually, Yao Tiancheng felt a warm breath near his ear, feeling the enchanting aura of the saintess, and at this moment, he couldn't help but have some impure thoughts. Although they appeared as father and daughter on the surface, in reality, they had a superior subordinate relationship. Which man wouldn't be moved by this fairy who was sometimes pure and sometimes enchanting? Although he showed utmost respect for Ling Lashua on the surface, he had fantasized countless times about having this high and mighty saintess under him. You wretched woman, one day I will definitely have you. Yao Tiancheng secretly thought. Actually, you can die. Ha, ha. Yao Tiancheng was stunned for a moment, then his face changed drastically. Poochie. In the next moment, a pair of crystal-clear, boneless jade hands had already plunged into his heart. When Ling Lashua took out her right hand again, there was already a throbbing heart in her hand. Yao Tiancheng covered the wound on his chest, his eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Ling Lashua used her other hand to lightly touch the bloody heart, then gently pressed it against her vermilion lips. Her originally delicate face suddenly revealed a hint of eerie charm. Then she giggled. If one does not seek revenge against those who harm them, they will never know the taste of making a wedding dress for others. That's why I will do whatever it takes to become stronger, and anyone who stands in my way will die. Saying this, a hint of helplessness flashed in her seductive eyes. You bitch, I will. With a thud, Yao Tiancheng, who wanted to say something else, died here without a sound. Ling Lashua threw away the heart that had stopped beating in her hand, licked the bloodstain on her lips, and looked towards the direction where the silver-haired youth had disappeared, a tantalizing smile appearing on her lips. Don't disappoint me. She took a step forward and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the space twisted, and the silver-haired youth reappeared in front of the four-armed blue flame demon. Seeing that it was actually a monster with 2 heads and 4 arms, the silver-haired youth raised an eyebrow. Oh, I didn't expect that there would still be remnants of the Blue Flame Demon clan, ranked 98 among the 108 divine pillars of the ancestral star. The 4-armed Blue Flame Demon also noticed the silver-haired youth in front of it, and a trace of fear appeared in its violet eyes. For some reason, it felt a sense of oppression from the opponent's aura. The silver-haired youth looked at the 4-armed Blue Flame Demon, who was looking down on him, with a displeased expression on his face, but still said indifferently, considering that you are a descendant of the Blue Flame clan, I will give you a choice now, submit or die. Upon hearing these words, the previously somewhat fearful 4-armed Blue Flame Demon became enraged once again. Apart from those representing ominousness, it was the master of this space, and yet this insignificant ant dared to threaten it. Insect, overestimate yourself. the four-armed blue flame demon said in a deep voice, and all four arms simultaneously attacked the silver-haired youth. Seeking death. The silver-haired youth snorted coldly, a hint of anger appearing in his indifferent eyes. As a member of the royal family among the 108 divine pillars, he condescended to subdue a bottom-ranked four-armed blue flame demon, but the other party didn't know how to appreciate it and dared to attack him. As he watched the four huge arms, enveloped in blue flames, coming towards him, the silver-haired youth took a step forward and stood directly in front of the four-armed blue flame demon, pointing a finger at its forehead. Compared to the four-armed blue flame demon, the silver-haired youth's figure was not even as big as one of its fingers. However, when the tiny silver-haired youth pointed his finger at its forehead, the four arms of the four-armed blue flame demon suddenly stopped, and the whole person stood still in place. The silver-haired youth retracted his right hand and slowly landed on the ground. As he landed, the huge body of the four-armed blue flame demon shattered like a broken mirror.